Good morning, just a quick sound check in Region 6.
Hello, we can hear you. Did you want to try change or you want to test your raising your hand?
Yes, sir, hang on one second. Can you see that on that end?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
So you want to make them co-hosts? And then hand over host to Antoinette, I think it is. Oh,
Eric, would you like me to lower it or will you lower it on your end?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I'm sorry, Eric, I was just curious if you wanted me to lower it or if you were gonna lower it on your end.
We'll go ahead and lower it.
Push to talk, and then when they turn green, talk right into them. And then
Good morning, Eric. This is Erin in Region 7.
good morning, Aaron.
How's it going?
Doing well. Your sound is good.
Good. Can I practice our hand raise?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing anything on this end, are you?
so how are you trying to do your raising hand?
Pound and then 1 and then 3.
Okay, so try it again.
Pound 1, 3. Okay.
So you might want to do it a little slower, maybe?
When she hits pound one, does the thing come up on the screen?
Yeah, you should get it when you hit the pound one, you should see a menu. And then you hit
Pound.
3.
Ooh.
Justin, we good with the house situation? I think so, and then I'll send posts back to, where do you want to send it? We can just replan that.
1.
Yeah, I think I'm done with it. We got to get Ryan in there too.
I'm not getting any kind of a menu when I do pound 1.
Yeah, go ahead and reclaim it. Okay, and then you guys can run it. You guys have a list of panelists and stuff.
Yeah, I sent it.
Okay, so you're not here, okay. Wait, you know what? Hold on. Who's raised their hand?
I've been trying to.
Now, hold on, there's somebody that's got their hand raised in attendees. Who is that?
I think it was Ryan Siebel had his. hand
Oh,
raised.
okay. Yeah, he needs to be promoted.
Yeah. Antoinette's the host. Yep, Commissioner Lane just joined.
If you ever need somebody promoted, like mid-meeting or something, I don't know if Antoinette's there this very second, but if you do speak to the mic, she can hear you. And you could always say, hey, Antoinette, do you mind promoting?
I just added her to our chat.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so you could always.
So I believe you're you're in it? Do we want to add Mike? No, Michael is. I don't know. Do we want to add you or?
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea, just in case if Mike isn't available.
Hey, this is Region 4, just doing a mic check.
Thank you, Region 4. Sounds good.
Yeah, that was him.
This is Region 2 doing a mic check.
Anybody seeing a hand raised from Region 7 yet?
Have you turned? So you, when you hit pound, you can't, you're not seeing the menu? The pound
No.
one
Pound, I get nothing.
on the silver remote, you're hitting pound one and you're not
Yes.
getting anything?
Correct.
So you had to have,
No, not that one. If, maybe you just say.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
sorry, one more time.
Mic check.
You remove everything, maybe try just.
Yes, sir, Mr. Siebel, loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that might be me. Yes, right.
We promote Commissioner Bill Lane to panelist, please.
So. Why is this not?
Region 2 is doing a mic check.
Hey, Pat, I think I might have got it.
I see it. What'd you end up
So
doing?
I had to go and enable touch tones.
Okay. Well, very good. Thank you.
It popped up on your end, I assume.
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Region 2 is doing a mic check.
I can hear you, Region 2. I'm online as well. Good morning, Commissioner Lane.
Good morning, Commissioner Siebel. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm feeling a little better today.
Hello, Antoinette. Are you going to be handling the room mute now? During breaks?
Can you, I
I was having issues, but I finally got it. Can you only go in?
And I'm not panelist.
Oh.
Host anymore. Eric is host.
Okay.
You don't?
All right, it's 8 o'clock and we have a really long day, so I'm going to go ahead and start the meeting. I will, if we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag,
of the United
the United States of America,
and to the republic
for which it stands.
All right, just for everybody's awareness, we have Commissioner Lane and Commissioner Siebel on Zoom, and the rest of her are in person. We will start with the approval of the minutes for the October 9th meeting. And I just want to say, Commissioner Lane and Commissioner Siebel, just speak up because I may not see, if you raise your hand, I may not see it. So just go ahead and speak up.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
I move approval of the minutes.
Okay,
Second.
Commissioner Walsh and Commissioner Brook seconded it. Are there any corrections or additions? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, next is approval of the minutes from the October 9th, 2025 regular meeting. I would entertain a motion. Oh, I did the expenses is what I meant, sorry. Not a good start.
I
Madam
will
Chair, I move
second.
to approve the expenses.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, Commissioner Siebel and Commissioner Lane. All right, any corrections or additions? All those in favor of the expenses signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, we will start with the commissioner reports and meeting disclosures, please. Ian, if you would like to start.
Second. Morning, everybody. I guess start out with folks that I met with. It was this go around. It was largely individual sportsmen and a few groups along the way. I had some discussions with Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, Montana Outfitters and Guides, Montana Wild Sheep, and that was pretty much it for groups. Update from the region, fishery staff They conducted bull trout spawning surveys this year, showed a mix of encouraging and concerning results. Low water and active beaver dams shifted some spawning activities into new areas. There's ongoing uncertainties and challenges for several key populations. Red counts in the Flathead River tributary and the North Fork and Middle Fork tributaries were sharply lower, likely due to low flows and beaver activity. The Koocanusa population red counts were not completed in the BC portion, but this historically strong strong spawning area usually produces over 95% of the population trend. So biologists expect it to remain robust. Lower Clark Fork tributaries, spawning here remains precarious due to 3 dams blocking migration from Lake Pend with populations relying on transplant program and limited support from Thompson River resident fish. In addition, Northwest Power and Conservation Council is mending the Fish and Wildlife Program. FWP is monitoring monthly work sessions and coordinating with council staff to protect Montana operations at Liberty and Hungry Horse amid ongoing hydro litigation affecting power generation and salmon survival in the Columbia Basin. Wildlife staff is finalizing the Montana Great Outdoors Conservation Easement Phase 2, which is going to protect over 52,000 acres of timberland and wildlife habitat, bringing the total conserved area with Phase 1 to 85,752 acres. As for hunting update, activity ticked up as last weekend remains similar to last season overall, with warm, rainy weather seeming to slow some of the hunting activity in the first part of the season, but had a little bit of a boost in the final week. There was FWP hired a new education and customer service technician, Matt Cowan, who will help enhance educational programs like hunter and trapper education. And yeah, that's about it from the region. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows?
Madam Chair. Groups I met with: Sportsmen for Fish Wildlife, the Houndsman Association, Mule Deer, Moga, Trout Unlimited, Ravalli County Fish Wildlife Association, Wild Sheep. Relatively short report on enforcement. Throughout the general hunting season, wardens across the region remain busy responding to high volume of calls, particularly during the first couple weeks of the season. Activity slowed during the final week of the season, especially over the Thanksgiving weekend. Over the next several months, wardens will continue to work on follow-up and investigations related to cases from the hunting season. On the fisheries staff are summarizing recent monitoring data to evaluate changes in trout numbers following this past summer's low river flows across the region. This work will help inform future management decisions and conservation actions. Staff are also beginning conversations with watershed groups and anglers about drought planning, including when and how to use angling restrictions and water conservation measures to protect fisheries during low flow periods. And on the wildlife side, Region 2 wrapped up the general hunting season on Sunday despite warm temperatures and limited snow for much of the season. Hunter participation was strong, and check stations at Darby, Bonner, and Anaconda recorded higher than average hunter numbers. Elk harvest was similar to last year and above the 5-year average. White-tailed deer harvest was slightly lower than last year, but still above the 5-year average. Mule deer harvest was particularly strong at the Bonner check station and was higher than both last year and the 5-year average across the region. End of report.
Thank you. Commissioner Brook?
Madam Chair, thank you. I met with the Ruby Valley Alliance, and everybody else was just by phone. Our report for Region 3 is fisheries staff are actively working with graduate researchers on the Big Hole River to analyze the 2025 data. So management actions in 2026 are grounded in the best available science. There's been a project on the Lower Madison, which was completed several weeks ago, and initial site visits have been encouraging. The goal is to improve spawning and rearing habitats, to improve recruitment in that section where rainbow and brown trout abundances remain relatively low. This island was expanded to improve water velocities and channel dimensions in a way that would promote creation and maintenance of high-quality spawning habitats. A new side channel was created, which would provide additional habitat for juvenile fish. They continue the red counts and juvenile monitoring efforts to assess the overall success of the project. It was right next to the road. You could see it. It was really a cool project to watch. A new electronic gate is being installed at Carter's Bridge Fishing Access Site on the Yellowstone River to curb after-hours misuse. The gate will enhance safe, high-quality public recreation and protect FAS resources. Mild fall conditions have kept deer and elk widely distributed on summer and transitional ranges rather than concentrating on winter range, which makes animals less predictable and has increased the amount of effort required per harvested animal. Hunter participation this season has been average to slightly below average at most check stations, with mixed success that varies by district and species. This pattern that indicates that while opportunity remains good, current harvest is unlikely to drive major shifts in regional big game population trends. Given the harvest and weather condition, managers do not expect current season harvest alone to significantly change overall population trajectories. And most herds are still within their objective ranges. Management hunts may occur in the Shields and Madison Valley depending on winter elk distribution and landowner requests. I think to date, we've already approved several game damage hunts beginning in August for elk. Just a quick update on wolves. Region 3 has a quota of 60. We're sitting at 19 harvested. We've had 15 cattle depredations, 11 sheep depredations, a couple guard dogs, and Wildlife Services has removed around 25 wolves. Region 313, Wolf Management 313 had the quota met, and the park has informed me that all 3 wolves were non-park wolves. And the one in 316, I'm unsure about that one. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Walsh.
Good morning. I just have a few comments and I'll get into my report. First off, I attended the CAC meeting last night up in Great Falls, and we had a terrific turnout. I was really pleased to see that, and an engaged group of CAC members, some old and some new. We had a fulsome discussion about public engagement and the need for public comment and involvement in this process. And I think for all the commissioners, one takeaway from this meeting in particular is the need to be involved earlier in the process, both for us and for the public. And I think public engagement is extremely important. And we received several hundred public comments for this meeting. And I think all the commissioners have gone through those. And I think what I took away from that is, in addition to comments on specific amendments or reg changes, there were some very good ideas that could have been incorporated in this process earlier, if brought to the department, say in May or June. And so one of the discussion topics, and I think this is a comment for Director Clark, is that of the 7 scoping meetings that Region 4 held last spring, and then the final meetings, there were another 7 meetings in both of those sessions. Of the first 7 scoping meetings, only 14 attendees were at the meetings, and several of the meetings had no attendees. And it just doesn't mesh with the public comment that we're receiving for this meeting. So I think it's time to really re-examine the communications effort around both the scoping and the final meetings. And of the final meetings in Region 4, and this is to review the final draft on the regs that we're going to be voting on today, of the 7 meetings, 4 meetings had no attendees. And I just hate to think of the cost and effort that the staff went through to hold those meetings to have no attendees arrive. So yeah, it checks the box on, hey, we were there for a public meeting, but it totally missing on the importance of public engagement. So if you would, I think it's really important to re-examine how we're communicating about these meetings. And I don't find it particularly easy to find meeting dates and times on the FWP site, so I'd also encourage you to have a good look at that. Director Clark, I will also say I had several meetings with the staff, the key staff from Region 4. Had a couple of in-person meetings with Jason Roten and Corey Lecker, and I just continue to be so impressed by Region 4 staff. They're doing a great job up there. So to my report on access, we had an improvement project at the Eureka Reservoir Fishing Access Site that was completed in September. This project moved camping away from the reservoir's edge, established a new day use area, delineated camping sites, and expanded the boat ramp parking. And really glad to see that. But Commissioner Brook, this is exactly what we've been encouraging the department to look at least a couple of sites down in the Madison, and hopefully that's finally going to happen. On wildlife, there's been a consistent check station presence in Augusta for over 100 years. The current location has been operated for over 60 years. Harvest rates for this season, as reported at the Augusta station, were below the 10-year average. And this has been attributed to the impacts of an early weather event that we all experienced in unusually mild weather for the balance of the hunting season. The annual combined deer harvest rates, as reported at Augusta, were slightly above the 10-year average. And the number of hunters who stopped at the Augusta station was also slightly below the average. On fisheries, the survey work for this fall has been completed. Happy that the walleye numbers in Canyon Ferry were above the goal range, but still dominated by smaller fish. Hauser Reservoir numbers were below the goal range. Holter Reservoir walleye counts and sizes were above the goal range with abundant walleye greater than 15 inches. Yellow perch counts in Holter remain high with good size distribution. The rainbow and brown trout counts in the Missouri River below Holter were below average in 2025, which was somewhat expected given the poor water conditions in most years since 2018. Meanwhile, northern pike in Hauser, Holter, and in the Missouri River downstream of Holter continue to increase, and that's mostly below Cascade. The Tiber Reservoir walleye populations were above goal range, and average size was within the goal range. Lake Francis walleye counts were above goal range, and sizes were within the target range. And we talked last night at the CAC meeting about Freeze Out Lake and some of the challenges there with water quality. I happy to report I was finally able to meet the new game warden, relatively new, Brock Thielen from White Sulphur Springs, and had a nice engagement with him. In terms of outside meetings, I only had one, and that was several calls with Will Israel of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association to discuss Region 4 hunting regs. Thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. And for my meetings, I did meet with Wild Sheep and also with MOGA. I also attended our CAC meeting recently in the last couple of weeks, and also the season setting meetings here in Region 5. I'll echo a little bit of what Commissioner Walsh said too, in the sense of I really appreciate all my interaction during this process with the staff at Region 5 and Mike Ruggles and Matt Ladd and everybody else there have been just extremely helpful in answering questions and being proactive and coming up with solutions to problems that have been identified through this process and both through the CAC and all the public comment that we've gotten back. So really appreciate that. And I also want to echo what Commissioner Walsh, Vice Chair Walsh said, about this whole process and thank the public for the amount of input, because everything is important in this process and everything is important to someone. And I think that's something after 5 years on the commission that I think we've all learned. From a Region 5 update perspective, an interesting note on the wildlife enforcement side, we had a check station set up October 13th in the westbound I-94 at Hysham. 168 hunters checked, checked 92 antelope and 172 upland game birds. There were 37 violations with that amount. And I did dig into that a little bit. I thought that was interesting. 37 violations, 25 were just warnings. And then the other 12 were actually citations that were issued. One was because antelope was shot in the wrong district. The other 11 were failure to stop. So just a public notice that when you see that check station, you should definitely pull in there if you've been hunting or if you're going hunting. On the wildlife side, we had lots of check stations in Region 5 during the hunting season. Hunter numbers and deer and elk harvested have been similar to the past 3 years, but they're still continuing to be below long-term averages in Region 5. Unfortunately, Region 5 had 16 CWD detections so far found this season, with 11 of those being white-tailed deer and 5 of those being mule deer. On the good news side, on the fishing side, the wild trout population in the Bighorn River is up this year, especially the rainbow trout and the mallard section. Some of the highest population estimates were documented in the last 5 years. And the fisheries staff and anglers catching large fish as well as multiple year classes, which is really promising for anglers and fisheries. So that's exciting for the Bighorn River. It's coming back. And also on the good news on the fishing side is Dead Man's Basin Reservoir. They did survey work there. Decent amount of kokanee salmon in the survey, along with several large, greater than 37-inch tiger muskies. So snagging and ice fishing for kokanee is looking good. And the tiger muskie recruitment, we're expecting to have 40-inch plus tiger muskies for good angling in the next coming years. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I met with several individuals, but none that were on an official capacity representing any groups. Obviously had numerous meetings with our regional staff, and I do have to say the same thing. I mean, we've got a great staff here in the FWP, and I think we need to recognize them. Moving on here, I'll start out with ComEd. Region 7's new education and customer service technician, Jacob Stevens, started in late October and has hit the ground running. He has visited local schools for educational programs, helped field block management and front office questions, worked with hunter education and national archery in the school's instructors, and helped with the trapper education class in Region 6. Other than that, ComEd has been busy with hunting related messaging, including check stations, season settings, CWD, etc. Maintenance staff are completing winterization of fishing access sites, parks, and camping areas. And winter work will focus on building maintenance, contracting, and planning, etc. On the access side, access staff have been busy with phone calls, reservations, hunters coming in and entering hunter day data. We were able to fill all 12 hunting access technician positions, and all have been doing a great job. Opening weekend of antelope was pretty busy with lots of hunters, especially in the southeast corner of the region, but no major incidents were reported regarding block management. Opening weekend of deer elk season seems slower, and no major incidents reported regarding block management. Pressure increased as the season progressed, however. And staff are working on general season wrap-up and working on planning for muzzleloader season and some potential late season antlerless elk hunting opportunities. Real briefly, wildlife, the fall hunter check stations have been very productive in gathering information on deer harvest. High success and satisfaction coming from hunter interviews. Most hunters are expressing observations of good numbers of younger deer. And lastly, in fisheries, fishery crews completed their fall trend electrofishing surveys on the lower Yellowstone River. Fish populations appear to be stable with good sauger, shovel-nosed sturgeon, and catfish numbers showing in the survey. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. I will do my report now. As far as, I spoke to a lot of individuals, and as far as groups go, and it was just people representing the groups. I spoke to the houndsman and I spoke to Moga. I asked the director to come to Malta, and I gathered a group of, I think there were 35 landowners in Malta to visit with the director and to Quentin. And that went really well. Before I forget about that, I had Garrett put together a QR code on a card for that meeting so that you can sign up for the texts. Because I think that there's not enough people signed up for the text. I think that will help with what you're talking about, Casey. But we need to get these, even if it's on the website too, you can just do a QR code off the website if it was just on the opening page or something. I guess I never thought of it before, but our meetings are not on a text alert. So it would, I guess, maybe be a good idea if it was the day before in time for them to sign up for comment period for our meetings, if the text could go out at least 24 hours before our meeting. Just an idea. I also agree that I don't know that any of those landowners were ever at a season setting meeting, so it was a completely different voice that was heard. The next day I went to our season setting meeting in Glasgow, really good turnout there. I also met, before the season setting meeting, I met with Drew Henry and Scott Thompson from Region 6 to kind of go over what their recommendations were for us this year. I think that's it as far as groups. So from the region, hunting season's been largely mild weather and good road conditions. In fact, we just got our first amount of snow last week. Well, Thanksgiving, of course, but and then Havre check station results provide a first indication of hunter and harvest success. Hunter numbers were near average level with increased numbers during the latter half of the season. Antelope, sharp-tailed grouse, and hun harvest through the check station are at or above average, while harvest of all other species have been below average. Habitat conservation leases are being finalized this year. Thanks to 9 landowners in Region 6 working with FWP, approximately 13,462 acres of important habitat are slated to be conserved for the next 40 years, along with providing a reasonable amount of public access. Fisheries wrapped up Chinook salmon collection efforts at the end of October with the 895,000 eggs. Big thanks to the Fort Peck hatchery staff and others who assisted in a very successful season. Fresno Trailwater Fishing Access Site has officially reopened as of November 15th. They're working with Design and Construction and the Army Corps of Engineers on replacing the latrine and the ADA compliant parking area at Fort Peck Dredge Cuts. And that is my report for Region 6. Director Clark, would you like to give your report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. At headquarters, we are busy preparing for our management team meeting in person. We'll do that next week. And that is where we will set our goals and strategies for the coming year and maybe even out a little bit further as we look at the end of this governor's term. So that's coming up. We've had some new faces in the headquarters. Jessie May has joined our team as the executive assistant to leadership. She is appointed under me and she comes from agriculture. She was my assistant there. And then this week, Chief of Administration started. Her name is Michael Wilkerson, and she will be overseeing IT, accounting, budget, as well as HR. And so hopefully Michael will be able to pop in later and I'll be able to introduce her to all of you. I'd like to address the importance of public engagement. I agree. I do think that we need to maybe take a look at how we are engaging the public in those meetings and why we're getting low attendance. The meetings that I attended in Malta and then a similar landowner meeting that we were invited as guests to were very well attended with a very high level of engagement. And so I think we maybe just need to think about freshening up, maybe thinking about how we're engaging the public, because I do think it is so important. And I mean, and you can see from the amount of comments, people are engaged in this process. I'm just not sure why those meetings are not, if it's just a lack of information or if it's just people aren't finding them particularly useful. But I think it's something that we'll need to look into. So I do agree that's just such an important part of what we do. I'll run through the headquarters region, the headquarters perspective from the regions. The Region 1, the CWD crew was very, very busy submitting over 1,500 samples from Region 1 collected at 4 Hunter check stations, the Libby CWD station, the Kalispell office, and directly from hunters in a coordinated effort between regional and CWD staff to serve the public. FWP hired, I think Ian mentioned this, hired a new education and customer service technician, Matt Cowan, to help enhance the hunter education programs. Last session, the legislature approved 7 new FTEs under the Communications and Education Administrative Division. And so we're going to see an increase in hiring throughout that. The Regional ComEd Manager, Dylan Tabish, is leading one more wolf trapper certification course this winter, scheduled for December 17th. This webinar style course is required for any existing trappers who want to start wolf trapping. Any new trappers can get certified for wolf trapping through the Full Trapper Education Program, which includes a self-paced online course and in-person field day. In Region 2, Ryan Binga joined Region 2 as the Education Customer Service Technician. In this new role, he will support a wide range of education programs, including hunter, trapper, angler education, archery in schools, bear safety, and becoming an outdoors woman, and teacher trainings, boater safety, and community events. Ryan will also assist with regional office needs such as license sales, wildlife harvest, and watercraft inspection, and customer service at the regional headquarters. He will use his background and experience to help teach the public about all aspects of FWP and to strengthen connections with the Western Montana communities. Last week, Scott Milicki graduated from Montana Law Enforcement Academy and will soon begin field training. Once he completes training, he will be assigned to Missoula as the newest Missoula Game Warden. Jessica Martin was selected as Bitterroot Recreation Manager for Region 2. She's a valued member of Parks and Outdoor Rec Division in Western Montana and brings extensive experience in interpretation, education, recreation, and public engagement. Jessica also has a strong background in supervision, visitor services, and permitting, which will support high-quality recreational opportunities and positive visitor experience in the Bitterroot area. In Region 3, this region has recently completed an island and side channel restoration on the lower Madison River, creating a high-quality habitat that is expected to boost trout recruitment and long-term fishery productivity while sustaining angling opportunity in a heavily used river. This work directly supports FWP's mission to conserve fisheries and maintain quality recreational fishing by restoring natural processes and then monitoring vegetation and fish response over the coming years to guide adaptive management. In Region 5, Roundup Warden District position has recently been filled by Corbin Albright. He should be fully in the field for the 2026 hunting season. Recreational staff are working on several projects, including park expansion at Gray Bear Fishing Access Site, boat ramp repair plans, and permitting for several boat ramps on the Bighorn River and the Yellowstone River. In Region 5, in Yellowstone River in Region 5, and shoreline protection work at Cooney State Park. There is an EA out for comment until December 15th, which is to restore a historic cabin on the Clarks Fork of the Yellowstone Fishing Access Site in coordination with the Bridger Historic Society information. Again, that can all be found on the FWP website. In Region 6, hiring and training of the Educational Customer Service Technician, Ezreya, I'm going to mess this name up, Valverde Vindez, effectively doubling the ComEd division in that region. The region held the last Trapper Education Field Day in the state before starting the trapping season on December 1st and had 16 students from all over the state attending. The Fort Peck Hatchery is still dealing with water issues, including not having access to enough water and at times the quality of water coming into the hatchery. FWP is working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who owns and operates the Fort Peck Dam facilities. In enforcement, Warden Pickens will be transferring to the Bozeman Combined Warden District in the middle of December, leaving the Glasgow District vacant. An advertisement for the transfer opportunity will be sent out at the end of December, beginning of January. And Brush Lake State Park. This park was busy with campers during the first couple of the weeks of pheasant hunting season, which is typical. And since then, there have been 1 to 2 campers per week. The park will be closed for this season starting December 1st. And then in other news, Marina Yoshioka, did I say that right? Yoshioka has left the agency. She was the chief of operations, and she has moved to Missoula and has taken the parks manager job for the city of Missoula. She was really excited about the move. I'm excited for her, but it has left a hole. We just reviewed the applications for that. We had a very robust application pool, and we'll be hopefully conducting those interviews and completing the hiring process before the end of the month. And thank you for all the kind words about the staff. I echo that. We have a fabulous staff.
All right, thank you, Director. Okay, next on the agenda is the our 2026 Commissioner meeting dates. If you guys would just like to look at it, there's no official action that's needed. Do they have copies?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioners and staff, if you'll refer to the packet that I provided that has a colored binder clip on the top, it'll be the last page in that packet that has the dates.
Yep. You can look at this again. We did do a little bit of adjusting from the original ones that were sent out, so I just was. Any feedback? Okay, we'll go with those. We try to keep them as is, but if not, sometimes there is adjustments throughout the year, but just an FYI. All right, we're gonna move into our first action item from the staff. Mr. Schenk, if you would step forward, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. Good morning, Director. Bill Schenk, Manager of the Land and Water Unit for FWP. Before the first action item, I actually have an update for you. At the October meeting, I got some questions. I presented to you 3 habitat conservation leases there. And we got some questions on administration of access within those HCLs. So the first thing I'm going to do is give you a rundown on the access component of habitat conservation leases. Yesterday, hopefully you saw in time, and your packet contains a report that was done by the wildlife staff that work on the HCL program. After that October meeting, I contacted them and said, we gotta present on this, and they leaned in, as they usually do, with the whole program, and produced, I think, a very comprehensive report regarding the access component. I think it's very well done. I get the easy job of presenting some of the highlights this morning to you. First, I'm going to start, however, with just a rundown of where we are in terms of the entire program. It's really come a long ways here in 2 years. Between last year's ones that we completed and this year's HCLs that you've already approved and have been approved by the land board, there are 30 habitat conservation leases. There are also, between the one that we'll ask for your approval today and 4 that you've already approved, there would be 5 that still need to go to the land board, and those are ones that had some glitches around ownership and liens on the property, that kind of thing, that have been a little harder to work out. But we're working on closing the last of the ones that have been approved by the commission and the land board. We get all those closed, that'll bring the number to 30 and a total of over 112,000 acres. So I think we're doing well overall. So back to the access itself. First thing that, to stress in this is that this really is a habitat program. And so the habitat considerations and the preservation of that habitat for 30 and 40-year terms is really the focus. But along with that, like we usually have done, historically have done, when we are entering wildlife oriented habitat agreements, there is a public access component. And I mean, as you know, you've seen some of the numbers with these. There's a minimal required access, and that is not only hunting, it is recreational access. And there's a formula for how that's calculated throughout the year. There's a break at 3,000 acres. I think the feeling was that among staff setting up the program is that we didn't want to disincentivize the larger land ownerships. And so for ownerships up to 3,000 acres, a minimum of 1 recreation day per month for every 300 acres. For enrollments of over 3,000 acres, a minimum of 1 recreation day per week for every 1,500 acres. Now, hunter days within that recreation number need to constitute 1/3 of the total recreation days. However, a landowner can concentrate some recreation days into the hunting season if they want to do more hunting and less spread out over the year. One thing I'm not going to be able to talk to you about today is to give you hard numbers on exactly how many people have used these properties. It's simply too early in the program to really be able to have those numbers, whether those properties be enrolled in block management or if they're not enrolled in block management. For those that we entered last year, this would be their first year enrolled. And so hopefully, in the not too distant future, we would be able to share some numbers on the rate of utilization through block management or otherwise. But today, I'm not really going to be able to do that. But rather than to describe really how it works, those minimum numbers, and then how the public can avail themselves of the opportunity. So existing habitat conservation lease management. Of those 30 that I described, 13 are enrolled in an FWP public access program, that being block management. And of those, we generally find, and there's a table on page 7 of that report, we generally find that the number of hunter days that have been experienced through block management is, or at least that which is allowed or required by the block management contract, is far higher than the minimum number of hunter days or recreation days provided by the HCL itself. I think that signifies landowners that are comfortable with that higher number and are willing to participate in that program. But of the 30, there are 17 that are managed by the landowner themselves. And I guess we could infer what that means. There are some that are more comfortable with that, some public access, but not as much as might be provided by block management. A couple of important issues or things to note. And I think with the block management, it's fairly straightforward. Everybody's familiar with how that works. There can be type 1 and type 2. And that opportunity is very well publicized with the public. It's in the hunt planner. There's an access guide that comes out every year, and people are familiar generally with the block management program. Perhaps less so with those HCLs that are not enrolled in block management. How does the public know that they're there? Well, the landowner does have the obligation to inform the department of how that will be administered. And then the department is publishing that information. There's an example on page 8 of this report that gives the access, the websites for the access within the HCL
So Bill, we have
website.
the report. It was emailed to us, but we don't have the report.
Oh, I'm
Like
sorry.
how long?
Did we get that in their packet?
Madam Chair, that'll be in that packet with that colored binder as well.
I don't have it because you gave me mine yesterday. But
Apologies.
yep. So how long is your report going to be on this?
Another 3 minutes,
Okay.
2 minutes, and then I'll get to the action item.
Thank you.
Anyway, Madam Chair, I'll wrap it up as soon as I can. The opportunities are posted on the website. When you do see the report, you will see that there's an example shown where each of the 3 regions where we have these now has a map. It has the location of the HCLs. The public can access those, and they're also available in the Hunt Planner. And so staff are doing a good job. They're getting the word out there, and they are making this opportunity available. Again, hard to share numbers at this point, given the stage we are in this program, but we do have a robust program of getting the public's attention and the opportunity out there. So that's all I have on that.
Are
And
there any questions from the commission? Okay. You can always follow up with Bill. Thank you.
okay. And apologies for you not having the report in hand. So the only action item I have from you is one more habitat conservation lease. This is on the Dunbar Ranch in Phillips County. It is a 40-year habitat conservation lease. There are 4,049 acres of rangeland in it. Reportedly 86% of the proposed lease area is Great Plains mixed grass prairie. Over 90% of the property falls within a core area for declining grassland birds, making it a rather important habitat, piece of habitat work. Why is this coming to you as late as it is? Well, it's an example of where we had to work some things out with the owner. In this particular case, the owner had applied, and yet there were some acres he wished to enroll that he did not own yet. He had a contract for the acquisition of those acres, and we waited until he actually had title to those acres to bring the HCL to you. Other than that, it's the payment is approximately $481,000, and again, a 40-year lease.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, I have one. And Bill, this is really a more general question, but pertinent to this one. And that is, we've seen a trend away from perpetual leases to 40, 30-year leases. And I got a comment on this at the CAC meeting last night. Can you just comment, please, on, is this driven by the landowners, or what's really driving the move away from perpetual leases?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh. Well, I think there has been an emphasis on these perpetual term leases. I'm sorry, on the term leases as opposed to the perpetual conservation easements. I think there's been a growing concern over the idea of perpetuity. And we want to develop a tool that would give the landowner an alternative to perpetual. We're still seeing interest in perpetual easements. I think they're getting a little more challenging given the various public opinions about them. But at the same time, I think we're hitting a different sort of market niche with these habitat conservation leases. So, as a department, we've been trying to position to offer both, but yes, there's been some challenges on the perpetual conservation easements.
Quick follow-up. What economically, how do these differ? Does the department pay a lot more for a perpetual lease than a 40-year term?
Well, for a perpetual, and Commissioner Walsh, I'm just going to make sure I've used the language. We consider this a lease. There's some elements of this that are in these term agreements that are lease. The perpetual easements are a conservation easement. And certainly we're going to pay more for a perpetual or a very long-term conservation easement than we are for a term lease. As I've mentioned before, these term leases are, the valuation there is a formula. 20% of the land value for 40 years. And we do that, that 20%, we adopt DNRC's valuation of its lands. The result is we don't have to go out and appraise each one individually. Conservation easements, whether they be perpetual or the possibility of something like a 99-year conservation easement, those we would appraise, and the appraisal would determine how much the value of that land has decreased. And so there's a very different approach. The end result is we're certainly going to pay more for an agreement that binds that land and obligates it for perpetual or something that's 99 or more years. Thank you.
Any other questions? I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve FWP's proposal to enroll the Dunbar Habitat Conservation Lease totaling 4,049 acres of private land into the Prairie Habitat Conservation Lease Program as proposed by the department.
Second.
Okay. Second by Commissioner Lane. All right, any other questions before I go out for public comment? Okay, for the regional offices, if you could just make sure I know that you have somebody that would like to speak, just speak up or raise your hand if you have that capability. Is there any, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this? Okay. Anyone online? Okay, looks like we have one hand raised.
Madam Chair, Kevin's iPhone.
Okay, go ahead. Just a reminder that it's a 2-minute time limit.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is Kevin Barron calling on behalf of Montana Wildlife Federation. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today. As always, I just want to reiterate our support preference for perpetual conservation easements. However, we absolutely stand here today in favor of this latest habitat conservation lease. We appreciate you bringing it forward. We appreciate the focus on specifically prairie, Great Plains mixed grass habitat in this one. This is exactly what this program was created to protect and conserve. So kudos there. I also just want to thank Mr. Shank and for his presentation about the public access concerns that the public has brought forward on these. Really appreciate the attention to that and the report out. I do think that that kind of underscores some of our concerns, though, and the fact that he's really unable to provide any numbers or provide any clarity on those properties that are not enrolled in block management. You know, while it's great that a lot of these properties are enrolled in block management, it's important to note that they're also getting compensated through that channel as well. You know, so if they're providing more public access, then that's required in this program. That's great, but they're getting compensated for that kind of twice then. Which again, I'm not complaining about. I'm just pointing that out. It's great that they can do that. I would ask that, if possible, from a programmatic level, we look at acknowledging whether these programs or these properties are already enrolled in block management. If they are open to doing that, just to help give the public a little bit of clarity on how that access is being managed and accountable. And if not, then I think we still have work to do to make sure that next time Mr. Shank, provides this report to you guys, he's able to provide numbers in terms of those other properties that don't administer access via block management, because it's in our best interest for everyone to know kind of what we're getting, what we're paying for, and how this program is paying out. Because of course, it's a habitat conservation program first and foremost, but these properties are getting paid a premium because the access requirement as well. And so it's just important that we know what we're getting and everyone's getting a fair shake there. So thank you for the opportunity to comment. Again, we support this conservation lease. We ask that you approve it and appreciate the continued attention to the public access component. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? It doesn't look like we have anyone. All right, any questions before we go to a vote? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we're going to move into the Wildlife Division. Mr. McDonald.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I'm Ken McDonald, Chief of the Wildlife Division with Fish, Wildlife and Parks. This first item is we're seeking approval for a forest management project on the Bull River Wildlife Management Area. That's a 1,576 acre wildlife management area in Lincoln County up in the northwest corner of Region 1. This proposal is to do some, a variety of forest management treatments on 420 acres of the WMA across 10 different forest stands. The primary objective is to reduce hazardous fuels and improve habitat for wildlife, specifically deer. Under this proposal, we would be implementing these forest management techniques. So they include logging of merchantable timber, thinning of timber, of trees, doing some burning to reduce some of the understory, those kinds of things. With this project, because it includes disposal of real property, we need commission approval. So we're asking your approval to proceed with this.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Ken? Commissioner Burrows?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission approve the Bull River WMA Forest Habitat Improvement and Fuels Reduction Project.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Walsh. All right, thank you, Ken. I'll see if we have any more questions later. Anyone present who would like to comment on this? Anyone in the regional offices? It doesn't look like we have anybody with their hands raised online. Give you a couple more seconds. Okay. All right, any further comments before we go to a vote? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, thank you, Ken. All right, welcome. Welcome to the rest of the day.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Brian Wakeling. I'm the Chief of the Game Management Bureau with Fish, Wildlife and Parks. The first topic we have up for today under the season setting realm deals with a cooperative agreement we have with the Flathead Indian Reservation, the CSKT, Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. There's a cooperative agreement between the state of Montana and those tribes that deals with the season setting and the regulations on their tribal lands. And I want to point out at the onset on the proposal and information sheet, there's a lot of dates on there. I've erroneously thrown in the dates of 2025, 2026 in a couple of locations towards the bottom of the introductory paragraph. It's for the 2026, 2027 season. That's correct in the header. It's correct in the proposed motion. Just a couple of places within the background, the last two sentences there. And so what this agreement essentially allows for the approval of the commission today. These are on sovereign lands. The tribal nation has the authority there, but they allow non-members to participate with hunting and fishing in some instances on their lands. The approval of this annual agreement, essentially what this allows the agency to do is allows our enforcement officers to enforce these regulations on non-members from the tribe. And so that's essentially what we're asking for today. I'd certainly be happy to try to answer any questions the commission might have on that.
Any questions? I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 2026-2027 Flathead Indian Reservation non-member fishing and bird hunting regulations as presented.
Second.
Okay, I think I have Commissioner Brooks got a second there. Okay. One more time, any questions or comments? Okay, Commissioner Burrows.
Brian, do you know if the, on the gray wolf trapping season for the CSKT, does that grizzly occupied area impact that at all, or do they have a whole different set of rigs as far as their ability to trap gray wolves on the reservation?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, I'm not entirely certain. My understanding is that they're a sovereign nation. And so the challenges that are brought against the agency, the Fish and Wildlife and Parks, and the commission are really not relevant to their situation. And so their regulations and their go basically consistent with their sovereign nation. I'm not sure, perhaps, I don't know if legal wants to weigh in on that. I'm certainly stepping out of my expertise a little bit.
Commissioner Burrows, you want me to weigh in there? Was that it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so to Mr. Wakeling's question, I'm not sure. I'm looking right now to see if there actually is any gray wolf trapping on the reservation itself. This is just a date change for their season settings. So as far as what they do for,
I'm off on a tangent. We don't have to go any further down that.
I
was just curious if how that trapping season was affected by grizzlies, but it's not really relevant.
That's something that you could follow up on.
I'm happy to.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before I go up for public comment? Anyone online that wants to comment, please raise your hand so I can see. Anyone present who would like to comment? Okay, what about in the regional offices? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. So, one more chance. Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wargo.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out, I do see some kind of proactive steps being taken by the CSKT tribe to kind of have a little bit more of a unified approach to some of the fisheries management on Flathead Lake. I was very happy to see that. I think there's a lot of concern from my region on the kind of the big picture goals that we're going to set for Flathead Lake management in general. It's nice to see this step moving forward. And I think Flathead Lake management is probably going to be a very big topic as we move into season setting for our fishing regulations. I know there's been a lot of talk coming out of my region, so I was happy to see this and look forward to future collaboration on the management of Flathead Lake.
Thank you. All right, if there's no further comments or questions, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Right.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, game damage management, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Just a real quick update. Based on a quick Google search, it does not appear that CSKT allows for any trapping on wolves currently on their reservation. However, that may influence that question. So moving on to the game damage management seasons and wildlife health, urban wildlife quota authorizations. What these are is essentially the quotas that the commission authorizes. Should we issue a game damage hunt or a wildlife health issue, if there's some take that is required as part of that, an urban wildlife plan that may exist, this authorizes the maximum number. It's nowhere near the total number. We're usually issue like less than 10% of the total numbers. But this is a maximum authorization based upon those urban wildlife plans and things of that nature. This is an annual, it's an annual quota, but we ask it during the biennial season setting process. And this is also the identical numbers to what the commission approved 2 years ago. So with that, I'd take any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Walsh.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the 2026 and 2027 game damage management season wildlife health urban wildlife quota authorizations as proposed by the department.
Your second? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Siebel. All right, thank you. I'll go to comment. Is there anyone present who would like to comment on this one? Anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on this motion? Okay, I do not see any hands raised. One more chance. Any questions, comments? All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the commission, moving into what's probably more of the exciting part of the agenda today. We'll be starting with antelope. What I would kind of give a real quick overview of the process we use, and this applies to all of the species. So any ideas that people are kind of get at this point in the game, those are the ideas that we try to capture. We look at, we try to figure out, is there some way we can incorporate this? How does this influence our management going forward? Is it consistent with the direction the commission's given us in the past? What can we incorporate going forward? And so we start essentially today, and we start picking up these ideas for the next year and a quarter. And as we move into March and April, as we did in this past year, the agency meets with our regional staff, our headquarters staff, and we start talking about the ideas we've heard. It's a phase that I call idea harvesting. And during that idea harvesting phase, we're kind of putting thoughts and ideas together. And then during the months, we kind of formulate those, make sure, is this consistent with agency objectives, what we're trying to achieve, what we've received before with legislative direction? Some of that comes out of the legislative session. And then we hold our scoping meetings. And routinely, we do those in June and July. This past year, we held 30 different meetings where we aired those ideas, tried to get feedback. It's not a formal comment period, but it's an idea for an opportunity to share ideas and to get feedback, and in an informal setting. Then we try to formalize those, and a lot of people kind of feel like we go radio silent somewhere during August and September. And at that point in time, what we're trying to do is figure out what the agency can do, what we want to do, what we possibly want to recommend. And so in the end of October, we'll release that information. That's our recommendation. And then we basically have another set of public meetings, at least one in each region that we do virtually, so that people can ask questions. And at that point, we start taking the comment that we share with the commission. And we always want to do that it feels a little formal, I think, where people have to enter it into either a Survey Monkey or send a letter. But that way, we're not interpreting what they're saying. We're actually providing the commission with exactly what the comments we're receiving as we receive them. And then finally, we take that along with our proposals, commission amendments and things that we've adopted after that point. And that's what we're here today to discuss. And so it's a lengthy process, and I like to refer to it as the show that never ends, because we're always open to ideas. We're always willing to take those. And just because they didn't make it this time doesn't mean something won't influence going forward. So with that.
And I have a quick question about scoping.
Sure.
I know that people are kind of leery, I guess, of scoping just because of the kind of loose, the way it's run or whatever. So like the comments we get for this meeting are, if they're done properly, they're part of the record. And so is there any way for scoping to be where the comments or the feedback that they're getting is actually part of the record? It's just something to think about. I don't know that you can answer it today, but I think maybe it would hold a little bit more weight if the people knew that what they were saying at those meetings was actually really being
Mhm.
looked at.
Yeah. And that's an excellent comment. I mean, I've got, just thinking about it off the top of my head, one of the examples I can provide that's evidence that we do listen. And it's a local, change, part of, hunting district 380. We've had, elk, kind of really subdivided that unit, substantially over the past. And, the biologist in the region had come forward recommending, some minor tweaks to that, some different adjustments to it. And the prevailing input at the public meeting where we were scoping that was, hey, let's just get rid of those things. And so the proposal that's going to be before the commission later today does away with those portions. So, that's just one off the top of my head, but we do listen to the comments that we receive, and we use that to formulate our final. But we can certainly explore a more formal approach.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rosen.
appropriate to comment, just on I guess, the kind of the overall structure. This is my first bite out of the apple of this season setting process in general. I guess just kind of along these lines, kind of discussion. I mean, I think there's a lot of desire from the folks that I've engaged with to, try to streamline the process and or just allow for more meaningful comment and engagement to take place. Something that, I think we're at kind of a crossroads in Montana where it's really no longer, our problems aren't necessarily going to be fixed by just debating whether we're going to go with a quota of 400 versus 500. I think there might be some more structural changes needed to kind of adapt to the, the changes on the landscape. Our lack of federal lands management might be, the biggest elephant in the room that's, led to degradation and habitat quality and other stuff. And that's a crummy hand that we're dealt, but we have to play the hand that we're dealt. So there's going to be a lot of things that I think we're going to have to dig deeper and look outside the box to try to come up with, some more collaborative solutions and whatnot. And I guess just a thought after going through this, I think it would be really appropriate if the commission could have a parallel scoping process where instead of, me dropping an amendment, the week before the meeting, if I have an idea of something or somebody else from the public puts together a really well thought out proposal, that we could maybe sponsor one of those ideas and try to scope some of these, more big picture items parallel to the department's process. Because I could see, after receiving some public comment and whatnot, I can see 100% why the department might be reluctant to step outside of their lane or whatnot. Because I mean, you propose a big change, and there's some, you can get some fierce comment in response. So anyway, just a general comment, something I feel like really needs to change, because there's just been a lot of big changes on the landscape, and a quota discussion is probably not going to take care of that. So thank you.
I guess one of the problems is that we don't know what needs to be amended until we see what the recommendation is. So it could be that we're doing the same thing, but we don't know until we get the recommendation. But all right, let's start this process.
Well, and thank you. And I'd like to remind everybody present and, that there's, we recognize there's a lot of passion here, and there's a lot of commitment. The thing that I'm constantly amazed by, we've heard compliments from the commissioners about our staff, and I'd also like to reciprocate and provide some compliments to the commissioners. They're all trying to understand. A lot of this is complex. No one's making millions of dollars because of the decisions they're making today. And so, we're all trying to do the best that we can for the agency and for the resource ultimately. And so a final reminder to everybody is that none of us are wearing helmets shoulder pads or body armor of any kind. So be kind. So moving into that, there are a lot of specific changes that are offered. Most of them are detailed throughout, and in respect to time, I won't go through each of those. Probably the biggest change that I think from our standpoint is with the 920 series, the archery series. We are recommending that we pull Region 3 out of that. In the process of doing that, we're not proposing a reduction in the number of permits that are available through the 920 series. We've removed 500 as the recommendation for Region 3. All we've done is reduce the total number by 500. And so if there's any confusion about that, still trying to start out at the same point, just trying to allocate, trying to manage harvest so that the rifle hunt does have, the only opportunity we have at this point to adjust that is by reducing rifle hunt opportunity. So with that, any questions the commission may have, I point out that a lot of these questions are likely to be detailed. And so I'm likely to go to regional staff within the various regions for specific questions.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel, go ahead.
Just a procedural question for you on how you want us to go about. Would you like us to make the base motion as proposed by the department?
Yes.
And as the base motion for everything, and then we can move ahead with any amendments. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, please. Yeah.
Would you entertain a motion then?
I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve changes identified in the antelope regulation mock-up to include opportunities, season dates, quotas, and quota ranges as presented by the department. And 2, all other antelope regulations contained in the 2025 regulations, except for those affected by regular calendar rotations unless addressed in some other proposal, to be adopted for the 2026 and 2027 antelope hunting seasons and districts.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Commissioner Brooke actually got it. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions just on the base motion, I guess, before we move into amendments? So I'm going to go ahead.
Madam Chair, I was going to offer one clarification with that. I've noticed that we don't specifically address the hunting district boundaries in the actual motion, but in the agenda item, the hunting district boundaries, there are changes to hunting district boundaries, and we posted those as part of each of these. I don't know that any of them are dramatically different. However, I did want to make sure that the commission recognizes and the public recognizes that they're voting on the hunting district boundaries associated with each of those species as well.
Madam Chair, would
Yeah,
you like me to amend, just remake my motion and add that?
Can we just do a friendly amendment to correct? Okay, yes, please. You don't have
want me
to.
add that? Okay, yes, Madam Chair, I would like to add hunting district boundaries to the list that we are approving with my base motion.
Okay, Commissioner Brooke. Okay, taken care of. All right, I think, okay, I'm just going to explain what the process is going to be today. The only time I'm going to go out separately for the amendments, and it will be 1 minute for the amendments only when we have multiple amendments. So when we only have 1 or 2 amendments, you can speak to the amendments. We will actually vote on the amendments before they go out. It will be an amended motion, and you can speak to the amendments then. And even if we vote it down or didn't do action or whatever, you can still speak to that amendment when you have your 2 minutes on the motion itself. I'll just kind of remind everyone as we move through the process, but so I think we do have an amendment, and I will, Commissioner Brooke. Okay, so Eric, does everybody have this sheet? Was this sheet available out to the public that has them numbered, or is it just this?
I don't believe the public has the numeric number.
Okay.
They do have the amendments in agenda order.
Okay. It's amendment number 3, and I think it does say amendment number 3 in this little packet, if this is what the public has. So I'm going to try to help you guys along. It's amendment number 3. And Commissioner Brooke, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah. This amendment. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair, a bow hunter came to me with a request to strike the language in the archery statute, MCA 876401, to strike the part that says the nominal percent of let off for hunting bows shall be a maximum of 80% as advertised by the manufacturer. And he pointed out that that's not even something the bow manufacturers advertise anymore. Therefore, it puts the hunter at risk of violating the statute, and it's really not even enforceable. So my proposed amendment is I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission strike the following language at the end of MCA 87-6-401 CR, which affects deer, elk, antelope, moose, sheep, mountain goat, bison, bear, and lion archery equipment regulations. Is it okay just to read that as I did, that we're striking the language, or do I need to read the whole, the whole?
Just the language reinstructed.
Madam Chair.
Okay, and
And Commissioner Brooke, just to clarify, the proposed amendment is not to remove statutory language or strike statutory language. It's to amend a commission rule that's living in the regulations as proposed by the department. I just want to clarify that for the public. It's not a statutory change.
Okay, did I say statutory? Okay, sorry. So the language that would be removed is at the end of it. It's the nominal percent of let off for hunting bows shall be a maximum of 80% as advertised by the manufacturer. That sentence.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Siebel. Okay, does anyone have any questions on that amendment?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel.
Commissioner Brooke, and I can ask this of the department as well. I saw some comments on this regarding it by removing this. Is there any way that this amendment would effectively open the door to crossbows, 100% or any other type of device? I saw some comments or some concerns about that from the public and wanted to clarify that.
Brian, could you?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, there are several other provisions within this current CR that would prevent crossbows from qualifying.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna vote on the amendment before we go out with the public comment on the amended motion. So all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. Okay, so this amendment is part of the motion, the original motion. I will go out for public comment then. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel.
I have an additional amendment though I did not submit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Madam Chair, and I'll make the amendment or make the proposal and then I'll explain it if that's acceptable.
That would be fine. Okay.
Okay, well, actually, let me do the explanation, then I'll make the motion. That probably.
Right, because we'll need a second on it. Yeah.
Right, yeah, good point. 2024, I had, this amendment is specifically regarding LPT 900-20, which is the now will be all the other region archery antelope tags. And in the past history, this was an unlimited tag. It was restricted some years ago to a quota number. In 2024, we took action, and it was my motion at the time to raise the quota range on the 920 tag, which still included at that point Region 3, raise that quota range up to 7,500. And my stated purpose at that time of doing that was And my purpose today is that the 920 tag, which is now going to be good in everything but Region 3, is an opportunity tag, and it's an archery only tag. And now with our when you choose that tag as an archer and you draw that tag, you're not putting in for rifle. You're not competing with anyone else or any other tags. So from my perspective, and my argument in 24 was that every single, especially resident that puts in for that tag, should get that tag when they put in for it. And so I wanted to make sure that the quota number fit, and that's why I had raised that quota range to 7,500. The number hasn't changed. I believe we stayed at 5,600 in total for the last several years. And so my amendment today, or my proposal today, is even with the exclusion of Region 3, I would like to raise the quota on LPT 900-20 to 7,000, up from the 5,100 that the department's recommending. Again, with the express purpose of making sure that every hunter that puts in, and again, this is the entire rest of the state. We're talking about millions of acres and large antelope populations and hunters spread out.
Okay, so is that your, Brian?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission change the department's proposal for LPT 920 from a quota of 5,100 to a new quota of 7,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Burrows seconded it. Okay. Did you send the language to Eric?
No, I did not.
Do you have that, Eric? Are we able to put our amendments on a screen here?
All of the other amendments, this one, no.
Okay.
But I believe I have Mr. Siebel's language.
Okay. Do you want to read it back just to make sure, please?
The motion was to have the commission change the department's proposal to the quota range in LPT 900-20 from 5,100 to 7,000. Is that correct, Mr. Siebel?
That's correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Right. Thank you. Is there any questions or comments on this? Commissioner Burrows.
This is a question for Brian on this. So this is correct. This is a limited tag, 7,000, but it's an archery only tag for antelope in these areas, which I've never hunted, but I assume it's pretty hard. So to me, I don't think giving more opportunity to every resident who wants this archery tag, the opportunity, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. I think if we were opening it up more for rifle potentially, but I don't know, you guys probably know more, and Brian obviously does, than I do about archery hunting for antelope in these regions. But I think it's a good amendment to get residents this tag if they apply for it.
Vice Chair Walsh, did you have a question?
Thanks, Chair Robinson. Mr. Siebel, I'm just curious how you came up with the number 7,000.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Walsh. The 7,000 came from the fact that, well, first of all, I had originally recommended that 7,500 back in 2024 on the upper end of the quota range. And this is effectively removing the 500 from that to get to the 7,000. And the department can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the 7,000, even with the any landowner tags or any non-resident tags would make sure in the past few years that every resident that applied got this tag. So that was where the number came from. So make sure that those previous draw numbers were covered.
Commissioner Wargo, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question, Chair. I guess for the department, do we know what the current application? I think on the when we were looking at the 5,600 total, I'd have to do the mental math or whatever, but I believe the current draw odds are like 86% on the 5,600. So it seems like we'd be overshooting that number slightly. And would we be opening ourselves up to 100% draw odds for non-residents that put in for those tags?
I'm sorry, I was thinking something ahead of that, so I'll pass on that. Commissioner Wargo, I think Brian had an answer there for that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, with my understanding, and I don't have the statistics in front of me, but my understanding is that that the there's been very few people that have been denied. I think it's really close to the current application pressures, and there has been, it's my understanding, and if anybody has any information to the contrary, please let me know. But my understanding is there may have been some people excluded. What we've seen is that a disproportionate number of those have been going to Region 3. And so by limiting the number in Region 3 to 500, we may actually see some people denied the opportunity to hunt in Region 3. But that is essentially the purpose of this amendment, not to deny them, but to regulate that harvest there. It's really difficult to say into the future what hunter behavior will be, but it's likely that the application pressure for the other regions is very likely to be very close to that demand. But I can't promise that.
Any follow-up?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Siebel, go ahead.
To Mr. Wakeling's comment, I think the important part here again is and from my perspective, there'll be people that normally would have hunted 300 Region 3, under this 920 LPT that will be probably not putting in for 300, realizing that it's going to be much more difficult to draw there with competition and putting in for this tag and going elsewhere. So I guess I'd argue that there's a good chance we're going to get more applicants, even moving out of Region 3 and moving to the rest of the state. But again, this is the entire state, rest of the state other than Region 3. I'm actually just pulling up, and I apologize for not having these numbers, but as we sit here, I'm actually pulling up the drawing stats for that 920 tag from 2025.
The drawing.
Quentin, did you have something?
6%. Thank you, Jerry. Sorry for confusion on that previous question. I just asked Commissioner Siebel to confirm the amendment as Brian's put it on the wall right now speaks to the quota range being changed. If it is
No,
okay.
and I guess that's correct. The language, it's an actual quota. I want to set the quota range is already at 7,500 on the upper end for 920. And I'm saying that the department proposed the quota was set at 5,100. I'm proposing we set the quota for 26-27 at 7,000. And looking at this, totals for that tag last year, there were 5,600 applicants for resident applicants with 5,029 successful. So there were over 570 people that residents that were not successful at drawing that tag last year. Just where the numbers were last year, there were 1,300 non-residents and 539 of those. So there were about 800 non-residents non-successful, and about again almost 600 non-residents not successful, or residents, excuse me. So it definitely is not covering 100%.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Burrows.
So Commissioner Siebel, the intent of your amendment initially when I heard you talking was in regards to residents being able to draw the tag. And so maybe I'm missing something, but and I think this follows up a little bit on Commissioner Wargo's question. 5,100 tags issued last year, 600 residents did not draw. I guess my simple mind comes up to 5,700 tags then to ensure that those residents hit that. 7,000 then, are you creating that number to ensure both residents and non-residents have 100% draw? Is that the intent of this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, the number last year was actually 5,600 total because all the regions were combined. And so the numbers I gave you of the 5,600, 5,029 residents were successful. So and then 1,300 residents applied, 530 or non-residents applied, 539 of those were successful. So taking out the Region 3 and those people that are going to be in the application, the 7,000, you have to take into account 10% for non-residents. So that 7,000 only leaves 6,300. So this would leave that, and this is my rough math here, 6,300 tags statewide, mind you, everything but Region 3 for non-residents or for residents and resident landowners, for example. So I think if we want to go, I mean, I'm open to going to 6,500. I think 7,000 is a good number because again, we're talking about 7,000 archery tags in the entire millions of acres in the state and all the rest of the antelope in the state. And with, as you pointed out, relatively low success rate.
So follow up.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, it seems like even based on your numbers that you just ran, we're somewhere around 10% higher than we actually need to have 100% success rate. So somewhere closer to that 6,300 would probably do it.
As I mentioned too, we don't know what's going to happen with people who normally would have hunted Region 3 if they're going to put in for this tag and increase the applicants. So this is speculation. I would recommend that we set it at 7,000 and we could do a mid-year adjustment if there's any concern. But again, this is not a population affecting change. This is an opportunity change for me to make sure that everybody, especially residents and non-residents, including landowners that put in for this tag, which are only going to hunt archery antelope, get this tag.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner or Vice Chair Walsh.
I think this is pardon me, Chair Robinson. I think both comments by Commissioner Wargo and Commissioner Burrows are spot on. I mean, I think if you go through all of the public comment that we received for this season setting period, I'd say one of the highest concern we heard was crowding and excessive non-resident permits. And I think while we have a 10% maximum on non-residents, what we're possibly creating here is a significant overage that will then be allocated to non-residents. So I'd like to see us get to a target number that's closer to what we really think is going to be the case rather than, just in case, an outside number, or set the 7,000 as a range quota, because by the time the drawing's done, it'll be too late. You may have, out of this mix with 7,000, you may have 2x the target of 10% for non-residents.
Madam Chair, just a clarifying question on that. As I understand, right now the quota range, the top end is 7,500. So this is within the quota range for 920. So that's a necessary change of quota range. And just to make sure I understand, and this is a question for Mr. Wakeling, is a non-resident tag limited to 10% of so they would be limited to 700, where there were 1,300 applicants last year and 539 successful. Again, taking Region 3 is in those numbers. Is that 10% the limit, so there can be no more than 700 non-resident tags?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, a couple of points. First, we were talking about what effect this would have on, if we stayed at 5,100, who would get drawn? And based on some quick math, as I understand it, 89% of the residents would get drawn and 41% of the non-residents would get drawn. If we increased the quota, the 10% cap plays a role unless all of the residents are drawn. Once all the residents are drawn, then non-residents would get drawn up to the point that we hit 7,000. If, however, we put this as a first and only choice, which is my understanding of what it is, it would not go to surplus. However, if there were more non-residents, they would be able to be drawn to a greater proportion than the 10%.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
That didn't clarify it for me, Brian.
Then it works.
So what I thought I heard was, yes, we're capped at 10%, and it seemed like you circled back on it because it was first and only choice. So if we have extra tags out that aren't allocated, would those non-residents be exactly as it's written? We change it to 7,000, 100% draw for residents. We have 600 tags left on the table. Are those 600 tags available for non-residents who have applied for that?
Let me try and give an illustration. For example, if there's 1,000 tags, through the draw, 900 of those would be available to residents and 10, they're all available to residents, but no more than 100 would be available to non-residents. Unless there were only 800 applicants from resident applicants, in which case there are 200 left over. And so if there were 175 non-residents that applied, they would get the other 175. There would be 25 left over, but those would not go to surplus. That would be the number of that were sold. So in this example, if we go to 7,000 and there's 5,600 residents that apply, then that would limit, the limitations. As long as there were 1,400 additional non-residents that applied, they would be available to obtain that license. But if there were only 1,300, the 100 left over would not go to surplus.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Burrows.
Clear as mud, Brian. But going back to the intent of this motion for Commissioner Siebel, when we first started, my understanding, or I thought I heard you say, we want to ensure that residents basically have 100% draw on this. Is your intent to also get to 100% for non-residents? Because it looks to me like we can hit 100% of resident applications without going to 7,000 tags.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, yes, that the resident is my focus here, but I also realize that there's non-residents that put in for this. And again, this is the entire state. I'm very open to changing my amendment to reduce that 7,000. It was just the number that I had in mind underneath the current quota range. So if looking at the numbers, if we change that, if we go from 5,100 to 6,100, for example, that would leave with 610 for non-residents would leave about 5,500 for everyone else in the resident side. And I think that would cover, again, we don't know what's going to happen with Region 3 being pulled out, who's going to put in for Region 3, who's going to put in for these other 920 tags. So if that would make the commission satisfy the commission, I would amend my own motion to reduce that 7,000 to 6,100.
And I would second, that would make me more comfortable.
Okay.
And I would second that.
Okay, Madam
good.
Chair, I yes, I amend that, and then I don't know who, I think Commissioner.
It was Commissioner Burrows.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry to make this take so long, Madam Chair, but sausage making.
No, that's what we're here for. So we're going to vote on this before we go out to public comment. Any other comments, questions before we vote on this amendment?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wargo.
Brian kind of hit on that at the end there, that I guess if you look at the population centers in Montana, I mean, I would think a large reason why we're trying to protect what's going on in Region 3 is because a lot of your folks from Kalispell, Missoula, Bozeman are putting in for Region 3. So I guess in the future, I'm from Kalispell. If I was to put in for a 900 tag, I would, just due to length of travel and whatnot, I'm probably going to put in for I have been putting in for this 900 bundle or not bundle or whatever, but I would be putting in for this Region 3 archery tag. So I think that there is, I don't know, I would caution us moving forward because I think there's a real chance that you would still get really high, Region 3 might be at 25% draw odds. But because everybody was putting in for first and only for Region 3, we might be undersubscribed even at the 5,100 because we just don't know how people are going to shake out. So I would just advise an extreme level of caution with this one.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that, Commissioner Wargo's comment. We're talking about millions and millions of acres. And I understand the issue. This to me is such a small fraction, such a low success rate. This is about, again, hunter opportunity, making sure that people that want to put in for this tag and want to hunt archery, because that is a first and only choice for antelope, and it's challenging that they get this tag. I guess if there's any department comment on impacts or population impacts or anything like that, but that's the intent of my amendment.
Any further comments?
Follow up?
Yes.
Chair. Yeah, I guess just in general, if we, when I ran through, I was questioned on the Region 3 stuff and I don't remember the numbers off.
If this isn't Region 3 we're talking about, this is outside of Region 3, this motion.
Okay.
Yep. Any comments or questions on this motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Wargo and Commissioner Brook. Motion passes. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So you're going out for public comment on his amendment and then, but
On everything.
so our vote stands on it, no matter what the public says.
We can go,
Okay.
we can read, when we vote on the amended motion, we can amend. And if we don't make substantial changes, we don't have to go back out for public comment and we can go
Okay.
ahead and vote. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna go out for public comment on the amended, unless there's another amendment. Okay, all right.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, are we doing 1 minute for amendment, public comment or 2?
This is not amendment, public comment. This is the full motion, amended motion, 2 minutes.
Very well, my mistake. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, I mean, go Eric, go ahead and ask all you want today because it's gonna get a little bit crazy. So,
I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you.
yes. Okay, so 2 minutes. This is for the full amended motion. Anyone present who would like to speak to the antelope hunting regulation, season structure, and hunting district boundaries? We have a long day, so if you guys want to speak, go ahead and please make your way up.
Madam Chair, Commission, just for clarification, may I speak also to Commissioner Siebel's amendment in my
Yes.
testimony?
Yep, that's the idea.
Okay.
I want to, just go ahead and speak to the amendments and the original motion that's on the floor.
Thank you. So in brief, thank you very much for your efforts and your service here today, first and foremost. I support all of the items on the agenda except for Commissioner Siebel's amendment.
If you could
Yes,
just state your name.
I'm sorry, yes. My name is Gerald Martin from Bozeman, Montana, and I'm here representing myself. So I support all the the agenda except for Commissioner Siebel's amendment. We're seeing in Region 3 a demonstration that we have had population level effects on the antelope to the lowering of rifle tags in that area. So my main concern is we're talking about adjusting in response to population level effects, but we're also increasing in the rest of the state. So I think it's a very strong possibility we're going to see the same effects in other areas close to population centers of Billings and et cetera and so on. So with the increase in efficiency of archery harvest and when hunters dedicate to a particular permit or a particular season, we are seeing greater success rates than we had in the past. So I would oppose Commissioner Siebel's increase of the license or the permits.
Thank you. Is anyone else present who would like to speak to this? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to this motion? Okay, I think I see a hand raised.
Madam Chair, Kevin Farron.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Kevin Farron, Farron, calling on behalf of the Montana Wildlife Federation once again. We support the biologist recommended proposed quota and quota range changes, creation of new hunting districts, and clarification on the district boundaries. Specifically, want to offer support for the Region 3 pullout from the existing 920 bundle. The justification that FWP provided, the documents definitely paints a clear picture of a disproportionate and unsustainable level of pressure and harvest there in Region 3, which is why we support that change. It's also why we oppose Commissioner Siebel's last minute amendment to increase the 920 quotas, though, claiming that it's just an opportunity tag and that every resident who puts in should get that tag, fails to recognize the realities on the ground and runs counter to the very issues we're seeing in Region 3 and elsewhere, where bios are pointing to 920 archery harvests actually surpassing rifle harvests in some districts. So that's not just an opportunity. It's a real impact to both antelope population numbers and rifle hunting opportunity that follows. As an avid resident hunter, both archery and rifle, I too would like to get guaranteed draw odds for whatever and however I want to hunt, but that's simply not sustainable and not how we should be setting our hunting regulations. And I question if it's appropriate for commission amendments to both set quota ranges, like we did in 2024 with this one, and also the quotas themselves, which we're seeing today. That's what this would do without any backing from the department or regional bios. Finally, going back to that carve out for Region 3, we not only support that, but would encourage and support a similar quota carve out for each of the regions 4 through 7 as well, to allow FWP the ability to adjust regional quotas every 2 years based on population estimates, opportunity, etc. To Mr. Martin's point, who just spoke, a lot has changed with both antelope numbers, tag demand, and importantly, hunter success rates since 1983 when these 900 tags were created. And an updated and more responsive season structure is what's needed, not more and more tags to ensure guaranteed draw odds. That's just not sustainable. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, Jess Wagner.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Okay, Jess, we're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hey, Commissioner Robinson and members of the commission. I'm Jess Wagner. I'm an archery hunter from Lewistown. My comments are kind of caught me off guard. This amendment by Commissioner Siebel. To be honest, I find it kind of crazy that we're the same meeting. We're talking about removing Region 3 from 900 bundle because of excessive harvest, to the degree that they're having to reduce rifle tags because of the archery harvest. We're not, and at the same time, we're talking about increasing the quota statewide. To be honest, it seems insane to me, but I do support removing the existing 900 from Region 3. However, with improvements in archery technology and lower barrier to entry for people getting into archery hunting, I foresee excessive archery harvest happening in the other regions as well. Instead of complicating the regulations, I would recommend that the commission consider aligning archery antelope dates with archery dates for deer and elk. Most archery hunters take advantage of the antelope season because it's the first opportunity archery hunt for the year. And once elk and deer season opens, majority of archery hunters shift their focus to their species. And I think if antelope dates were aligned with deer and elk, or at least closer to the start of deer and elk, that alone would reduce a lot of the archery antelope harvest. And I guess to speak on the comments that it's not an impact to the resource. I mean, archery technology's come a long ways. I rarely hear of an antelope being killed at less than 50 yards anymore. It's more common than it's more than 50 yards. It's getting real popular. It is in fact having a impact on the resource. I agree with expanding opportunity when the resource can handle it, but I think what's happening in Region 3 is evidence enough that it is having an impact. And like was mentioned before, I think we're going to see the same issues around these other population centers if we increase this quota. So strongly against that, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Stephanie Prater.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you guys so much for your service. I am commenting on behalf of the antelope regulations. I am in favor of all of the regulations as listed, but I am against both Commissioner Siebel's amendment to raise antelope archery permits. I am very concerned about the non-resident pressure and selling the oversubscribed or undersubscribed tags to non-residents. The pressure out here is insane on this side of the state. I live in Lewistown, but hunt regions 6 and 7 as well. And just the pressure is crazy. And that it's going against the request to reduce overcrowding on public. And then I'm also against eliminating the let-off rule. I do think that should remain in place. It is very enforceable. It's printed right on the cams. I would rather see the rule stay in place and just be pushed up to 90%, which is what most manufacturers are at. That way it maintains that rule and prevents eventually things getting put in that would have 100% let off, such as crossbows or other mechanisms for bows. That is all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, Josh.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Josh Hernandez. I appreciate you all working on this subject. I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents. I was curious if any consideration had been given to moving the Region 3 to like a mandatory harvest region, so we could have a harvest quota as opposed to a tag quota. I feel like this might accomplish the goal of reducing harvest and moving some of the pressure out of the region. Thank you for your work on this and have a great day.
Thank you. Doesn't look like we have any other hands raised. I didn't check with the in the regional offices if there is anyone. Okay. We're gonna come back to the commission discussion. Commissioner Burrows.
I was comfortable with seconding it for discussion. I think Commissioner Wargo brought up a good point. And that is the dynamic change of Missoula and the west side of the state. Now that we have this Region 3 tag, we don't know what that's going to do. So if we were using the numbers before to get to the 6,100, we don't know how many people are going to be now out of that pool and into the Region 3 pool. And so we could actually see surplus tags based on this. Where I'm going is if we pull too many levers at one time, we could have some unintended consequences. Is there anything that would preclude us from so we pulled the lever to move Region 3 out. If we left the quota at 5,100, it doesn't look to me with the quota range anything that would preclude us from next year coming back and revisiting this or allowing Commissioner Siebel and his biologist to work together to maybe increase that quota next year. They have the quota range. That's my only concern now is we pull 2 levers and we put a bunch of hunters on the landscape that we didn't intend to because of this Region 3 carve out.
So this is a biennial season setting. We have in the past, I guess, changed things in the middle. It's not going to be in the book, right, Brian? I mean, it's already printed for the biennial.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, to Commissioner Burrow's question, and to address Commissioner Siebel's quota recommendation. The quota recommendation resides within a quota range. And so the department has the delegated authority to adjust those permits within that quota range in an off year. And so wherever the commission chooses to set that for this year, we can examine that, and then we could certainly agree in concert with coordination with Commissioner Siebel, take a look at how the performance was this year and make a within range quota adjustment next year without necessitating a return to the commission.
Commissioner Siebel, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess I appreciate that. And I understand as long as we, again, everything we're talking about here is within the quota range. And, but I guess I would also suggest that we could keep the motion as it is and as the whole motion stands and look at that. And if there, again, we're talking about we're talking about 1,000 extra archery tags across the entire state. And so I think, again, I think this is, we're not talking about specific HD. We're not talking about, we're talking about every other region other than Region 3 that has an antelope population. I don't know the statewide total antelope population, but I think we're talking, fairly small amount. But so I guess my recommendation would be that we keep the motion as is, and then if we need to adjust, I don't know why we adjust. I think it's something we revisit again, and if we're vastly out of whack with numbers, then we can talk about it again.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, Chair Robinson, I echo Commissioner Burrow's concerns and no longer support this amendment. But I'm not sure I can change my vote, but I'd certainly encourage you to pull your second. I agree with your comment about pulling too many levers at once. I also don't like the last minute nature of this one.
It's already been passed, but the fact of the matter is that this motion could fail. Excuse me, and we would have to go back to the drawing board of the motion again.
Madam
If
Chair.
you're not willing to, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to hijack the process. Just from the standpoint again of what I'm trying to accomplish, what I was trying to accomplish in 24. If we stayed at 5,600, which is where 920 tags were prior to pulling out 300, that would add 500 tags to the 9, which would be a much lower amount than I was thinking originally, but would still move a little bit in the direction that I was hoping to go, but also not be pulling that lever very far. And I guess I'd be curious if there was agreement on the commission or with my second with Commissioner Burrows for a smaller change like that to get us back, and the 900 stays where it was at before at 5,600, even with the 500 Region 3 takes pulled up.
Comment?
Yeah, Madam Chair. I guess general comment on, I mean, I think this is something that spans not just with archery, antelope and whatnot, archery technology in general. I mean, we have the same rules in place in Montana by and large that we've had my entire life. And, when I started out hunting, it was PSE bows with round wheels. That was like without dependable rangefinders with, effective yardage, of like 30 to 40 yards. And now, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibilities to go out and shoot an antelope at 120 yards with the bow. I mean, that's short range rifle. And this is, I mean, I think very much with the stuff that was justified in the department's recommendation. I think we need to, in general, have a hard look at our archery technology in general and what that archery opportunity is. Like, I mean, if I want to kill
So do you support, or, I mean, where are you sitting on that?
I don't support this as written, sorry.
As suggested, the change?
Correct.
For me, I would definitely be more comfortable with, I think we've taken it from 7,000 down to, if we could get to 5,600, just for the sake of supporting your efforts in an area that's outside of really Region 2 and antelope hunting. I would support it if we could get to 5,600. That's a pretty significant reduction from 7,000 to 5,600. So if it was amended down to 5,600, I could support it.
Commissioner Walsh. Commissioner Siebel, is that what you would like to do?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would amend my amendment. I would amend my amendment, please, to change that 5,100 to 5,600 as the quota.
Is there a second?
And I would hold my second on. Yeah, okay. I would second it. If
okay.
56.
All right. Comments about that? All right. We're going to go to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amending it to 5,600 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Wargo and Commissioner Brooke are no on that. So motion carries. Okay. Is there any, Brian, real quick, we heard comments that we don't have the thought that we don't have the authority for the quota ranges or for setting the quotas. Could you just real quick explain what our authority is on that?
Certainly, Madam Chair. The commission has the authority to set quotas and quota ranges. Previously, probably 2 years ago, the commission would routinely set permits and quota ranges on permits as well. And what the quota range allows, we often hear.
I don't need an explanation of what it is. I just want to know that we have the authority to be doing what we're doing.
You've got the authority.
Thank you.
And Kevin will correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Brooke.
Brian, so the commission does not have authority to regulate the percent of non-resident permits or permits?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, a lot of that is set within statute. And a lot of the method by which it is implemented is set within statute. Statute limits the number of non-resident when it goes to a full draw to 10%. If there are some other broad authorities that the commission has offered, also it's complex, let me put it that way. I see Kevin reaching for the microphone. I think he's probably going to be shorter in his explanation.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Brook, that what Brian said is accurate there. If it's a limited opportunity, that 10% cap comes in. If it's not a limited opportunity, there is no 10% cap.
So there is a study, excuse me, a study bill that's going to be looking at all the non-resident stuff. I think we'll have a better explanation, but I don't think we're gonna solve anything today on the non-resident stuff. But Commissioner Burrows?
Madam Chair, so if it's a limited entry, then it's capped at 10%. So does the commission have any authority then? So the discussion earlier was, and the intent of the motion was to ensure that non-residents receive basically 100% draw, not necessarily worrying about upping that non-resident capacity. Does the commission have the authority to say 5,600 tags, 10% of those to residents, but then if there's any leftover or orphan, what's that?
Non-residents.
Yes, 10% to non-residents, but cap it at that 10% and say anything left on the table will basically be off the table and not then go to non-residents, and cap that at.
So stop the surplus.
Stop the surplus on the antelope tags is basically my question.
Just to, Chair, just a point of clarification, Commissioner Burrows, we're using the word surplus, so I just want to make sure we're all using it in the same way. The 10% cap, it's not more than, it's not a guaranteed 10%, it's not more than. So it's possible to have a drawing where the number of applicants, residents and non-residents combined equal the number of opportunities available in the drawing. And if the way the luck of the drawing falls, it could be that 10% of the non-resident, 10% of the total successfuls are non-residents. It could also be that none of them are, if there were enough, if the drawing fell that way. So it's up to 10%, not a guaranteed 10%. And then surplus is the 10% comes to bear if the number of applicants exceed the number of opportunities being drawn. That's when the 10% comes to bear. If the number of applicants are more or less than the number of opportunities being drawn, then at that point in time, like Mr. Wakeling said, if all the residents are successful, then the non-resident successfuls could continue to go past the 10%. And that's not our typical definition of surplus. The surplus is the next step where all of the applicants get the drawings of the opportunities available, and then the remainder go over the counter sale to whoever comes to the counter, be them non-residents. So I just want to make sure we're talking.
Simplify then, my question would essentially be, can we limit non-resident tag allocation to no more than 10%? Is that a commission authority?
Madam Chair, I would it offer Licensing Bureau Chief Emily Cooper, she may have an explanation.
And I think this is going to apply to all the rest of them that we're talking about too. So, yeah.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Emily Cooper, I'm the licensing chief. So what Kevin and Brian said is correct. That remaining anything over, we'll do the math again really quick. Anything over that 10%, and every resident gets a license. And if there's licenses left over, non-residents could get more than that 10%. That authority lies with an administrative rule. That's how it says that those licenses are distributed after those two conditions are met. All the residents get one, then the non-residents can pick up the remaining ones, and that may exceed the 10%, but only in the circumstances of a limited opportunity. Madam Chair.
What's the process to amend this administrative rule? Is that the whole rulemaking that we have to go through?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's under the Montana Administrative Procedures Act. So that would be a separate process.
Not going to happen today. So go ahead.
There is some history. I'm going to speak as much to legal as the rest of the room and online. There is history with mountain lion licenses of having two drawings, a non-resident that reflects the percentage and then the resident drawing as well. That's another part of that percentage. There's also another conceptual way to do it, and I would look to Emily Cooper, and that is to have a qualitative description of the number of licenses, and that is set at the number of applicants such that not more than 10%, such that 10% go to the non-residents, and working that math. So you would set a qualitative description of the total and then and you could figure, I don't know if I'll stop there, fearful that I'm making it worse. We've not done that in the past. Like I say, we've done some of the mountain lion stuff, but we haven't done that second option. Again, looking to legal and Emily, if we can think about how that would work. Chair.
I feel like, go ahead.
It sounds like that description is exactly what we were looking for, is this qualitative analysis of 100% of residents can obtain this limited permit archery and 10% non-residents of that number. And if that was a way to do it, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Siebel, but I thought that's what he was going for in his description of this amendment was, we want all those residents to obtain this permit. And I would like to see us not flood the area with non-residents if we can. And the only way we could do that was through this qualitative description.
Chair.
Go ahead.
It is a challenge because you don't know if the folks, so then you invite more applicants, and if you're not careful, then you have essentially a description that allows an unlimited resident subscription. It's a challenge.
100% of the number though.
Well,
I mean, it's not
yeah.
limited. Yeah.
At some point, yeah, you'd need to anchor it to a total number that you would not exceed.
I guess I'm not really sure that we can get through that today, but that's something that would be interesting to look into on what options we do have. And because I think that's a lot of the thing too, is we don't know what exact options we have. But Commissioner Burrows, are you looking for something for today?
Nope, just along for the ride right now.
Any other comments on this amended motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead. Commissioner Burr.
is there a way to limit when non-residents can begin the hunt? Like we did with birds?
We didn't do it with birds though, did we? Legislature did.
The legislature did it with, so we can't extend that to any of these seasons that we have before us today?
I'll just chime in here. It's a glancing response, not a direct one. I apologize, Chair and Commissioners, but the sequence that resulted in the legislature adjusting the dates for non-residents versus residents or relative to resident started with the commission conversation to do the same thing. And that commission, in that forum, it was recognized that the legislative forum was a better venue for that sort of determination. So that's just speaking to history, setting a little bit more substance in the context of precedent.
Well, there was a lot of public comment that's asking the commission to do that on a lot of the seasons to alleviate the hunting pressure. And I think that's what you're hearing from us today, is we are getting a loud and clear message that we need to do something with the hunter pressure. So any tools that we have available to us, it would be really helpful.
Chair, if I may, Commissioner Brook, appreciate that. Understand where the conversation's coming from. It prompts me to add one of the commissioners referenced a sudden appearance of this idea, this conversation, for want of a better way to put it. I only reference that because for the legislative action on the pheasant, we are now engaged in a lot of conversations about how that's going to fall on the landscape, and that's proven to be a challenging conversation. Not saying yes or no to moving forward, just there's a lot that comes after that decision as landowners think about non-resident family members, et cetera, et cetera. So not trying to disparage the idea, just it's that decision has only really started the conversation of implementation and people putting together what that decision means for individual circumstances on the ground. Chair, Commissioner Brooke.
Thank you.
Any other further comments? All right, I'm going to go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Wargo and Commissioner Brooke. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, let's move into Bighorn Sheep, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the department, a couple of little updates kind of on some of the things that have come up with Bighorn Sheep in past commission meetings. And these are not things that the commission needs to take action on, but just to keep the public informed as we go forward with this. Some of the question that has come before the commission before deals with the allocation of bonus points and how bonus points are accrued, especially dealing with how applicants for the unlimited licenses have been able to get a license every year and still be able to accrue bonus points. The department has addressed that, and in the next year, they will only be available through the draw. It will not be a something that can be purchased over the counter. The other question that has come before the department is trying to make a educational video available and making it mandatory. We are pursuing that video. Our intent is to make that available voluntarily this year. And we are looking to move forward with that and make it mandatory in the future. So that's just a quick update on that. Overall, some relatively minor, again, hunting district changes, trying to keep things straight there. Going from some of either sex within Region 1 to any RAM, and then making that pretty much the standard for the state. Few quota adjustments, but unless the commission has any further questions, I won't elaborate on any of those.
Okay. Any questions for Brian?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Siebel.
Mr. Wakeling, I guess you brought up something we saw a lot of public comment on do we still have regions that on the draw tags that are either sex versus any RAM?
It's my understanding that I think we've gone to legal RAM virtually statewide right now.
Any RAM?
Any RAM, I'm sorry, you're absolutely correct. Thanks for catching me.
Okay. I just wanted to double check because I want to make sure we didn't have, because any RAM, I was just going to read through the proposals here. Because I'm still seeing, for example, like in 680 and 482, that the hard to draw tags are either sex. I don't know how often that's happening, but the question of why we even have either sex tags and are allowing you harvest with that tag, or even allowing it was a question that came up a lot in public comment. And I guess I'd like you to comment on that.
Yeah,
there does appear to be some either sex tags left in those regions.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, thanks again for catching me on that. In those instances, what we routinely see is a high proportion, extremely high proportion of the harvest is RAM. But those are also the units you pointed out, those hunting districts are also areas where we still allow for some limited ewe harvest. And so we're able to manage that as a hunting opportunity and provide that opportunity. It's part of this factored into the harvest, and we're able to go forward with that biologically as we perceive it.
Madam Chair, follow up.
Go ahead.
Would you see any issue with the idea, especially, and I see there's several, reading through this is the department's proposals, there's several either sex, and I won't ask about amendments yet, but either sex in Region 4 as well. What would be the impact if we changed all the either sex bighorn sheep tags that are either sex to any ram, outside of the ones that are legal ram, but any ram instead of either sex?
If we, as I understand the question, if we move from an either sex to an any ram, biologically, we would not anticipate any negative impacts as a result of that. Yeah, I think that would be the response from the department.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion for the base motion if somebody would like to make it.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve one, changes identified in the Bighorn Sheep Regulation mock-up to include opportunities, season dates, quotas, and quota ranges as presented by the department, and two, all other Bighorn Sheep regulations contained in the 2025 regulations, except for those affected by regular calendar rotations, unless addressed in some other proposal to be adopted for the 2026 and 2027 Bighorn Sheep hunting seasons and districts.
Is there a
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Wargo has a second on that one. All right. Commissioner Wargo, I think you have an amendment if you'd like to go ahead with that. I guess
Yeah,
before
can I
you do that, can I, there was on your sheets, there was an amendment from Commissioner Walsh that said it was supposed to be under antelope and it will be under deer. So go ahead, Commissioner Wargo.
Madam Chair, thank you. Can I start with a question for Mr. Wakeling?
You bet.
Mr. Wakeling, I guess in my amendment, I speak to 622 and that this amendment was kind of, as a response to some public outreach that I received, and I didn't get to close the loop completely on the status of 622. Can you speak to how many sheep are potentially remaining in 622? And then I guess I don't know if the department is there yet, but would the department be looking to do removals of the remaining sheep to cleanse that population and start afresh, or would moving forward we would be trying to supplement that existing population?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, very good questions, and they're not easy answers. At this point, we don't really know what the best strategy is going to be to move forward. If there are very low numbers, it may be prudent to do a total removal and then look at trying to do a restart of the population. That's something that we've employed before in the Tiandois, you're probably well aware. But we also don't know at this point in time, and I'll defer to Region 6 to respond with a little bit more detail on what we know about the population currently. And so, Scott, I don't know if you're available to respond to that.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Wargo, Scott Thompson. I'm the Region 6 Wildlife Manager based in Glasgow. Our most recent aerial survey of 622, we observed 5 bighorn sheep rams. Subsequently, we have asked elk hunters that have hunted that district to report their sheep. And through those reports, we estimate roughly 20 sheep potentially. And then we will revisit the district in February with another aerial survey to get a better sense of what's left and what our potential next steps might be. And of course, health sampling will be a necessary next step to understand how we approach building the population back up.
Go ahead.
Follow up. I think I appreciate that. Probably more of a legal question on the way I have my amendment written. I guess, can we leave things open to the discretion of the department that if there are removals that are warranted, that those removals are issued in a drawing to hunters versus the department just going in and taking care of that? Or do we need to come up with like a set number quota at this time?
Go either one of you.
Chair, thank you, Commissioner Wargo. Just a little bit of substance, a little different than the legal question. If we did do that, I think we would be, just for context awareness, we would be first inclined to do what we did in the Tendoys, which was actually a very widely available opportunity for hunters to go in first, not through a drawing, but over the counter purchase. Just saying that, and I'm inclined to think here that we would be inclined to do the same thing in that situation.
Okay, so we wouldn't necessarily limit ourselves from that opportunity if I didn't include that extra language. There are other avenues to take that approach.
Correct. And again, it would be that, I think our first look would be that specific avenue would be looking at how the Tendoys went. Vigorous engagement from the public when they saw that opportunity.
Okay.
Yes. If I hit the question, Commissioner Wargo, Chair, thank you.
You did.
Commissioner Wargo,
I'd like to make a motion.
go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment to the proposed 2026 and 2027 Bighorn sheep hunting regulations, season structures, and hunting district. Amend the Bighorn sheep license quotas as follows. 250-20 any ram from 0 to 1, 680-30 adult ewe from 5 to 1, 680-31 adult ewe from 15 to 1. And just for clarification, based off of that last statement there, I'm going to disregard or remove what I had in my amendment.
Okay.
For the last.
I second.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siebel. Okay, do you want to speak to your amendment then?
Yeah, I think just in the process of reaching out to, a number of constituents and hearing from hunters and, folks at Wild Sheep, I think that, this amendment is just, I'm putting this forward, speaking specifically to the sheep populations in 680. Just want to leave the door open to potential transplant of sheep from 680 to 622 if needed. I do understand that there is, maybe some AMOVI in that sheep population to where that wouldn't maybe be the first option for the department to pull sheep from that herd. But I guess if those sheep end up getting, coming home with a hunter, then that option is 100% off the table. So that was just kind of an abundance of caution, just given the state of sheep in Montana. And then also just hearing that there are in that 250 district, that there are a few sheep still. And I guess if it's one of those things that I think there's a lot of concern or a lot of thought to want to get that sheep population reestablished in 250. But if that's going to go away anyway, I would just assume that hunters be part of that process as that sheep population goes away, because I don't think one tag is going to be on a ram is going to be what makes or breaks the success or failure of that sheep population. So have a think.
Thank you. Eric, do you have a way to strike the bottom two lines? Those were not part of the amendment.
Madam Chair, do you want them completely removed or just stricken?
Just strike them, please, because they were released to the public. Any comments or questions about go ahead, Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair, I'm supportive of the 250 amendment. I think that, we've stayed in contact with both our biologists and the lone tag holders in that area. They have been successful. In fact, I was getting pictures of the sheep over the last few years that we've harvested out of 250. They're a tough herd to get on, but 250 is a predator pit, and we are going to lose our sheep herd if we don't go in there and get after mountain lions. So hopefully we can have some efforts by houndsmen and others, and hopefully wild sheep will get involved and we can figure out a way to get after those mountain lions up in that area. But I think there needs to be one additional amendment to the 250 besides just allowing the one tag. I think we need to amend the boundary, because right now the 250 hunting district for sheep is isolated to just that Painted Rocks area. It's bound by Nez Perce South and West Fork West. I think we need to increase that to the entire 250 legal description that's for deer or elk. There are some, I haven't seen them and been on them, but I've heard, I think from both our biologists, and my understanding is correct, and some hunters familiar with that area, there are some sheep in that high Nez Perce area that go over in Idaho, and we could take some of that pressure off just the sheep around Painted Rocks, and we could get back into that high country and not put all the pressure on that. So I would like to,
Hold on. So it's Ian's amendment. And so we're talking about that one unless Ian, you're willing to take that on.
I guess just procedure wise, can he, since it isn't the,
Separate amendment.
maybe just so I don't garble his language. I mean, I would be happy to make a friendly amendment or to entertain that, but I don't want to mess up.
I would
Jeff's
make a
situation.
separate amendment. We are going to vote on these before we go out. Because there's very few of them. So, okay, if you want us to do a separate amendment.
all right, so I would move to amend the 250 bighorn sheep hunting district to match up or follow the legal description for the deer and elk legal description.
You're gonna have to help Eric probably get the wording right. Is there a second first?
A second.
Commissioner Brooks, second? Yeah.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
Just, with my amendment, does that need to get voted on prior to?
It will just the order of how they were
Okay.
presented.
Did we second your amendment?
Yes. Actually, you,
I did.
No, I seconded Jeff's.
I seconded Commissioner Margot's amendment.
oh yeah. I'm right in.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting for language, can I ask a question? Some of the public comments talked about limiting the RAM, like on this, limiting it to a older RAM. What do you think about that? Is there any benefit to the population by taking any RAM versus an older RAM?
I think personally, I think it would be another layer of complexity that.
Well, it's just,
I don't know.
It's just one RAM.
Yeah.
Not very
I think it's
complex.
Still, well, I guess just, because that would be a standalone, would it just be legal RAM at that point, or? I don't know what the definition of old RAM it would be with our current regulation structure.
Brian?
Yeah, Madam Chair, a couple of questions I would ask. First, in response to the question about whether or not it should be an older RAM or any RAM. Biologically, they have the same influence. Typically, the younger rams are more likely, they've got a higher mortality rate anyways. Up until you get to a point to a really old, then they start dropping off. And my understanding is that it might make this an extremely difficult hunt for a hunter that did draw the license. One question I would have for the region with the boundary change, whether or not that would have any influence on any other neighboring boundaries, or whether or not it's standalone would be able to be implemented. Just looking to clarify so that we don't, a lot of the boundary changes that are before you today are because we've either got parts of the state that are not in a hunting district or parts of the state that are in two hunting districts. And so we're trying to make sure we've got those lined up correctly. And so I'd like the region to weigh in on whether or not that boundary change would have any influence.
She's in the room.
Oh. Perfect.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Liz Bradley. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for Region 2 out of Missoula. We don't have a problem with the boundary change. It actually does make sense if we are going to keep that tag, as Commissioner Burrows said, to expand that to the sheep boundary unit, to the full unit, to give a little bit more opportunity to fill that tag in a broader area, with the goal being that hopefully that hunter would have a good opportunity to harvest a mature ram.
Commissioner Burrows?
So one more thing I did, our Bitterroot biologist is driving now, but I did get, hopefully not texting and driving, but she did text me and say that she'd be okay with the legal ram. And sorry, I guess I shouldn't say my biologist because apparently somebody was offended by that. So it's the Bitterroot biologist, which is crazy, but another issue. She said she would be okay with the legal ram, but it definitely decreases the chance of hunter success. So I don't think I would want to support a legal ram. You draw that once in a lifetime tag. You find a ram, it's a hard area to hunt, but you don't find a legal ram. I'd hate to see somebody not harvest a ram in there because we put the legal ram definition on it. So my suggestion would be to keep it at any ram.
Madam Chair, that was just a question. I had no intention of amending your amendment,
It's all right. We're learning.
at least now.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Siebel.
yeah, just a clarification. I'm sorry, the lady from Region 2 that just came up, the wildlife manager, I missed her name. Just want to make sure, so the expansion of the unit, to Mr. Wakeling's question, does not change any other boundaries of any other sheep districts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great, thank you.
All right,
Make
thank
sure I heard
you.
that.
Any other questions? Who do we got talking?
Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
If we're doing multiple amendments, I guess I wanted to throw out something to the commission for discussion. Just a quick discussion before I work to make an amendment. I wanted to throw out the idea of changing any of the limited draw areas for bighorn sheep that are currently either sex to any ram. There was, as I mentioned, a lot of public comment. I'm curious. I want to throw that for discussion before there was any motion, if that was something that the commission thought was a good idea.
Commissioner
Because
Burrows.
right now, yeah, go ahead.
I think I'd be supportive of that amendment if it was made, Commissioner. I don't know why we would, I guess I don't know why somebody other than having that once in a lifetime tag would not harvest a ram on that unless you just couldn't find anything. And I can't speak for everybody, but for me personally, I guess if I couldn't harvest a ram, I'd probably rather eat it than harvest a ewe, but that's just me personally.
Any other feedback?
Yeah, I guess I would echo that sentiment, but you know, I mean, if we are having it, yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me on how many, you know, ewes are getting harvested on those either sex opportunities. But I think for, you know, the next hunter that comes along, I mean, if you struck out on a ram, I personally think it would be, if we are concerned, I mean, we're, you know, down into 1s and 2s on a lot of these things. So I'd hate to remove a ewe from an area. So I would support that logic.
Brian, do you have any statistics on the harvest of a ewe on either sex tag?
Madam Chair, I don't have anything specific. And Scott Thompson, I might defer to you since it's within your region. If you have any specific concerns.
Oh. Chair Robinson, I don't have any specific concerns in our history over the last 20 years. I can recall one ewe that was harvested on an either sex license, and it's so the change does not have any biological effect.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Brooke.
I'm just wondering, Brian, Commissioner Siebel, sorry. So you're saying only any ram, and what about some of these districts where we actually have either sex and also adult ewe? Are we saying we don't want to do any?
No, Madam Chair and Commissioner Brooke, no, that I just responded to public comment on the question, and there's several areas now as I look at the proposal from the department that are limited draw tags that are either sex, and those typically are going to be difficult draw areas, and you know, really targeting rams, but there's several areas that still say either sex. So this is only specifically speaking to those limited draw, hard to get, tags that are typically, and it sounds like mostly filled with rams over the years. And it was just a question to the commission, whether does it even make sense to allow you harvest on those tags, especially when we're concerned about overall sheep populations in most of these hunting districts. And I think we all want to see more sheep opportunities in the state.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Brooke?
Yes, thank you.
Are you going to bring forward an amendment?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess we heard from 600 that I mean, statistically, it's not really important. So this is kind of a, whether it's a change that we're just doing. But I guess my motion would be that I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission amend the department proposal for bighorn sheep for the 26-27 hunting season to change any LPT for bighorn sheep that is limited draw and currently either sex to any ram in the description.
Second.
Okay.
In the opportunity study.
Commissioner Lane seconded it. Okay. Any other comment? Okay, we're gonna vote on these amendments. We'll start in order of Ian's first, which is amendment number 9. Any questions before we go for a vote? Could you pull that up, Eric, or are you still typing on the other one?
I'll come back to the other one, Madam Chair.
Well, everybody has that one in their hand. So all those in favor of amendment number 9 signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, the second amendment. Commissioner Burrows, did you have a chance to look at the language that Eric had up on the screen?
No, I didn't.
Okay, we should just leave those up on the screen. Eric, one. Does that look correct?
I think so, and I guess I would go back to our regional biologist and ask if is there anything that just following the deer and elk legal description for 250, is that what we're looking for in some of those discussions that we had about allowing that hunting on that little higher up the Nez Perce on those bighorns up there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, it could be easier just to say you're expanding it to the bighorn sheep 250 unit, which aligns with the deer and elk unit. Does that make sense? So the limitation as it reads in the regs for the tag right now in 250 is valid in portion of the hunting district south of Nez Perce Road and the West Fork Road. So you would just be making it good in the entire
So we
unit,
could just
correct?
say all of the 250
Yep.
bighorn sheep hunting
Bighorn,
district.
yep.
Okay. That simplifies it, I
Okay,
think.
so I think Eric needs your language. How do you want to put
So
it?
I move that the Fish and Wildlife,
We already got, we'll just correct the language a little bit.
okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
amend the 250 bighorn sheep hunting district. It's to allow the tag in the entire 250 bighorn sheep hunting district. Because apparently from what Ms. Bradley just said, apparently there is a 250 bighorn sheep hunting district that is the entire deer and elk hunting district as well. We just limited the tag to a subsection of that district. And what we're saying is we're gonna remove that subsection out of there that says,
So he needs your, does that
Ma-
look right? Or it could say a line.
Madam Chair, I've got that language up on my screen. If Commissioner Burrows would allow, I think I could help him with that.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so currently they have 0 and we've added back 1 to 250. And what was originally in the description that was stricken when it was removed, it said valid in portion of HD South and Nez Perce Road and West Fork Road. So I suggest when we bring back 250, that language that's currently stricken because it was deleting the entire opportunity remains stricken. And I believe that's what Commissioner Burrows is talking about, to remove that geographic description for that specific LPT 250.
Yes. It would basically be to remove the geographic description of valid in portion of hunting districts south of Nez Perce Road and west of West Fork. So I think that captures it.
Eric.
How do you change that to geographic limitation?
Okay.
Sorry, it's not my memo.
Okay. Is that clear enough for staff to understand that?
Chair, I wonder if it's, I wonder what the table thinks about. I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission amend the 250-20 LPT opportunity to remove the current geographic limitation. Because as I read it, it's more about that LPT's valid area than the boundary of the unit itself. To remove the current, to amend the 250-20. Well, I'll get out of the way.
Eric needs to catch up with you on that.
Well, he put what we were talking about last time.
Right.
But to Mr. Kujala's point, this is specifically under LPT 250-20, which we're restoring. So that's all I'd suggest is you amend the LPT 250-20. And you can get rid of the word HD.
Clear enough for staff? Okay. All right. I think we can just, you had the motion, Commissioner Brooke. Are you good with the
Yes.
language change? Okay.
Yes. A second.
All right. Any questions before we vote on that one? Okay. All those in favor of Commissioner Burrow's amendment signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, so we need Commissioner Siebel's amendment. Can you see that, Commissioner Siebel?
Yes, I can. And I would ask the staff if that, the intent is that any current limited draw, any current LPT that's a limited draw that has an opportunity of either sex be changed to any round.
Any round.
Legal round.
No, any round. Because right now it's any round or any U, and now this would just be any round. So to any round.
That makes sense.
Yes, we can work with that. Thank you.
Commissioner Lane, you were the second one on that. Are you comfortable with that language?
I am.
Okay.
Bighorn districts that are. I think there's a typo in there.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions on this one? Commissioner, Vice Chair Walsh.
No, just ready to
Oh,
vote.
okay. Okay. All right. Actually, okay, so all those in favor of this amendment signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. So though all three of those amendments are part of the Bighorn sheep hunting regulations that the motion that will go out for public comment. So anyone present who would like to speak to this? Anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to this motion? Okay, it looks like we have one person. No, okay. Yeah, whoever's online that would like to speak, make sure you raise your hand so I can tell. Ty Stubblefield, if you would like to go, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for your time. Ty Stubblefield, Executive Director from Montana Wild Sheep Foundation. We support, I'll keep it short and sweet. We support the broad spectrum of changes to the bighorn sheep regulations, specifically support Amendment number 9 and Amendment number 19. We do understand that in the conversation, there's a lot of nuances to moving sheep, but generally are in support of moving sheep rather than killing ewes. So there are a lot of complex issues that follow along with that, and we want to be involved in that process and be a valid and valuable partner in that process. On Amendment number 19, a quick poll of my board, because this amendment came here during this meeting, we would go as far as supporting a legal ram definition across the board for any draw units, draw hunting districts. Any ram is great, but legal ram would be better from our vantage point. And that is all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kevin Farren, if you'd like to go, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you again. I'll try to be brief. We support the biologist recommended proposed quota and quota range changes, the changes of either sex bighorn to ram only in regions 1, 210, and 214. We support Commissioner Siebel's amendment to make all either sex sheep permits rams only. You know, as Mr. Wakeling said, the likelihood that either sex bighorn license holders are targeting the likelihood that they're targeting rams anyway, but this change would, you know, offer some assurances that ewes are not being taken by these either sex permit holders, you know, perhaps on the last day of the season, for example. Regarding Commissioner Wargo's amendment to change some of the quotas in 3 specific districts, you know, our written comments actually supported the closure in HD 250, but after further information and conversation coupled with Commissioner Burrow's boundary change proposal, it certainly seems that allowing one ram license to continue may be sustainable. In 680, specifically, given the recent die-offs in the neighboring units, you know, we too, like Montana Wild Sheep, would prefer to see FWP explore some sheep transplant options as opposed to, you know, liberal ewe tags. And so we would support Commissioner Wargo's amendments. You know, we know it's not always possible to do these transplants. Certainly not feasible to do management like that for elk, for example, but sheep are certainly one species where transplants have been shown to be effective. And there are many conservation groups in Montana, including MWF, including Montana Wild Sheep that you just heard from, and plenty of others who stand ready to assist in these efforts. And just want to point that out there. And thank you all again for the conversations and the proposals here.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I don't see any other hands raised.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
sorry for the interruption. Could you confirm who seconded amendment number 9? That was Commissioner Wargo's.
Yep,
first.
Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay, any questions before we go to a vote? All those in favor of the amended motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, we're gonna take just a short break, come back by 11. So, yep, 9 minutes.
It was an interesting thought for a second. I saw some of the names or something, but interesting. Faulty. Nice. That's fine. Very fine. Yeah. All right, Chair. I'm saying, how the range goes. I could imagine. I want to do that. Yeah. Whether, I don't know if you need either. That is other thing. I already wrote this. Oh, yeah. That helps a lot. But hey, you guys take off my friend and it's hard to be. That's it. Yeah, I've never used that job. Yeah. Yeah. Why not? Maybe that's closest. Take it up whatever he did.
Let us hormone, like,
Yeah.
it's the truth.
Yeah, we were kind of in the way.
How are ya?
Yeah. Good imagine. A lot of work. Yeah. Oh. A lot of acres. That's a lot. And my buddy Hans, like, I sold out and I'm gonna shut it. Okay. He wants me to go up there. Let's go. I don't even know. I would go to that.
How are you?
Yeah. No, but I think, yeah. Right.
Worse is when you have to travel either on teams or like coffee.
Hey. Well, yeah. What we did,
That's what we
did
did.
right.
Yeah,
right here.
absolutely. Well, give me, if you can figure it out. No, it's fine or. Middle school.
How many? Are they commenced? No.
No, one is 14.
That's cool.
I wondered if you guys knew the early start, because I went at breakfast at 6:30 and then I left at 7. I'm like, I don't see anybody.
They have the same beer in the building.
Eric might have something, who knows? Oh, yeah. I think it's this floor. I think it's this floor.
Let's see. You know, we're about to start.
Clicking on that.
I can no longer use this AI assistant because it's, you get the test at 4 times. It's so valuable in terms of, you know, asking queries. You can go in and say, how many oppose?
So you're gonna have to talk to IT.
I did, but I need your help pushing them because that's hard to move.
Gonna need probably, yeah, okay, but not, yep,
I-
okay,
My point is, it's a time saver for us.
yeah, right?
Microphones are hot.
All right, we're gonna get started again. If everybody could please be seated. If everybody could please be seated or go out to the hall, please. Go ahead, Brian. Let's start with Black Bear. No, Bison.
Okay.
Skip Bison.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The next item up for commission consideration is the regulations, season structures, and hunting district boundaries for bison. Essentially, there's only very minor changes that the department's recommending. Those changes essentially adding a quota range to the 38520 license and also extending the season so that they end at the end of February. Both of those are designed to tailor the hunt so that they actually achieve the best harvest that we possibly can. That concludes my presentation. Any questions you have?
Any questions on Bison?
Madam Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Siebel, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve 1, changes identified in the bison regulation mock-up to include opportunities, season dates, quotas and quota ranges as presented by the department, and 2, all other bison regulations contained in the 2025 regulations except for those affected by regular calendar rotations unless addressed in some other proposal to be adopted for the 2026 and 27 bison hunting seasons and districts.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Walsh got the second on that one. Any
Ju-
questions? Oops. Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, just to clarify, this one also doesn't say anything about hunting district boundaries in the motion that we were given. Is that just to make sure there's no changes of those being proposed, Mr. Wakeman?
No changes are proposed for bison.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. I'll go out for any public comment. Is anyone here in the room who would like to comment on the bison amendment? I mean, not amendment. It's in my brain. Is there anyone at the regional offices that would like to speak to the motion? Anyone online? Does not look like it. Okay. Is there any, I'm just going to give you one more chance for any comments or questions. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, at the risk of having my sarcasm sound condescending, see how easy it is when everybody just agrees with us. We'll move on to black bears. Most of the changes, the primary changes deal with boundary changes. We have a couple proposing the elimination of the fall archery quota. We don't routinely see in most units see those fall archery quotas get achieved, and it's just an administrative kind of challenge. We did have one hit this year, but it's routinely doesn't affect the overall take much. We are recommending a permitted hunt for this spring within Region 5 for a couple of our units. Discussion with the public, and this is another one that kind of through the scoping process we came around to this idea. Just kind of thinking that in Region 5 there's a few places where it's been challenging to hunters have noted that it's challenging to access bears at higher elevations because they don't come out until after. With that, the access to the higher elevation stuff is limited, and the harvest objective is often met before that point. And so, looking at the possibility of adding a permitted hunt here, it's kind of a pilot project, and with that, just a few quota adjustments. Certainly, be willing to answer any specific questions or have a regional staff respond to that.
Okay. I would entertain a motion. We want to just get that on the table.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve one, changes identified in the black bear regulation mockup to include opportunities, district boundary changes, season dates, quotas, and quota ranges as presented by the department, and two, all other black bear regulations contained in the 2025 regulations except for those affected by regular calendar rotations, unless addressed in some other proposal to be adopted for the 2026 and 2027 black bear hunting season and districts.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. All right, any questions on the initial motion before we move into amendments? Can I, Commissioner Siebel, how many amendments do you have?
I just have two, Madam Chair,
Okay, thank you.
and I would say they'd be brief, but I don't know.
At this moment, you have to. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and move into your first amendment, which can you
Yes.
see? Okay.
Yes, I can see that. Yes, Madam Chair, I move that the Fish Wildlife Commission adopt the following. Well, let me explain first. This is, as Mr. Wakeling pointed out, we actually had BMU 520 filled within 2 days, filled the 20% archery quota on our limited quota in that area. And so my intent here was to reinstate the quota. for archery, but increase it to 30% from 20%. And again, this is to leave opportunity in that area for during the rifle season. And so my motion is for an amendment. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment to the proposed 26-27 black bear hunting regulations, season structures, hunting district boundaries, and that is retain the archery black bear fall subquota and all BMUs with harvest quotas, but increase the quota percentage allowed from 20% to 30%.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Second was Commissioner Lane. Any questions or discussion on this?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brook.
Commissioner Siebel, how many bear management units will be affected by this amendment?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brook, obviously any bear management unit with a quota, and I believe that's in Region 5 and now in newly with the base recommendations also now in Region 4. And it would apply that 30% to any of the BMUs that have a limited quota, whether it be a female quota or an overall harvest quota. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, Mr. Wakeling.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think Commissioner Siebel is largely correct. I believe it's essentially 4 and 5 primarily. Without looking at the regs, I'm not sure about 6 and 7, but it's primarily an eastern part of the state.
Thank you. One more question,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Siebel, so I'm just going to ask you this question every single time that we're increasing the quota. What does this mean for non-resident pressure?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brook, with regards to the amendment on the floor, this doesn't change anything with regards to the quota.
Okay.
This is only changing. This is the archery sub. Correct. This is only changing the amount allowed. The season would shut down after archers reach a certain amount of the quota that's already there, and then the rest would be left over for rifle season. It does not change the quota for anybody.
Okay.
It's like a sub quota kind of.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Commissioner Wargo?
I don't know, throw in maybe just to clear something up. Right now, a non-resident, it's just a general opportunity that anybody can buy a black bear tag. So the quotas limit the harvest that occurs, but not the opportunity.
Okay. Do you want to move to your next amendment, Commissioner Siebel?
Yes, Madam Chair. The next amendment, again, and this goes to the heart of what Mr. Wakeling brought up, that and I'll address this now, that we did add, this was based on public input, something we've worked on, or I've worked on with the Region 5 staff, a lot of input from the public to we last year, if you recall, we created, or 2 years ago, excuse me, I helped create BMU 530, which was split off from 520. It was Upper Boulder. We started that BMU season way later than the rest, and with the intent and the hope that we would be able to harvest some older male bears before, and be able to do that because we opened so late, and especially in that high country. That turned out it did not work, and so because that quota filled very, very quickly again and hit the female subquota. So we what is recommended this year in the base proposal is that 530 is gone. It's all rolled into 520 again. That entire quota, the female subquotas of 520 are back in 520. And then what we've done is created those special tag that's just 10 special draw tags on top of that are good anytime in the fall and spring and not subject to any of the quotas. So again, this is now it's going to be a tag that a hunter can carry and be able to be very, very selective about which bear they shoot, and whether it's archery or muzzleloader or during rifle season, and be selective about that. And our hope and our expectation is that we will get a good response and get a good older male harvest in the area, which is what we've been targeting. So the purpose of this amendment, and I'll say that, is to add a bonus point system. I'm very, I saw the department's response. I'm very convinced that this tag isn't going anywhere. We've had great public response, at least from what I've heard, and I believe what Region 5 has heard. Great public response and excitement about this. So what this motion will do, this amendment, would be to actually create the bonus point system for black bear and make sure it applies this first year, because I think this is going to be a sought after tag. So with that, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment to the proposed 26-27 black bear hunting regulations, season structures, and hunting district boundaries, That's allow for hunters to purchase and accrue bonus points for any limited draw black bear permits, including the department's proposed LPTs 510-20 and 520-20 pursuant to the provisions of NCA 87-117.
There's a second. Okay, Commissioner Lane, thank you. Discussion? Commissioner Burrows?
And I'm not opposed to the motion, but one of the things that I find interesting is right now, what we've tended to do is take I guess what I would characterize as a relatively aggressive approach or management approach to predators. And I guess I find it just kind of interesting that we've got an area in Region 5 that we're saying, we're closing a quota like this, so we're going to actually create a special limited permit tag. I guess what I would say is, why aren't we just issuing more general licenses in that area versus trying to create an area where, and maybe I'm mischaracterizing it, but a Black Bear Haven where it closes immediately. And so we're trying to create an area that's got a lot of black bears and do a limited license for that versus just increasing tag numbers. Did you guys have that discussion, and why wouldn't we just increase opportunity to go get some more bears in an area that sounds like it's ripe with bears?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioner Burrows, thanks for the question there. A couple things. First, to clarify, this additional 10 opportunities is on top of the existing quota. There was no adjustment to the existing quota, which is a female subquota in 520. And I believe it's an overall harvest quota in 510. That's a very, very small BMU. So this is in addition, and this would be additional harvest. We have, and I believe in Region 5 that Sean Stewart, Region 5 biologist, is there. He can answer these questions better. But based on his knowledge and his many decades in the department, we're dealing along the Beartooth front on that side with a population that is stable or declining based on the testing and the teeth that are extracted from the bears that are harvested. We do reach the quota on female harvest almost every year, and again, very little harvest of the bigger males that come out late in the high country and prey on the elk. So this is an attempt to actually increase harvest in the area, but still maintain the control of what I'm being told, and I believe again Mr. Stewart can comment on is a population that's either stable or declining with regards to black bears. And I don't know if Sean Stewart is available or would like to add to that, or anyone in Region 5, Matt Ladd or Mike. I believe Region 5 is raising their hand, Madam Chair.
Okay, I can't see it. Okay, go ahead. Region 5, if you could speak to that, please.
Okay, Commissioners and Mr. Siebel, this is Sean Stewart. I'm the area wildlife biologist for the Beartooths. Mr. Commissioner Siebel pretty much nailed the answer to the question. We are dealing with a declining population of black bears. That is a deliberate attempt on our part to slowly reduce the population through overharvest of females, and I will say we are overharvesting females. But again, under commission direction to reduce predators, but we also want to allow the additional opportunity to hopefully increase harvest of older males during that late spring season.
Any follow-up, Commissioner Commissioner Burrows?
Nope.
Okay. Any other questions,
Thank you.
Commissioner Wargo?
Yeah, Chair Robertson, I kind of echo Commissioner Burrows' comments there and sentiment. I guess just I'm looking at the map right here, and I did have good conversations with the Region 5 folks. I really appreciated their input on this, but I do sit here kind of scratching my head a little bit on this one, in that if you look at 341 and the other 300 districts that I would argue, we have the west half of this range is in the 341 area, very similar terrain, probably even more conducive black bear habitat in 520, and the 300 districts with all the you know, the Bozeman hunting crowd and whatnot, black bear hunting is wildly popular, and it doesn't seem like there's a, you know, huge biological concern over in those 300 districts. And then yet we're still, I mean, we're putting what seems to be a pretty, I mean, these quotas are closing very quick. So I just kind of echo Commissioner Burrow's sentiment that maybe there's an easier way to address this issue.
Any other comments? Any other amendments? Commissioner Burrows.
Just a discussion piece, because I'd like to clarify what exactly we have coming. So in the amendments, I had to kind of wrap my head around occupied grizzly maps the other day, and I appreciate staff explaining that to me. But so every 2 years we update the map. Is that being approved today, essentially through this, like especially on this Region 2 amendment to the map? Is that essentially approving a new occupied grizzly map as run by the model for this 2-year cycle?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, thank you for bringing that up. And I apologize for not specifically calling that out. But every 2 years, we currently reevaluate the occupied grizzly bear range. And that's based on a model that's run in two separate components. There's a Northern Continental Divide ecosystem model, the same model essentially, but using it on the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem, and then another one on the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem. When we run those maps, that's a scientific effort, and it's led by the agency in the north and with the Greater Yellowstone or the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Committee in the south. The department participates on the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Committee, so it's not like somebody else is running it and we're not a party to it. Those are scientific designations, and so we're not asking the commission to designate those maps. What we are asking the commission to acknowledge and recognize is that we adjust the open areas where we allow hound hunting based on the area encompassed by those maps. And what we try to do is find some boundary or designation that we can use that's recognizable upon a topographic map or something of that nature, so that it's not simply a floating polygon. And so as those occupied grizzly bear ranges change, we will recommend an alteration to open areas for hound hunting. And so that's what we're asking the commission to adopt today.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Appreciate the explanation, Brian. So we, in Region 2, there was scoping on basically whether to use this polygon that was created by the map or to use some sort of boundary that exists that could more clearly identify it. There wasn't a lot of comment on that, but here recently, I think a few of the houndsmen that utilize those areas, and if you look in your binder under that Region 2 hound hunting boundary, and if I make a mistake here, please clarify me, but that new hashed polygon that you see is the new model that was run for the occupied grizzly map in an effort to utilize more clear boundaries than just a polygon made by the map. The department or the region looked at adding those areas in yellow into that. Nobody really there wasn't very many comments on that, but here recently, I think a few people found out about it, and they were a little bit upset that we were taking away their little niche area for hound hunting black bears in. So I got those phone calls recently, and basically the question to me was, why are you expanding an area that doesn't need to be expanded and put further prohibitions on our ability to harvest bears with hounds? And so I guess we're kind of left in this area. Do we leave the polygon, or do we try and describe with some sort of legal boundary? And in this case, I would say I think those are relatively predator-rich areas for bears, and I think there are people taking advantage of that opportunity. So with that, I guess I would make an amendment to modify the are we modifying the area allowed or the grizzly bear map if we remove those?
It would be the area in which hound hunting would be excluded.
Okay, so I would move that the commission adopt the estimated occupied grizzly map and how would you say it? Not modify the boundary to include the areas as proposed by the department in Region 2.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, I also think you need to be real specific about where you're recommending that change. If, you know, depending upon how it's worded, it could influence the entire area as opposed to just the addition that we're recommending at this point in time. And then I'll also defer to legal because one of the challenges we have with this is there's no real legal definition of what that open area is without this. And so I'd defer to legal on any other feedback they might provide.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, is your intent to simply not adopt the expansion as represented in the packet here, the yellow zones, I call them? Because there are, as I understand, I looked at Brian, other changes in the map, the occupied map. So you're only looking at this discrete page. Is that
Correct.
right?
My intention is to remove the 2 areas in yellow on our map from the hound hunting prohibition for black bears and no other changes than those 2.
Yeah, I guess a question back to Brian. In Region 2, are there other changes to the occupied range map?
And I'm going to look at the region for their assessment of that. But we're not proposing any additional changes.
Can it just revert back to the previous map? I think that's the simplest.
And that's what I'm driving at, Chair, is if it's a Region 2 fix that you're looking, or proposal you're making, and the only amendment in Region 2 that the department's proposing is right here, that you could keep your amendment to the changes made in Region 2 only, and then revert back. Does that make sense? I'm just trying, because there's not a legal land description to key off of here, Commissioner Burrows, I'm just trying.
I guess it depends on what you're setting as the baseline because my understanding is the occupied grizzly map did change from the 2022 to the 2024 run. But then we took the 24 run and added some areas for the purpose of simplification. So basically my amendment or intent was to just leave it at the 2024 polygon that was determined by the model run. So whether you call that a change to existing or a change to the change,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, if we were to go to the 2022 or the adoption of what it was in 2023, there are portions of the occupied range that would be outside of that. And so our recommendation would be to not revert to that. However, if the commission chose to, within the area amended in Region 2, that we use the polygon rather than the suggested change, I think that's pretty clear. At least to me.
and that's my intent. That's the intent of my motion.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, so Eric's doing some drafting over there, so we can look to the screen to see if we're capturing what you're looking for. Say back, it's only gone.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Chair?
Who's talking? Okay, go ahead.
Confirm a clarifying question, Chair Commissioner Burrows. Do you mean to say that as the 2-year map of a grizzly bear presence has changed and the proposal from the department grabbed a meets and bounds a road to reflect that growth, and because the road was where it was, it's more than what the 2-year map suggests. Are you suggesting to go back to 2025 or to go back to the analytical polygon of the new 2-year map, if that makes sense? And just put that polygon on the landscape and say, that's the new boundary. It's a challenge, but a fine scale map could help people identify it. So again, the question is back to 2025 or pull it back into the literal polygon boundary of the scientific estimation process.
I guess what I would ask is, aren't there some areas where we already use that polygon literal bound? Because when I look at this, I don't see that this matches up with anything specific in some areas. It looks like we grabbed some areas. So
And Chair, Commissioner Burrows, we have been applying adherence to the literal polygon as it falls on the landscape, not working everywhere to tie it to a meets and bounds. So we have started that process in the last couple of season settings to just let the literal polygon fall on the map, fall on the landscape, and then let fine scale map and the hunters, own accountability to find that line through their whatever process they look to use, either their familiarity with the landscape as they read the map or some GPS assistance, some GIS, some geographic information system assistance, if that helps, Chair, Commissioner Burrows. So again, coming back to the question, revert to 2025 or modify to reflect the most current 2-year scientific mapping effort.
are those two different things?
They would be two different things, yes.
Okay, so which is more important? Because my understanding was we actually adopted or utilized the 2-year cycle for the occupied grizzly map, even if we may run the map at more frequent intervals. Or are we actually updating this thing every time we run a new model?
The update comes, so the model runs in its cycle, in its 2-year cycle, and then we match the contemporary map at the time of the hunting district conversations in biennial season setting. And that being said, I don't know if that answers your question. Moving on to your question previous there on this page, instead of running it to the external boundary of the yellow, where it follows an identifiable meets and bounds, I think it's a road, if I understand your comment. You would, if you match the most recent scientific mapping, you would just pull it back to that polygon line of the crosshatch.
And is that the 2-year run, or is that the 2025 model?
That's the most recent 2-year run.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's the intent of my motion.
Okay.
Pull it
Okay.
to the most recent 2-year run.
Okay. Ryan, are you? So I think if we could pull up I think if we could pull up the amendment, the proposed amendment, or the motion, I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's the other map that has the yellow.
Yeah, it's the next page.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the map. Thank you.
So what you're saying, it would draw it back to where the crosshatch is rather than the yellow outside the boundary of that?
Chair, yes. Chair, thank you. That was what we understand the Commissioner Burrow's motion to be put in effect.
Yes, so I mean, just real quick, again, the crosshatch is the occupied grizzly map is run by the model. What we did, those yellow areas outside of that were just to simplify the boundary, instead of saying follow this polygon that may go down a ditch, up a hill, around the hill. We're like, let's follow some sort of boundary that's clearly identified. What I'm saying is, what I heard from some of the houndsmen were, we don't want to increase that area because there are blackbirds in there and we can hunt them. So put the onus back on us to follow the polygon, and we'll find that polygon and follow those rules. So that's the intent of this motion.
Eric, can you pull that back up, please?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel?
Yeah, I believe I understand, and a clarifying question for Commissioner Burrows, based on the language here, I don't believe you're asking to change the grizzly bear polygon, you're asking to change the area that's being added to the hound hunting and training prohibition area. You're talking about reverting that to the edge of the polygon, not the changing the actual occupied grizzly bear polygon, correct?
I think that's what the amendment says, but
No, okay, I
Yeah,
see.
I think you can say it two different, you can say revert back to the original 2-year run of the grizzly bear
Okay.
polygon, or you could say it the way you are, which is not include that area as a prohibition. So I think this does actually capture it.
So, yeah, I apologize because I wasn't able to see, now that I see which map, I was looking at the correct map. And you were going to revert the hound hunting training prohibition area back to the original 2-year occupied grizzly bear polygon.
Correct.
Just for clarity, I just want to make sure I'm clear on what your motion is. Thank you.
Chair,
go ahead.
Commissioner Burrows, the word original has come in, and so that sends a different message than I'll use the word contemporary, the current 2-year polygon. So the first language before the strikeout actually hit it pretty well. Revert back to the 2-year occupied grizzly bear polygon. Not
original.
Not original.
Contemporary.
Current, I think is what he said.
Yeah, that would work, but you could put current to the current occupied grizzly bear polygon. And Chair, Commissioner Burrows, understanding that you're interested, you're tolerant, you're willing to keep up with the refreshed polygon. Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke.
Commissioner Burrows, we're not reverting, right? We're just staying with what it is now.
Well, to answer that question again, that's why I think it's important, and I've asked the department this. We need to understand better this occupied grizzly map, because do we approve the map or not? And that's why I asked my original question, which is, are we actually, do we approve this occupied habitat map, or don't we? Are we reverting back to something? And so I think understanding the dynamics of this occupied map and how it affects our trapping and our hunting and everything else.
So should that be a separate agenda item if we're approving the grizzly bear habitat occupied map?
Chair, Commissioner Burrows, great question. The map is a scientific product. There's actually a formal peer-reviewed published description of how that area is determined. And it's really about the consistency of bear presence or indications of bear presence. And it grows pixel by pixel. That's the fine scale nature of the assessment. So the map has its scientific development, and we're not asking the commission to judge the map. We're just reflecting what hunting polygon would capture the map, would represent the map. Revert, I understand the question about revert. We understand the conversation to be something like, if not revert, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adjust the department's proposal to the current occupied grizzly bear polygon, rather than the meets and bounds, the road that was grabbed to be easily identified in the field and overreached beyond the polygon.
But the boundary as proposed by the department is what that is. I mean,
That's what I say, and
Yeah.
adjust the proposal to the current, or adjust the proposal to reflect the current occupied grizzly bear polygon.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, that's helpful. And then just to summarize, we read that to be the current 2-year map, a reflection of the current 2-year map, and it's going to follow the polygon precisely, rather than trying to use meets and bounds that arguably help the landscape. But to the Commissioner Burrows' point, it also grows the area. It grows the area of restriction for the hound hunting opportunity.
A crayon and a piece of paper would have made this discussion a lot easier if I would have brought that in, so I apologize.
it is, I mean, I'm just gonna say, it's a lot more helpful if everybody would bring their amendments with them. Even if you're thinking about it, put it down, make it go a lot faster. So are there any other amendments?
Chair.
Commissioner Wargo?
I have one on the, I guess, discussion when last go around on black bears, there was a season extension for hunting that got proposed. And now we have this kind of floating hound season that is spanned in the middle that we have a hound training season that that I think there was maybe some assumption that just all the hunting got extended, but that hound training or the hound hunting season didn't get extended at that same time. And I'd like to make a motion to extend that. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission extend the hound hunting season to June 15th to coincide with the spring season.
I second that.
And I guess as a cleanup, I don't know that town training season column would be necessary then.
Is it clear as to what he's asking?
Madam Chair, the agency has expressed some concern with extending the hound season. And it deals primarily, and I hadn't thought about it yet for this year, but what we see is that there's a progression in which bears come out of the den. Typically, adult males are the first ones out of the den, followed by adult females, and then females with cubs are the last ones to come out of a den. The longer in the season that pursuit with hounds occurs, the greater likelihood they may wind up with an inadvertent orphaning of females with cubs. And so we have a little bit of a biological concern with extending the hound hunting season. The hound training season was extended to allow that pursuit without take, actual lethal removal. And but that's the primary concern the agency would have with the extension of the hound hunting season.
Is there any conversation?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke?
Brian, wouldn't they be able to tell it was a lactating female because it's in the tree?
Madam Chair, determining whether or not it's lactating when it's in the tree, there are times where I'm certain that could be ascertained. But there are times when a bear in a tree is mistaken for a male or a female. It's not always possible.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay. Any other amendments?
Not an amendment, but relative to the discussion, I'm jumping ahead, but relative to the discussion that's going to take place on mountain lions and these ungulate hunting districts of concern.
Can we just need to stick to this unless.
I guess it is,
Okay.
I guess just a procedural question of whether can we revisit black bears in 26?
Oh, in 26?
Okay. At some point in 26, could we have a discussion on black bears?
Yes.
I think there's
If we put it
applicability to.
For what you were talking about before?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I mean, yes, that is an option to come back in 2026 if there is an issue that needs to be revisited with more information.
So just a little more on this hound. So the way, I guess your understanding what was initially, it was almost characterized as a discrepancy or a mistake that we ended hound and ended the spring season at a different time. It sounds like the department does have some concerns with running females with cubs with hounds. Does that?
Well, and we'll vote on the amendment separately. I mean, we'll vote on these amendments before we go out, but.
Okay, I think as long as there's a good discussion on why we're doing it, I heard two different things. The first I heard was almost like an oops, we have a discrepancy between the end of hound hunting and the end of spring season. And then I heard the justification or the rationale behind it, which is that, well, it's not an oops. There's actually a concerted effort not to run females with bears on that hound season. Kind of two different discussions on that.
Point of clarification, or I guess question for Mr. Wakeling, I guess, is it the running of the bear that is the contention or the killing of the female? Because it doesn't seem, I mean, maybe this would be more of a, hound hunting, that the houndsmen in the room, that actually know how this works out. But I mean, to Susan's point, I think that they're probably pretty good at classifying when there is a pregnant female. If it's just the running of the bear that's the concern, well, that's taking place already with the hound training season.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, the development of the hound hunting season has kind of undergone several changes as we've been over the course of my tenure here with the agency. When the season, the training season was proposed, the department expressed some concern at that time that there was a risk of increased loss of cubs, orphaning of cubs, but it's kind of a incremental loss. So if you're pursuing, depending on the expertise of the houndsman, there's a whole host of things that occur. But just separating a female from her cubs, which is routinely what would happen in a situation like that, they'll send the cubs up a tree and then they'll be pursued and they may be treed elsewhere. And so you've separated them, and there's some risk of orphanage in that situation. And the department expressed some concern about that at the time the commission considered this. And so now we're talking about going a little further than just separating them. Now there's the potential for the lethal take of that female bear. In that situation, like I say, it's an incremental risk. The lethal take of the female that will orphan those cubs, and that will result in the death of those cubs. Simply pursuing and separating them and not lethally removing that bear has the risk associated with it, but it's not necessarily, it's not as certain. So like I say, it's somewhat of an incremental change in risk. It's hard to say quantitatively exactly what the impact will be.
Any more? Yeah. All right, we're gonna vote on these amendments and then we'll go out for comment. So the first amendment we're voting on is number 6. And that's Commissioner Siebel's with the retain the archery black bear fall subquota. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next amendment is number 7 from Commissioner Siebel, which is allow the hunters to purchase and accrue bonus points. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, the third one is Commissioner Burrows's amendment with adopting the current polygon map rather than the suggested changes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, the next one is Commissioner Wargo's to extend the hound hunting season with the training season. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have 2 opposed, so the motion carries. Am I correct, Commissioner Lane and Commissioner Walsh?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you. All right, I'm going to go out to, for public comment. Thank you, Brian. Anyone who is present who would like to comment?
Chair, Commissioners, I'm Jeff Dara, D-A-R-R-A-H. I'm here today to represent Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. And I support the Black Bear proposal and the amendments that were made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Will Israel. I'm the Director for MOGA. My last name is I-S-R-A-E-L. Really appreciate the effective dialogue, the back and forth, very educational, and we support all the amendments as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Justin Duffy. I'm with the Montana Houndsman Association. I thank you for all of this. I did want to speak to the comments about the additional threat to sows with cubs. That's really not something that's a problem. Hunters, spot and stock hunters shooting a sow from 400 yards when her cubs are still in the brush, that's probably a threat maybe that's a little bit more in need of a look. And outside of that, I would like to ask that some process be taken to figure out why the commission can't clean up their own language regarding the hound hunting in regards to the occupied grizzly habitat, because it's not U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that keeps us out of this occupied grizzly habitat. It's us. They only keep us out of recovery zones and any adjoining DMA. So I wonder why we're limiting our sportsmen by something that no one else is going to hold us to. It'd be nice to just have an answer definition, and I have tried and can't get one. I can get the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to tell me, go for it, you're not going to bother us. But no one from the state can seem to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Joshua Gallagher. I'm the chairman of the board of the Montana State Houndsman Association. First, I'd like to thank Commissioner Burrows on his amendment for pulling that boundary back for the hunting cross section in Region 2. Second, I'd like to commend Commissioner Siebel on his leadership to admit that Bear Management Unit 530 didn't work after all of his work initially on that years ago. Furthermore, I'm here in support of the Black Bear Special Draw Tag in Region 5. This will allow the recipient of the said tag, be it a houndsman or a spot and stock hunter, to wait later in the season without the pressure of the quota weighing down on them. They will then harvest more mature boars in these hunting districts rather than running the risk of the current rush that happens in these districts. I currently reside in Region 5 and it is quite the rush. So I like to see that and less young bears and along with less sows and cubs being harvested along the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Tim Ravendal, R-A-V-N-D-A-L. As a longtime houndsman, I represent myself. And the purpose of me coming up this morning on this issue is as we continue to look at the grizzly bear paragon, it is a problematic position for us to be able to help landowners as well as stock growers and when we have an effective means of not only maintaining that control over predators is in bear, but we also have the ability to identify what bears, because we can look first before we shoot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman and Commission, my name is Dave McNanny, and I'm from Hysham, and I was part of the people that sent a letter to all the commissioners about 2 months ago on bear and elk in Region 7. On the bear, we didn't get what we asked for, but we will support what you are offering, but we would like you to look at it after 1 year to see if it's working or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Gerald Martin, and I just wanted to have a few brief comments of support, especially for Amendment 7. I think creating the bonus point system and having a limited entry draw in that 510 and 520 is a good solution in a declining bear population. So I think you've done well in making that, and I support that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Stacy Barch, last name Baertsch. Just wanted to thank you guys for taking letting us have the opportunity to visit with and discuss this matter. Definitely appreciate the amendments and you guys moving forward with those. I think, as others have pointed out, having a bear in the tree definitely makes it a little more easier to see if the female is lactating versus, shots from the distance. So anyway, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else present who would like to speak? Okay, is there anyone in the regional offices who want to speak to this? Okay, looks like Kalispell.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, we have one person who would like to comment.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I want to applaud. My name is Terry Zink, Z-I-N-K. I'm a houndsman up here in Region 1. And I want to applaud all of the amendments that I've heard today. And I want to thank Commissioner Burrows and Commissioners Siebel and Wargo on these amendments. And I want to iterate that we as houndsmen are a very select group. And when we do tree a bear, we look at that bear, we and make sure that that bear is viable to harvest or not harvest. So, again, and then I want to reiterate, when we did the bill, we had three, we did it as an island approach. So we had the Cabinet Yaak, the Northern Continental, and the Yellowstone. So what was done was, they threw a net over the whole state. So that's where we ended up with, the few areas that we were able to hunt. And I amend these amendments, commend these amendments again, and want to thank them for doing that. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go online.
Madam Chair, Samuel Koschel.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, I've just got a few brief comments on black bears. I do support the majority of the proposed black bear season settings for 2026, 2027. I think the creation of the special draw tag for the Region 5 units is a smart move, given the information that we were presented today. However, I don't support the creation of a bonus point system for black bears. We don't need another bonus point system for another species. I think it would be a smarter choice to go to a random draw like we do for bison. I don't support the extension of the hound hunting season for the biological reasons that we heard. The risk of orphanage to cubs and subsequent harvest does not offset the benefit. Finally, I do support the revision to the hound hunting boundary that was presented in Region 2. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Chris
Madam
Moore.
Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Apologize, Madam Chair. Chris Morgan.
Chair, members of the commission, Chris Morgan, Montana Trappers Association. I realize that, this proposal doesn't necessarily directly affect us, but it does affect folks that we consider close allies. Really appreciate the time that you guys have put towards this. We're supportive of the entire thing. I think it's a great idea to increase the season length. I mean, every hound hunter I know really takes pride in knowing what they're chasing, and they don't just go out and haphazardly turn their dogs loose. So I think that's a great idea. And I just wanted to say I appreciate your efforts on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Graham Roland.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Oh, you're still muted. Graham, you are muted. How about let's go to the next one and we'll come back to Graham.
Madam Chair, Kevin Farren.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead, Kevin.
Commissioners, thank you again, Kevin Farren, Montana Wildlife Federation. We support FTP's proposed adjustments to the boundaries where hound hunting is allowed in Region 2 based on the occupied grizzly habitat. And we support generally the biologist recommended proposed quota and quota range changes. We generally appreciate more hunting opportunities, but we have some concerns with the changes in 510, 520, and 530 that would allow hunters with permits to hunt the length of the season, even if quotas are reached. In an area that apparently has a declining black bear population. We just feel like if a regional black bear population justifies a harvest quota, hunters should follow that harvest quota and not be allowed to disregard established quotas. That kind of defeats the purpose of a quota. So, this sort of hybrid could work if the special permit was first, followed by and included in the quota that follows. At the very least, we feel like there needs to be a way to reconcile the female quotas to account for the potential female take these special permits could allow. For a comparison, since 2019, the average annual bear harvest in HD 520 has been 64, with 39 of these being boars. So 39% have been sows. So using those numbers, if we had 10 special permits, 4 of those are likely to be females, and as such should go towards a reduction in the female quota for the general season by corresponding amount, especially when Region 5 staff just stated that we're apparently over-harvesting females already. Because unlike houndsmen, rifle hunters, it is really challenging, absent cubs, to identify gender when we're bear hunting. We also see no guarantee that additional hunting permits would be utilized to address or in any way target nuisance bears, as was pointed out in this amendment's written justification, or this proposal rather, as conflict bears are rarely the same bears that we hunters harvest. For all these reasons, we ask for further discussion on the proposed permit changes in 510, 520, and 530. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
All right, thank you. Doesn't look like we have any, do we have anyone left?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Right, any further comments or questions before I go to, Commissioner?
Just a clarifying question for Commissioner Wargo. So the column that's now titled hound training will go away entirely, right?
I think it could if that season date was brought up to that. I don't think it would be used.
Brian, would it be better to keep it in there or to take it out just in case there was an adjustment?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm not sure.
Training. Do we even need like separate training if it's all the same dates?
There is a special training license, and so it's probably best to retain that.
Okay. They would just coincide. Okay. All right. We're going to go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Anybody have any moose amendments? Let's go with the moose and then we're going to break for lunch after moose.
Very good, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The only change that we're recommending on moose deals with updating some of the boundaries. And so if there's any other questions regarding that, but most of those changes are within Region 1.
I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve changes identified in the moose regulation mock-up to include opportunities, season dates, quotas, and quota ranges, and district boundary changes as presented by the department and to all other moose regulations contained in the 2025 regulations, except for those affected by regular calendar rotations, unless addressed in some other proposal to be adopted for the 2026 and 2027 moose hunting seasons and districts.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Walsh seconded it. Any questions? Okay. All right, thank you, Ryan. Anyone present who would like to speak to it? Anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to this motion? All right, I don't see, am I correct that there's nobody online?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, one more chance, any questions? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we will break for lunch and I would like to try, I think, do you think we could make it back by 12:45? That push,
I think that's possible, Madam Chair, yes.
what's your guys'? Okay, we'll reconvene at 12:45. Thank you, everyone.
Do it. Stop talking so much.
It's you.
Oh, is it?
It's 30 seconds.
You will let your first know that they're on their way. You just wait to get shut down where it's like, no more of it.
Oh, can I start?
Yeah.
Like on the mountain lions?
Fun stuff. Are we going back over there to eat, I guess?
Meatloaf.
Oh.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Brian, we'll start with the mountain goat, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The record, Brian Wakeling, game chief for the Fish, Wildlife and Parks. We're picking back up on our biennial season setting. This topic will be mountain goats. And just a real quick overview of the changes we're proposing here, fairly minor. We've got a season in Hunting District 312 we're recommending for closure. We have nanny licenses currently within Hunting District 313. Because we're considering that as a source for a future relocation, we were recommending a closure there. And there's currently an area closure within Hunting District 518 we're asking the commission to lift. That summarizes the changes that we're proposing. Any questions the commission may have, I'll be sure to try to address.
Anyone have any questions?
Madam Chair,
Hey, Commissioner Burrows.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the changes identified in the mountain goat regulation mock-up to include opportunities, season dates, quotas, and quota ranges as presented by the department, and 2, all other mountain goat regulations contained in the 2025 regulations, except for those affected by regular calendar rotations unless addressed in some other proposal, be adopted for the 2026 and 2027 mountain goat hunting seasons and districts.
Second.
Okay, I think Commissioner Wargo got the second on that one.
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
yes, go ahead.
Since we're sticklers, I think there was a boundary change or there was actually a description change for 518 that Mr. Wakeling referenced. So, and do we want to include that in the motion language also? Because that's not in the motion language for whatever reason that we have, the district boundary changes.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, it would probably be wise to add district boundary changes to the motion.
Okay. Would you accept that?
I would, yeah, the intent of my motion was to include in districts, the district boundary changes as
Okay.
well.
Commissioner Wargo, you have a second on it?
Yeah, I
Okay,
agree.
thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Commissioner Siebel. Okay, is there anyone present who would like to speak to this motion? Is there anyone in the regional offices that would like to speak to this motion? I don't think I see any hands. I think we're good to go. One more chance. Any questions? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Moving on to upland game birds and turkeys. Turkeys are an upland game bird amongst others. One thing that we're incorporating in our recommendations is the direction from the legislature that we non-resident seasons for upland game birds, except for forest grouse, begin 10 days after the start of the resident game bird seasons. Except on privately owned lands that are not part of a hunting access program. The only other change we're recommending is an additional fall turkey season, turkey tag, license permit within Region 6.
Any questions, or I would entertain a motion?
Madam Chair,
Okay, Commissioner Lane.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve number 1, changes identified in the upland game bird, turkey, and migratory bird regulation mock-up to include opportunities, season dates, quotas, and quota ranges as presented by the department. And 2, all other upland game bird, turkey, and migratory bird regulations contained in the 2025 regulations, except for those affected by regular calendar rotations, unless addressed in some other proposal, be adopted for the 26 and 27 upland game bird, turkey, and migratory bird hunting seasons and districts.
Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Commissioner Brook. Any questions before we go out or any amendments? Okay. Anyone present who would like to speak to this motion? Anyone in the regional offices that would like to speak to this motion? Okay, I see we have somebody online.
Yes, Madam Chair, Jared Faeg.
Okay, Jared, if you need to unmute, please, and go ahead.
Mic check.
Yep, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the chance to speak. I'd like to share my concerns about the long-standing four-bird. The past year, I've made a point to speak with biologists, longtime upland hunters, and several avian organizations. What concerns me is I can't get a straightforward, tangible answer for the basis for maintaining a four-bird limit for so many years, or how the bag limit is decided upon. Everyone I've talked to acknowledges the same thing. There's no clear answer for that number. For a species that depends so heavily on grassland health and faces increasing pressure, that uncertainty is troubling to me, especially when officials in positions that should know the answer in such a way as we've always done it that way. At the same time, hunting pressure is changing rapidly. Advances in technology, loss of habitat, and the rise of social media-driven hunting have all made it far easier for hunters to locate birds. I'm not personally on social media, but I see lots of photos from friends of hunters stacking tailgates full of limits of sharptails. That's never been a part of the upland hunting culture I grew up with, as far as the drive towards limits, and it underscores how much more efficient and visible hunting these birds has become. When you combine a lack of robust population data with increasing hunting pressure, I worry we're setting ourselves up for problems in the future. Grassland habitats have already watched prairie chickens disappear. I don't even want to open the sage grouse can of worms. I just don't want sharptails to be the next species we look back on and say we should have acted sooner. Out of respect for a sensitive resource, I believe a more informed approach is warranted. I'm not necessarily lobbying for a reduction in bag limits. I just want to make sure that the department is making an informed decision on a resource that could easily be overwhelmed and constantly get sidelined due to prioritization of deer and elk, or even waterfowl and pheasants. Thank you for taking the time to consider a more conservative approach on managing sharptails from me, just another Montana upland hunter.
Thank you. I don't think we have any other people online.
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, Mountain Lion.
All righty. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. We're moving on to mountain lions. Probably the primary substantive change that we're recommending is the elimination of the multiple lion licenses and recommending just a single license, and managing the units by a single quota with a single license. This has been, in many ways, this is when you look at the tools in our tool belt, this gives us the opportunity to transparently manage and try to get as many people participating as possible. The limited licenses have been, many of the regions haven't seen any application. We've been seeing application pressure dropping off. It hasn't been effective in the construct that we had originally imagined it. And so we're recommending going away from that. And just in addition to that, just some changes to the Region 1 hunting district boundaries. So that's the department's recommendation. Sure be happy to any questions.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve changes identified in the mountain lion regulation mock-up to include opportunities, district boundaries, season dates, quotas, and quota ranges as presented by the department, and 2, all other mountain lion regulations contained in the 2025 regulations except for those affected by regular calendar rotations listed addressed in some other proposal to be adopted for the 2026 and 2027 mountain lion hunting seasons and districts.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Lane. Any discussion on this before we move into proposed amendments? Okay. I will start with amendment number 10 from Commissioner Burrows. You guys have them numbered?
Mine
Okay.
are numbered.
Let me tell you, okay. It's a prohibited one. Mountain lion hunting with hounds.
I don't even have that in my packet. Okay. Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following winter season for mountain lions, December 1st through May 25th. And also include mountain lion hunting with hounds is prohibited in occupied grizzly bear habitat after April 14th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Eric, are there any more of these that the commission could have one of these packets?
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll pass those out.
Thank you. Okay, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Sure. So we've, there's a number of, LMUs right now that we're consistently under harvesting in. I think it's important to give us an opportunity to fill those quotas that we've set right now. Hound hunting is, or lion hunting is so dependent on weather that I think just giving that extended opportunity is important. Both to get into areas that are difficult to access when we have a lot of snow, and then also just in case we get a later snow to help hit those quotas, so.
Any discussion? Okay. I move to the next one, Commissioner Burrows, it's also you. And it is the second unlimited mountain lion license.
Okay. So I think I'd rather just have a real quick discussion on this than actually put this motion out on the floor. So this motion was originally intended to add a second mountain lion license. Worked with the department on that. It was determined that we didn't have the commission didn't have the legal authority. The legislature's tried this a couple times. I did get some good feedback from some of the houndsmen on this. They were skeptical about this and in some cases completely opposed, but I think what I got from them was possibly a discussion about this wasn't an attempt to issue a blanket second mountain lion tag. It was purely to work with those local biologists to identify areas. For example, I feel like 250, where we've had discussions for 2 years now, or 2 cycles of eliminating the lone bighorn sheep tag up there. And I think there's a lot of agreement that maybe not all of those issues with the bighorn populations are from mountain lion predation. I think it's a significant contributor to that. And so targeting areas such as 250, where we could find somebody who wants to go in and work hard for a cat, they're willing to go in and get a second cat, but it has to be totally based on these ungulate areas of concern. So I think it was a good conversation starter, but I think I'm just going to pull this amendment right now and not waste time on discussion of.
Okay, thank you. And it's a legislative action that it would take. Okay, the next one, you again, Commissioner Burrows. It's amendment number 13 in the packet that you just got. And it is create the 3 unlimited mountain lion licenses.
All right. Madam Chair, I move the commission adopt the following license change. Create 3 unlimited mountain lion licenses. one for Region 1, one for Region 2, and one for Regions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Hunters would have to choose one of the unlimited license, and hunters must purchase a mountain lion license 24 hours before hunting mountain lions.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Wargo seconded. Discussion on that. Do you want to?
Sure. So this amendment came from concerns mostly up in Region 1 that this new proposal by the state would essentially bring lion hunters from different areas of the state into Region 1 early when it's a little more conducive to hunt lions up there based on weather or whatever, that we'd see an influx into Region 1 if it was open statewide. So they wanted to try and keep people in strategic areas, and that was what was proposed to me. I can't speak a lot more intelligently on this. This amendment was sent to me and I agreed to carry it, but that's about all I have on the amendment now.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner, who sent you this proposal?
So I had, this was Pat Tabor. I believe this is what I was told, is there were three basically entities, outfitters that worked on this. It was Pat Tabor, Cody Carr, and Moga had all worked together, I believe, to draft this amendment up. Since then, I've heard quite a bit of opposition to it by houndsmen in other areas, but those were the three main entities, is my understanding, and maybe Moga or somebody else can correct me on that, but that's my understanding of where this amendment came from.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke.
we did the season setting, or the quotas numbers for mountain lions in June and the previous June. And every time we bring mountain lions up, Region 1 is complaining, and Region 2, there's so many lions. There's lions everywhere, lions. And now we're going to restrict the number of hunters and the opportunity to hunt by saying you have to pick your region. I don't understand that rationale.
Are you calling me a hypocrite?
I might be.
Madam Chair. Oh,
Commissioner Siebel.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Burrows, respond.
Oh,
please.
sorry. I mean, okay. What?
Go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks, Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, and just to address that, I guess I just want to address what Commissioner Brooks said. A couple things here. If what we are coming from the last 2 years in the cycle is in across the state is limited tags, which, as Mr. Wakeling pointed out, were not very popular, were not needed. And then everything else was a pick your LMU to hunt is in an unlimited license. So what this is doing, and what the department's proposed, is to take all of that away and just go back to statewide. What this is doing is pulling back a little bit and saying, let's lump the LMUs in Region 1 together and the LMUs in Region 2 together and say, okay, houndsman, pick your region. You can hunt any LMU in that region. But again, this was when we did this first change, and I believe that was our 2 year ago season setting process. This was done for social reasons, and it was really done to try to address, as I understand, quota hopping and quota chasing, and really that pressure as the weather changed and everything, for the houndsman to concentrate in one area, fill a quota, and move. I'd love to hear more input on that from people that know more about it, but I just want to point out, this is actually, from where we started at the last cycle, this is, we're not doing anything as far as limiting quota, and we're expanding areas as far as the houndsmen in Region 1 and 2, if they choose those areas, to be able to hunt any LMU in those regions. So this is actually more liberal than what we came from. And so, but it is still a step in the direction to try to address some of those social concerns that we were trying to address 2 years ago. And that was something that at that time, Vice Chair Tabor had brought to the table. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wargo?
Thank you. No, I just wanted to add in, and I appreciate Commissioner Burrows bringing this discussion forward. I think Commissioner Brooke does have a good point in that there might be, this might be contrary to some of the other goals stated by the commission. However, I think Jeff can attest to this as well. We spent a lot of time talking to folks on mountain lions, incredible amount of time. And there definitely is, I think some real concerns from a lot of folks based off of, things that have happened in the past. It sounds like over the years, there's been some crazy times around a tree and a lion and whatnot, but I want to see this amendment go forward for discussion and see folks weigh in and just hear from the public on this one, because it is a discussion item that we heard a lot about. So thanks.
All right, we'll move to the next amendment. That's the last amendment. Oh, wait,
No.
You skipped one.
I did skip one.
Yeah, it's this one. Yes, Amendment 11.
So, Madam Chair,
It is on the bottom, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
my last amendment was an attempt to remove the male quotas. There's since been some discussion, and maybe the department can respond to it on. I think my wording at first glance might have made sense, but when you actually dig into it a little bit, the way I worded it with sub quotas for males, there's some potential issues with that language, and I don't know if Brian wants to expand on that.
Certainly, Commissioner Burrows, Madam Chair. Currently, the structure that's been adopted by the commission is to establish a male quota and a female quota. They're not sub quotas, they're independent quotas. And so when the female quotas close, the female season ends. When the male quotas met, the male season ends. By eliminating all the sub quotas, in this case, the quotas, essentially what you've done is, if adopted, would be to make an unlimited male season in regions 1 and 2.
So essentially what we would have to do is go back to a total quota with just a female sub quota. So you, like, let's say you've got an LMU that has 10 potential lions available total, and you have a 5 female quota. You could either harvest 5 and 5 or any difference up to 10 total, potentially harvesting 0 females and 10 male lions. So you'd have to also set that total quota. Some of the rationale behind this was keeping some of those LMUs from closing early by default, just because there are some outfitters and even some houndsmen that apparently like to hunt for just male lions. And so if you close the male quota in that area, you potentially have houndsmen, hunters moving to other LMUs to find those lions because they don't want to just harvest a female. In discussion, I don't know that there's total agreement on this, but a handful of the houndsmen that I've talked to said there can actually potentially be unintended consequences of harvesting just males, especially big toms out of there, as they tend to be population control as well by killing smaller lions or kittens in there. So we could actually have unintended consequences by filling a quota of only male lions. I guess I'm not really willing to roll the dice on trying to figure something out at this point. So I think I'm also going to pull this amendment right now.
Okay. Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair, I just had a question for Commissioner Burrows.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure on the previous amendment that if we could go back, I think it was Amendment 13 on Eric's list here. Did you include, I guess I missed, we didn't have a discussion about adding the 24-hour purchase requirement back to all mountain lion hunting licenses. I think that was an important part of the amendment. I just want to make sure that was included.
So that he read it? You mean,
yes.
Did he read it when he?
I did read it when I read my motion on the 3 unlimited mountain lion license change.
Okay. I just want to make sure it was included, and I know we didn't discuss it, but I think it's an important part.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any further amendments? So I have it right. We have two amendments. We'll go ahead and vote on them before we go out to public comment as a whole.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I could, I just wanted to be sure with the last statement on this particular motion. I just wanted to check and see if legal had any concerns that they wanted to add to this discussion prior to commission vote.
On number 13, which, this one?
Yes, number 13.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrs, the basis for the department's response was that 2 sessions ago, House Bill 637 from the 2021 session eliminated timeline requirements where licenses had to be pot a certain amount of time before they were used. And they struck out that language for black bears and mountain lions. So that's the basis of the department's concern that the legislature spoke to the commission's inability to do that anymore.
So modifying this amendment to just strike the last sentence of the second part, you feel that would be okay then?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, yes.
Okay. Is that what you want to do?
I would amend my motion to strike the last sentence on that.
Or the second, Commissioner Wargo?
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree with that.
All right, so the last line is struck. Okay. All right, we're gonna go to amendment number 10 first. Does everyone have a copy of all these? Oh, you have it up. Okay, perfect. Okay, everybody can see the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, number 13, if you pull that one up again, please. Okay. All those in favor of this amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Walsh and Commissioner Brooke are no. Motion carries. Okay, so we're gonna go out to the public with the amended motion with those 2 amendments. Eric, is there any way to do like a screen with both of those amendments?
I think so. I'll work on it.
Okay. All right, come on ahead.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, I'm Josh Gallagher, the chairman of the board of the Montana State Houndsman Association. I'd like to address a few things. First of which is our board and with the Montana State Houndsman Association is here to show full support of the department's decision to simplify the lion tag purchasing and hunting in Montana by creating one single statewide unlimited lion license. In my question is, if harvest quota is the objective, then why wouldn't we allow houndsmen to come and hunt them statewide? Seems to me to appease the outfitters in the area more than the houndsmen statewide. Next, I'd like to address the amendments that are on the table. We are questioning how these amendments have any real value in the simplicity that the department has requested of the commission. To us, these things seems to be a distraction that initially appears to help, but overall just distracts from the main goal of the lion management in the state of Montana. Furthermore, in Region 5, I've seen a significant downtick in lion numbers over the past seasons that I believe is well above the 40% overall lion decrease initially wanted. I'd like to see a lion study done in Region 5 to either defend or contradict these theories before continuing to possibly over-harvest lions in this region specifically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I guess I'm going to be here to oppose the overall adaptation of the entirety of the mountain lion proposal as it's proposed, due in part.
If you
Excuse
could
me. Sorry,
state
my
your
name is
name.
Gerald
Thank
Martin.
you.
I apologize. My name is Gerald Martin, and I'm here to oppose the implementation of it as it's written, due in part to these amendments. Having hunted mountain lions, not as a hound hunter, but as an active participant, the lion hunting is completely different than deer and elk hunting in that the barrier for entry for the average hunter who does not own hounds is so high in the cost of hounds. And so the way it's been with limited lion licenses in Region 1 is when someone drew a special permit, you could often find a local houndsman who would love to take you for free and be part of that hunt. Whereas now with outfitted hunts costing between $6,000 and $10,000, and there being absolutely no limit on the amount of non-residents who can purchase these unlimited tags, the competition for the quota to be filled by outfitted non-residents in direct competition for local residents and local houndsmen, it's a Pandora's box of unintended consequences. And the men that I used to lion hunt with in Region 1, they remember the quota days of before it went to limited licenses and the fights that would break out and the intense competition where you would have local outfitters with 5 or 10 people out on snowmobiles and vehicles looking for tracks to put a client on. It caused incredible animosity between the hunting community. And so as such, I oppose Amendment 13 especially, and I would actually ask the commission not to adapt the structure as presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yeah, a lot of this is a difficult process for me speaking to you about the stuff after you just voted on it, but
If you could state your name. please.
Justin Duffy, sorry, with the Montana Houndsman Association. I think the biggest problem I have is with Amendment 13, which I think that Commissioner Burrows said it perfectly himself, that essentially this benefits like 3 people that reached out. If you need lions harvested in Region 1 or Region 2, leave the door back open, we'll come on up. And I talked to you on the phone, told you if you got an area of concern, you've got sheep in need of predation relief, reach out to Houndsman, we'll come get it done for you when there's just cause justification. We've got LMUs in this state that are above objective for elk and deer, yet their quotas are double what they were in 2022. That's not justification. When you have it, we're there to help. We would love to see good sheep, elk, deer. We're all sportsmen, not just houndsmen. But to pass an amendment like this that benefits a couple people and actually stifles your ability to fill your quotas, I just said I'm at a loss, actually. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Commissioner and members of the commission. Really appreciate Commissioner Jeff Burrows and your efforts here, along with all the other conversations that we've had with houndsmen and other commissioners.
If you could state your name, please.
Oh, sorry. My name is Will Israel, Director for Montana Outfitters and Guides. This has been a lengthy process in learning and understanding how the license structure works and how it was very complicated for the department. And so appreciate their effort in going towards that effort. And also the original process that went in establishing this as a structure. This amendment number 13 is a step in that right direction, in which that Region 1, Region 2 is an area that tends to get overstressed. There are certain parts of it that get filled very quickly, and then they move over to the west, to the eastern side of the state. And so we are in full support of that process. And then also, we appreciate the work that the commissioners did in designating some areas that we call ungulate hunting districts of concern. I think that's a really quality effort in generating that conversation. That is a fantastic way of identifying areas that really need some help and support, primarily with wild sheep and our ungulate population. So we urge a due pass, and we thank the commission and the department for their work on this effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Tim Ravendal, or AVNDAL. I started hunting hounds when I was 8 years old, and so I got a little bit of experience. I'm not speaking on anyone but myself and my 7 hounds that I have right now. The big thing I want to emphasize right now is number 10, is I do support that, as it's really important to have a clarification on our regulations. And I'll use this year's as an example. This year we have a separate date for hound training and the actual winter season. And I was confused about that. Does that mean maybe the second I get to run hounds, but maybe the first is only open because it's called the winter season? I called the game warden and a sergeant of the FWP. He couldn't answer that question either. So you need clarification on that as you move forward with this. That's really important. Again, we need clarification on that. Moving on, I don't think this is going to come up, but amendment number 11, thank you for tabling that or removing that from discussion. That needed to go. Number 13, I agree to disperse our opportunities under the unlimited licensing, the special lockdown of those other options for lion hunting definitely restricts the ability to maintain lion populations for future generations. With that, I'd like to reserve in case you got a question or something. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else present who would like to speak to the mountain lion? Okay. Anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak?
Madam Chair, Region 1 has one member of the public.
Okay, go ahead.
State your name.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name's Terry Zink, and I would ask that you do not pass Amendment 13. I want to see, the general tag go across the state and make it actually fair for everybody in the state to, basically go, if the quotas are not filled, go where they want to, and not make this about a monetary gain neither, because that's eventually what it's about. So I thank you very much, and I ask for a not pass on this.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in any of the regional offices? Okay. Is anybody online that would like to speak to the mountain lions?
Madam Chair, Casey York.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Casey York with Trap Free Montana out of the Bitterroot. We do not support the amendments for a longer season or an unlimited license or the increased killing of lions. They have been the #1 trapped non-target. In the past 12 seasons, 210 lions were reported trapped, with 138 lions known killed. That's 66%, so 2/3 dead. The far majority were declared legal. For 2024, lions made up 40% of non-target trappings, and with half killed. The remaining 2/3 reported injured. We work with houndsmen, and they dislike trapping as much as us. A female lion killed in Ravalli County coming down a trail had a snare wrapped around her 4 times. One had a snare wrapped around her neck and another snare wrapped around her body. Another snared lion climbed a tree to escape, as they do, and hung herself. One trapped kitten was even released in 2022 with severe lacerations and a front broken leg. In 2023, 21 lions were reported, with Ravalli County responsible for the most. The traps are set mainly for wolves, bobcat, and coyote. Snares kill the most, but footholds are a close second, with broken legs, frozen feet, and torn off paws causing a slow death. After 24 hours in a trap, experts say frostbite sets in. Since we have no required trap check except 48 hours for wolves and in lynx protection zones for bobcat sets, the prognosis for survival after trap release is very dismal. Prohibiting snares and requiring 24-hour or daily trap checks would help. These lions killed and injured do matter for a variety of reasons. It shouldn't happen or be ignored. When are you going to at least take these reported ones off the next season quota? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Ty Stubblefield.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Ty Stubblefield, Executive Director for Montana Wild Sheep Foundation, members of the commission. We support the houndsmen. We're aligned with the houndsmen and their position on this. Full support of the department's proposal to eliminate the limited, unlimited, and restricted mountain lion licenses statewide. Our stake in this game is, per our conversation about hunting district 250 and the closure of that hunting district, that herd is heavily impacted by predation and primarily cats. as are several other bighorn sheep herds around the state. And we've made a concerted effort to connect houndsmen with hunters to target sheep-eating cats. And this proposal and removing these limitations will help us better accomplish that goal of hunting sheep wintering grounds for these big cats. So we support this as written from the commission, from the department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Samuel Colshaw.
Okay, go ahead.
And members of the commission, I want to voice my support for the majority of the mountain lion hunting season setting for 2026 and 2027. However, I do echo and align myself with Gerald Martin that gave his opinion a moment ago, and also the gentleman from Region 1. I do not support Amendment 13, much for the same reasons that Gerald Martin does not support it either. And actually, personally, I don't think it's a good idea to play to 3 individuals that have a outfitting business that would just benefit them. So I really echo and align myself with what Gerald Martin already spoke to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Kevin Farron.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Kevin Farron with Montana Wildlife Federation. We agree that existing mountain lion regulations are complicated, and we certainly appreciate the effort to simplify these. There's no question that the proposal being considered would do that. However, when it comes to wildlife management, simplest isn't always best. We were a little concerned about potential unintended consequences for resident hunters, specifically for lion populations and age class diversity, and also hunter satisfaction and opportunity. It could just really encourage a race to fill the quotas, which isn't always the best way to manage this opportunity. It would also mean that there would be no limit on the number of non-resident outfitted hunters, something to consider. We wonder if there's potentially a hybrid model that could work that's less complicated than the current regulations, but still balances opportunities and keeps all of it under a biologist set quota. I did elaborate that in our written comments. In regards to Commissioner Burrow's amendments, I want to say that I first and foremost appreciate the transparency on where these proposals are originating. For a lot of us, hunting is a passion and a hobby. For houndsmen, I feel like it's more than that. They commit countless hours and significant expense training and caring for their dogs, all for the opportunity to work with them to chase cats in the winter. These amendments are pretty significant. They weren't discussed during season setting regional meetings. They weren't proposed by the department a month ago. They weren't on the amendment list that went out with a week's notice, nor were they included on the FDP email about these amendments that went out on the 28th. I'm not exactly sure when they were published, Saturday, Sunday, or just this Monday, the same day the deadline to comment was, but I'd ask that if we think a few days notice is enough on these to feel confident about making some pretty significant changes to the ways our lion hunting opportunities are managed and how that will affect Montana's houndsmen. Thank you for the opportunity to comment once again.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have a hand raised without a first and last name. How would you like me to proceed?
Not sure how we would call on them. I guess we could try it. If you do not have your name on there, go ahead with your comment, but you will have to state your name. Okay. We gave them the opportunity, so is there anyone else?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Burrows.
I think I need to respond because maybe there was some misunderstanding about when I was asked about the amendment for the amendment number 13. I was not asked who does this benefit. I asked who drafted it. So I think it's unfair to say or assume that it only benefits 3 people, that those 3 people, that those 3 organizations or entities that drafted it are the only beneficiaries. So I just want to make that clear that who drafted it, I don't know who they coordinated with in the drafting of that and how many houndsmen or outfitters or individuals they talked to. So I think that's an important clarification. The next place I'm going to go is thank you for calling me out of my hypocrisy, Commissioner Brook. It is, and I'm going to ask to amend it. and it's going to put a little pressure on Commissioner Wargo. But I want to pull Region 2 out of that Amendment 13 and put that in with Regions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, because we do have at least one significant area of ungulate concern. And so I think it would be hypocritical to have Region 2 as a separate standalone unlimited area. And so then I guess that kind of puts it back on Commissioner Wargo if he would like to keep Region 1 pulled out of that list as a separate unlimited area or not.
Madam Chair. Yeah, Commissioner Burrows, thanks for that. Yeah, this is a big one. There's a lot of folks that our mountain lion regs over the years have changed a lot to adjust to, you know, complaints on the landscape and whatnot. There's there's been a lot of people that haven't played nice, and other people, you know, other folks sandbox and whatnot, and there's been a lot of contention. So it's just kind of been, you know, trying to herd cats, pun intended. But I guess in light of that change, looking at this, the department's recommendation that they put forward is a significant enough change as it is. I'm kind of wondering if we can, I don't know if you would entertain pulling Region 1 as well, and we just see how houndsman outfitter interactions take place over the next year. And I don't know at the next quota setting meeting if we could entertain a discussion like this, if there is actually issues that take place, or if it would be a 2-year thing. But I would be willing to bring the amendment if there is an actual issue that arises on the landscape. But I don't really want to just be preventing a hypothetical.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, I mean, I think this very dialogue indicates that this Amendment 13 is half-baked. And I'm responding to feedback that we've received both in the public comment period and today. And I guess my only option now is to vote down the entirety of this, and then we restart hopefully without Amendment 13. But I think to just keep amending an amendment that's half-baked we're gonna eat up a lot of time.
Commissioner Burrows, what's your?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel.
2 things I guess I'd offer Commissioner Burrows. If Commissioner Wargo wants to pull a second, I'd be willing to second your current motion, leaving Region 1 as separate. And I'd go back and remind everyone that we're coming from pick your LMU, every single LMU as an unlimited license to, and from my understanding, again, that actually did address some of the social issues and the quota chasing there. I've heard more eloquent words than that. I believe it did solve the problem. It did address some of the social issues and address. So we're coming from a system that was extreme because it was pick your LMU. And now we're going to, in this case, or what Commissioner Burrows has on the table now is pick Region 1 or pick the rest of the state for to do your mountain lion hunting. So I don't think it's hypocritical at all. We're coming all the way, almost all the way over to where the department has gone, which is, completely undoing what we did 2 years ago. But this maintains a little bit of semblance of that, of what, from what I understand, actually did address some of the social issues, yes, including some of the outfitters and the interaction between outfitters and outfitted hunters and houndsmen. So I just want to point that out. It's not hypocritical. I don't think we're offering more area, not less, for the hound hunters in Region 1 to be able to do every LMU in Region 1. We're not restricting that anymore. So I don't think it's hypocritical. And again, I would be happy to take the second if Commissioner Burrows still wants to leave this one on the table.
I'm fine leaving it on the table. Basically, where I put it is I did not hear from a houndsman, a lion hunter, that basically Region 2 was overrun in this situation. I did, however, hear that from Region 1 outfitters, and hence the reason that I just made the amendment that I did to pull Region 2 out And basically, again, kind of put the load on Commissioner Wargo's shoulder, because I trust him. He knows his region better than I do. And so I would be willing to vote for this amendment if he felt it necessary to exempt Region 1 out of the unlimited licenses. If he wants to pull Region 1 out or feels the need to do that and just go to the department's recommendation, I would drop this amendment and would not support it if he was in favor of that. So again, sorry to put it on you, but that's where I feel it to be at right now.
That's okay. That's what we signed up for, right? If you'd be willing to pull this one for this go around, I would entertain that. And like I said, I would be the one that would drafts the. I'll hear about it if issues are created. It won't get past me, so I will bring this back in the future if people don't play nice.
So based on that, procedurally, can we drop Amendment 13 out of the motion and then just have the main motion with just, okay. So I would pull my amendment number 13.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So the two options are withdraw. I mean, there's been an emotion that's been on the table with multiple amendments that's gone out for public comment. So the other option would be just vote on what you got right now, and you would just restart the process.
Did it differently on the other one.
This is a straight withdrawal of one that's as opposed to a tweak.
Okay.
It was going from 7,100 to 5,600, I believe was the first example of that.
Yep.
So this is a bit different where we're now far along in the process where we have a motion that's been amended, it's been seconded, it's gone for public comment, and a withdrawal of a part of the parent motion. So. And you just vote. So just the cleanest procedurally thing to do would be just to vote as it stands.
And start over.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct the entire motion.
Okay. So we're gonna vote on the motion with Amendment 13 in it. All those in favor?
Procedural question.
Yep.
So we had Amendment 13. It got amended on the fly.
It's not amended. It was just talk.
The Region 2 thing, that's just talk.
talk.
Okay, good.
Right.
Yep. All those in favor of the amendment as a whole, not amendment, the motion as a whole with the two amendments in it, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Siebel, and all opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay, I think everybody else. Okay, so I need someone to make the original motion one more time, please.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission vote to approve one, changes identified in the mountain lion regulation mock-up to include opportunities, season dates, quotas, quota ranges as presented by the department, and two, all other mountain lion regulations contained in the 2025 regulations, except for those affected by regular calendar rotations, unless addressed in some other proposal to be adopted for the 2026, 2027 mountain lion hunting seasons and districts.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Walsh. Okay, so I will need a motion on
I need your.
number 10, please.
I do. Madam Chair, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission adopt the following winter seasons for mountain lions, December 1st through May 25th. Mountain lion hunting with hounds is prohibited in occupied grizzly bear habitat after April 14th.
Seconded by, okay, we got, I think, Commissioner Brooke seconded it. Okay. That does not have to go back for a public comment.
Madam Chair, it would, yes, because you have a new,
We already talked about it.
because you have a new motion. So
It was not, I mean, we already took comment on it, on the
True.
motion.
true, but that motion failed. The parent motion, there was nothing on the table anymore. It was a restart. So I would say you could limit it on timeline for public comment, but because there was nothing left on the table after the last one failed, to restart in the process. Would be my opinion. If Stu disagrees, then.
I'm going to limit it to a minute. Is there anyone present who would like to comment? Oh, God, nope. Sorry.
The new number,
The amendment.
Amendment 10.
We need to vote on Amendment 10. Sorry, you guys. Okay, all those in favor of amendment number 10? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All opposed, same sign. All right, motion carried. Okay, now I'm going back out for public comment. 1 minute time. Is there anyone present who would like to comment? Yeah,
There, is that better?
yes.
Perfect, sorry. I'm Jeff Dara, D-A-R-R-A-H. I represent Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. Madam Chair, Commission. I was a little confused with all those amendments, but the way it sits now, I support the proposal with the current amendments. I do like the amendment that gives maybe a black bear hound hunter the opportunity to take a lion if the quota isn't filled. So I appreciate that. And I'd just like to say, I've learned a lot about lions. I dealt with lions a lot as a game warden, but always in a negative way. But I think they're a crucial species on the landscape, and it's very important to know how many lions we have. And I know there are a lot of studies going on, and we might want to have to change some of these quotas once we figure out how many lions we really have. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Gerald Martin. Thank you for listening to some of our concerns and for taking this approach. I know it's not on the agenda for today, but in the future, I would urge the commission to, in light of the areas of ungulate concern or where there's low ungulate populations, I would urge the commission to consider looking at deer and elk objective numbers and whether they're at objective or over objective.
There's a place on the agenda for things not on the agenda at the end of the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, all right,
Thank you for the track you took.
Anyone else? Okay. We have, is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak? Okay, we'll move to online.
Madam Chair, Casey York.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Casey York again with Trap Free Montana. We don't support the amendment extending the season, the mountain lion season, another 6 weeks. That means you're hunting lions for 6 months out of the year. We're overpopulated with elk. The hunter success is high. There's no science to support a need to be out there just slamming away at lions. So please oppose. We support what FWP put forward, but not the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Doesn't look like we have anyone else online.
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, any more discussion on the motion? All right, all those in favor of the amended motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. We are going to move into deer and elk. On this one, just a reminder, we have several amendments. I will go out for a minute of to just talk about the amendments as a whole, not individually, and then you will have the 2 minutes to speak to the amended motion. So you can still talk about the amendments when you talk about the motion as a whole. So just a reminder before we start.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. As we move into deer and elk, it's really difficult to give really a meaningful summary. I think I'll just simply state that there are a number of what we perceive to be relatively minor adjustments throughout our recommendations on deer and elk, to include some cases, some adjustments to quotas, quota ranges, and things of that nature, along with some hunting districts. I know that the commission has some bigger issues, concerns, and things that they'd like to address. I'll just leave it at that and answer any questions the commission might have.
right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve one, changes identified in the deer and elk regulation mock-up to include opportunities, district boundaries, season dates, quotas, and quota ranges as presented by the department, and two, all other deer and elk regulations contained in the 2025 regulations except for those affected by regular calendar rotations, unless addressed in some other proposal, to be adopted for the 2026 and 2027 deer and elk hunting seasons and districts.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. Any questions on the original proposal before we move into the amendments? Okay. Amendment number one, everybody has their little handout here. Okay, we'll start into amendment number one, which is it's Commissioner Wargo, isn't it?
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
could I
okay.
just say something real quick?
Sure.
As we start this and maybe to preface this entire conversation, hopefully all of you read the public comments. I went through every one of them. There was a resounding theme in those comments over and over and over again, and 300 pages of comments. So I guess I would just say, if we're gonna remember that public comment as we go through these and what we heard from the public, a resounding from the public of what we have. Non-resident hunting pressure, overcrowding, and a concern for a very sensitive species that we all, I think, cherish, which is those mule deer. So I don't know if anybody disagreed, but like those four themes were like over and over and over again throughout the entire thing. So.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wargo, you want to start us out?
Yeah, point of clarification quickly. I guess before we go in here, just in light of what just occurred on mountain lions, are we in that? I mean, we have a big grouping. We're going to follow that same
We're gonna do
process, or
all of
would
the
we-
amendments, and then they'll have a minute to talk about all of the amendments as a whole.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment to the proposed 2026, 2027 deer and elk hunting regulations, season structures, and hunting district boundaries. Amend the elk regulations as follows. The department shall modify elk opportunity to generally, emphasis added, limit the harvest of elk on public land to one per person per year. Subpoint, antlerless elk opportunity may either be provided by general elk license or by the creation of a limited number of antlerless elk permits for specific HDs where general opportunity would be excessive. Another point, take all elk B license and modify valid land use under opportunity specific details and or restrictions to read only valid on private land or valid outside national forest boundary and not valid on FWP, WMAs, or BLM lands, or variations based on HD specific land composition to not include large tracts of public land. Subpoint, exception on any either sex or brow tine bull elk permit when deemed appropriate. Area biologists may add the following to the opportunity specific details and or restriction. Successful elk permit applicants may be offered the opportunity to purchase one antlerless bead license valid only where permit is valid during the same time periods and with the same restrictions. Final point, expand the elimination of archery opportunity in HDs 130 and 140 proposed by the department to all Region 1.
Antlerless, I think you missed antlers.
Oh, sorry. Expand the elimination of antlerless archery opportunity in HDs 130 and 140 proposed by the department to all Region 1.
You want to speak to your amendment?
Yeah, this is something that I kind of started my entire journey being engaged at FWP back when I was selected for the elk advisory group. And just this kind of a continuation of the discussions that started back then in Montana. We have a lot of concerns around elk, but I think our number one issue that we have concerning elk is elk distribution. you know, if we had the elk in the state on public land, they'd be cherished and valued, but in larger and larger numbers, we're seeing elk distribution change, and these elk pile up on private land and cause issues. I guess just a point of clarification on what this amendment does. This amendment would not, based on a lot of the comments, the public comments that I did receive, this amendment would not limit somebody's ability to harvest a cow elk on public land. You would just be limited to either one cow or one bull on public land per year. And the idea here is this is largely aimed at limiting public land hunter pressure. We in the early 2000s, we switched from a permit system for antlerless elk harvest in Montana, and we went to B tags. That if you fast forward to 2024, if you look at the total number of licensed sales, we had around 28,000 residents, around 4,000 non-residents that purchased B tags in Montana. And then I feel like we kind of all sit back and look at each other and say, hey, where'd all this hunting pressure come from? Well, there's many other variables that have changed along that process. I think this is something that just as a due diligence, I think it's important to go back in and, you know, look at this from a structural standpoint and just say, hey, is this major change working? Because the way I see this being used on the landscape, somebody goes out, they get a B tag in their pocket, they harvest a cow, their freezer's full, the pressure's off for the year, and then they pull out a bull tag out of their pocket and continue to hunt the rest of the year, add a lot of pressure. Also, you know, there's folks like myself that would probably be unwilling to validate their bull tag on a cow. So I'm either faced with the option to keep pushing to try to find a bull, or go and I mean, I'm not going to say it's easy everywhere to find private land access and whatnot. And obviously, if everything was open, there would be a lot of access. There's a lot of elk that might be somewhat unacceptable, but gives, with hard work, somebody like myself can go work with the landowner, get access on private land, and go take care of the problem where the problem exists. I think the too many elk currently, that problem exists on private land, not public land. So that's what this amendment aims to do. I tried to start this process on this discussion you know, very early on, and that unfortunately it was just tough to get some responses on this in general. So I tried to, with this amendment, I tried to leave things open to the department to allow for, you know, regional flexibility and hunting districts specific flexibility. So definitely open to any suggestions or comments that might that clarify this, or if there's any roadblocks from the department that they see that it's going to cause from an implementation standpoint. But happy to entertain any questions.
I do need a second. Yeah. I don't have a second yet.
I'll second just for the sake of discussion.
I was going to do the same. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Burrows.
So a hypothetical, I go up, I'm one of those fortunate enough to draw my B license and have the elk tag in my pocket. I go out, opening day, I hit a cow on public land, get it home. I'm back up in that same area tomorrow hunting for a bull. Does the warden stop me and say, weren't you up here yesterday? Isn't that your gut pile? And say, no, I harvested a cow, but it was on like, I guess, and has the department answered that question? Like, what is the enforcement of this one elk? Or are we just not issuing a B license anymore? Or how does that work?
So I guess you have to have a license in your hand. That's all going to be regulated by either a license or a permit in your hand. If there's if you have if your general license allows you to harvest, either brow-tine bull or antlerless elk, then, you kill either one of those animals. The way it is right now is you pull a B tag out of your pocket that's a second tag, or if you validated your B tag first, you'd pull your general license back out. But the idea here is if you kill a cow on public land, it would be done with your general license. So a permit would require you to validate your general license as well. So all elk.
So we would
essentially
no longer have a B license.
not on public.
Well, how would you harvest a cow on public and then be able to go hunt my private property for a bull then as well? How do I validate? What is that?
You would have already validated your general license, so you would forfeit your ability to harvest a bull on private. Because it is your general license that you'd be
So
using.
you would, no matter
On public.
any elk harvested on public land would require the validation of your general license, whether it's a cow on some sort of special permit. So it's a proposal to do away with B licenses and go to a permit system that requires the validation of your general tag.
Correct. In hunting districts that currently do not allow general harvest, the permit would span the gap between no harvest, no antlerless harvest in a hunting district, and a limited amount. There's a lot of hunting districts in Montana that currently allow harvest of cows on your general tag. So if that's the case, nothing would change there. The structural change would be the B tags that are provided in that unit. We would be switching to, generally, private land only, or trying to pull out the big tracts of public land. If you look at what we've done in Region 4 and Region 5, by and large, it's saying, hey, follow that model in a lot of other areas with some tweaks, because they've already gone through and they've said, hey, these B tags aren't valid on the Snowies or, some other big tract, not valid on Forest Service lands, or there's some sort of land ownership designation. So we've already acknowledged this problem in a lot of Montana. This is kind of closing the loop and saying, hey, let's not get crazy with our the amount of pressure that we're putting on our public lands. So
So I guess I have a question for maybe even Brian. What kind of pressure does this put on the private landowners when nobody can hunt the private lands beyond the one?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, it's been part of the discussion. It's speculative. But one of the challenges to implement this is currently, if a private landowner chooses to allow a public hunter to hunt on their land, there's no limitation on that. If we were to restrict that opportunity substantially so that if you wanted to harvest a cow, it had to be on private land, all we can say definitively is that pressure on landowners would go up. We don't know whether or not that would be an incentive to allow greater opportunity. Just simply recognizing that that's the only place you can address that. So it's difficult to quantify, but I think we can definitively say it would go up.
Back to the stick rather than the carrot. I mean, trying to force the landowner to give access.
Well, Madam Chair, I guess to respond to that, I think I spoke with a lot of landowners along the way in developing this process as well. And I think there's a couple things that are important to point out. When you talk to landowners, they don't want people to come hunt. They want people to kill elk on their property. So right now, the way it is, I'll just call it how it is. There's people in the state that kill elk, and there's people in the state that hunt elk. But the people in the state that kill elk, currently, they have a B tag in their pocket and they have a freezer full of elk meat that they killed off of public land in the process of hunting a bull. We are not coupling the people that actually get elk killed with private landowners in the state, because they already have so much opportunity to fill their freezer on public land that coupling doesn't occur. I had extensive conversations with Craig Jordanay, MPG Ranch and whatnot. He's been engaged in a lot of this stuff from the beginning, and he wholeheartedly agreed with this proposal, just saying that the things that they're struggling with, there's just, they're trying to get as much harvest as they can off their property, but then there's a wall of orange as soon as those elk step foot onto public. So with this added pressure, the idea is to kill more elk, but if you plot harvest versus, opportunity or pressure versus harvest, there's a certain point, it's kind of like a bell curve. There's a certain point at which you add enough pressure or enough opportunity on the landscape, and this is proven by scientific studies, that you have a breakover point where your opportunity or your harvest actually falls off when you add too much pressure. So this is, I know this is a very difficult to follow amendment. I would have loved a little bit more back and forth with the department along this way to clean some items up, but I think it's a very important discussion overall on what's taken place in Montana. And you get to a certain point, you have so many gun barrels on the landscape that you're not killing anything, and those elk are just finding refuge on inaccessible lands. So that's really where my mindset is here. It also is with this, because it would require the validation of a general tag. It would disallow non-residents from coming to Montana and hunting public land without already possessing a deer elk combo or an elk combo license. So you're taking, are all those 4,000 non-residents hunting strictly public land? It's hard to say, but there's a theoretical reduction of 4,000 non-residents off the landscape. So happy to entertain any other questions.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Wargo, what do you think is going to happen in Region 3 with the elk population with this? Because we're mostly public land. The elk did not come down this year. They stayed in the public land most of hunting season, according to what the biologists were telling me the collar data was saying. Wouldn't this potentially mushroom the population of elk in Region 3?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brook, I think there's one way of looking at that, but then there's also another, somebody like myself, if I put in for a B tag for Region 3, there's a lot of people out there on the landscape that would be more than happy harvesting a cow. But the way it is right now, a lot of those B tags in Region 3, it's got to the point where it's only every 3 or 4 years that you might be drawing those B tags, because somebody like myself is picking it up as like an extra opportunity. And you find a lot of the meat hunters in Montana are not even, they're not having those opportunities because somebody like me has drawn that B tag. Whereas if it was a permit, I'm going to say, I'm out. I'm not killing. I'm not validating my bull tag. So you'd have a lot more focused meat hunters on the landscape. And yeah, it's one elk per year per person, but what is better? I feel like a lot of the comment that I got, there's probably a lot of people that have 3 unvalidated cow tags sitting in their pocket right now. And I think a lot of that is because of just this compounding effects of added pressure, more tags in Montana. And at a certain point, nobody's filling any tags. So that's ultimately what I'm trying to get at here. I'm trying to, force an honest conversation to take place. It's an ugly amendment. I fully acknowledge that, but I do think it is a discussion that needs to take place.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's an ugly amendment. I think there's a couple problems of this amendment for me. Is I feel like there's some unintended consequences that we haven't had adequate time from the department to tell us what those consequences are. And we don't have a lot of data on exactly what you're saying about what hunters do and don't do. And like in Region 3, where we have some of our hunting districts are at or over objective, And we have had more and more ranches go out of block management, purchased by somebody from out of state that closes it to hunting. They only allow hunting for their friends, you know, fill in the blank. It seems to me like there's less and less opportunity for hunters to be on private land. And yes, they are going there and we're doing damage hunts in the after hunting season or before hunting season. I just don't see how this, for my region, solves the hunter crowding problem that we're hearing about. And so I think that your amendment is worthy of discussion, but not, this should have been like it's scoping when we were doing season setting out in the field where people could weigh in on this. And this was a really short time frame for this big of a change. That's just my opinion.
Madam Chair. To respond to that, I just for the record, my initial emails to the department on this topic were September 2nd. I share the same concerns. I turned this into, after no response, I turned this into an official amendment on October 22nd. I was the first in line to this because I was acknowledging the implications of this. And I did not get anybody from the department to respond to me and reach out to me other than acknowledgement of receipt of that till 2 days before Thanksgiving. So I'll just put that out there for context.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first I want to thank Commissioner Wargo for submitting this amendment, and because I do think that it's a worthy conversation to have. I agree with Commissioner Brook in the sense that I think that there's a lot of unintended consequences, and I don't appreciate you submitting this as early as you did. I think this is a discussion we need to have. I don't think this amendment's quite ready for the prime time other unintended consequences that I would see even potentially in Region 5. We do have the restriction. I did find out in my research on this that LB licenses, obviously there's a lot of different types of LB licenses, including the shoulder season licenses, which in some areas like 5 and 4, the 00500 tag is a unlimited over-the-counter tag. And the intent of those, for the shoulder season is really was to focus on where the elk were and try to control elk in those later seasons in areas that are over objective. We do have areas in Region 5 that actually have vast swaths of public land, which majority of which is BLM, where we get a big influx of elk out of Wyoming, depending on when the snow flies. They haven't been there necessarily this year yet, but that was part of the logic and the rationale for us having shoulder seasons in some of those areas, is to be able to harvest those elk coming up out of Wyoming, which tend to have a higher incidence rates of brucellosis. And that harvest is typically, a majority of that harvest is on public land, which is BLM. Even though we do have an exclusion on the Forest Service, a lot of that harvest is BLM. Then the other thing, we do have a lot of ranches too, some of which do allow hunting, but there's a lot of landlocked, whereas the Forest Service, there is checkerboarding, I know, but in our part of the world, there's a lot of landlocked BLM pieces that are part or inside of larger private ranches. And I guess the question of how that would be affected, or how those specific areas would be affected by this, and then that public land that's buried within or landlocked within the private ranches would be a concern of mine as well. The other thing is to go around and start saying, well, we're not going to have the rule apply here or here or here. We don't want to invite, every hunter in the state say, oh, we're going to go over to Region 5 and kill a cow because that's the only place we can hunt a cow on, get a second elk on public land, and with a over-the-counter shoulder season tag, for example. So I think, again, to go with Commissioner Brooks said, unintended consequences, but I did want to say that I did appreciate you submitting this amendment and us having this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to move on to the next amendment. We won't vote on these until after public comment. Okay. All right, you're up for number 2, Commissioner Wargo.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment to the proposed 2026-2027 deer and elk hunting regulations, season structures, and hunting district boundaries. Amend the HD specific deer regulations as follows. for all HDs in regions 2 through 5, currently allowing antlerless mule deer B licenses, modify valid land use under opportunity specific details and or restrictions to read valid on private land, only valid on private land. Exception does not apply to HD 388. Second.
Is there a second? Okay, Commissioner Brooke, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess in engaging with a lot of folks through this whole season setting process, I think there was, resounding support from folks. Obviously, there's some, not everybody falls in line with what the commission previously did in Region 6 and 7, but I think by and large, that's been a very successful amendment. I'm just trying to kind of ride on the coattails of what the commission already did and just try to address some concerns about our mule deer populations across the state. I would also just add in another reason for going to this restriction and kind of limiting some of the B tag, the application of B tags on public land. I think there's going to be a point where, if we get a couple favorable winters, some wet summers and whatnot, we're going to see, populations of mule deer hopefully rebound. I mean, that's not the case right now, but then I guess I would just put out in the future, I guess where I'm going, yes, I'm reducing some opportunity now, but I think there would be a lot of validity in the future to maybe entertain an either sex opportunity for mule deer on your general tag. So, if somebody does get down to the end and feel like they have to harvest a mule deer, that, the way it is right now, their only opportunity is to harvest a buck. So if there's 10 deer out there, there's a fork and horn mule deer, that buck gets it. Where in the future, if, hey, we go away from B tags a little bit, but when we need to respond to reducing some deer populations, maybe we consider kind of an either sex opportunity, so it can, also take some pressure off of our bucks, because you'll still have, even if we get, growing populations, you'd still have some folks that are, maybe frustrated if there's not a lot of age class to the bucks on the landscape. So anyway, just that's a side rabbit trail, but entertain any questions.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Burrows?
For Region 2, could we have our regional biologist, Liz Bradley, come up so I can ask her a question?
Sure.
Liz, this amendment covers Region 2 for this doe harvest only onto private. And I may be mistaken, but I thought there was some discussion with the local biologist that they utilize. We don't have a lot of mule deer doe harvest on public lands in Region 2, but my understanding was we do use some very minimal targeted doe harvest to collect data on age and diversity and all those things. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows. We do have a limited number of mule deer B licenses. Most of these are either already on private land, or they have some exception where they're outside the forest boundary to include state lands, because we have a lot of mix of checkerboard state lands. We have one exception, 213, where we have the large state prison ranch in that area. So that would affect hunting in about half of that district if it was private land only. The one place where we have B licenses available anywhere is 270 in the Bitterroot. And as you referenced, Commissioner Burrows, that's for getting information on mule deer. It's to handle some game damage complaints, and in a place where we have, generally a good population and are trying to balance the numbers of bucks and does in that area.
Thank you. So that was my only concern, is when we have those target, like this broad brush approach, when we have biologists that know those populations and I think are looking for those targeted areas, this broad brush approach would basically remove that ability for a biologist like in 270, where we've got a trophy mule deer area, to go in and maybe take a few of those does out of there just for the purposes of data collection. And I would hate to see us lose that local ability through this amendment. So at minimum, I think we would have to amend this to allow that sort of ability.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke.
just one comment. I mean, I think all of us would like to have our regional wildlife manager come up and explain to us what this is going to mean. So it's a little bit, again, I'm not trying to beat you up. It's a little short notice for doing these, especially this mule deer thing is so, it's on everybody's mind. I mean, we had 347 pages of comments and mule deer were mentioned in almost all of them. And I know it's not your fault. And we got to fix that. Whatever happened with why your amendments didn't get out to the public, we have to change that. And I hope the department will help us with that because it's not good having public involvement when you get it right before the meeting and we're still trying to figure out what this means for Region 3 and Region 2, and we don't really know. So, I mean, I could call Warren up here, say he's here, but, and then,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
we're-
it's like a slippery slope. We go down and then we're all wanting to know exactly what this means for our region. So,
Which we could have called the regions before the meeting. I mean, we had this.
yeah. Anyway,
Any other
statement.
questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wargo?
Yeah, I guess, thank you. Just, I guess in general, if I look at the extents of what was proposed by the department on regarding deer and elk regulations, I feel like it was, in general, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know, there's a delicate way to say this, but very tone deaf to the public on cries about mule deer populations, cries about crowding, et cetera. So I personally, I guess I see that I will be continuing to start very hard discussions like I already have moving forward. If there isn't something, I would just love if, we saw some substantive things, go forward, come forward from the department. We're moving into this mule deer management plan. I think it's a travesty that we didn't try to experiment with some of the ideas that have been floated around the state and, amongst sportsman groups and other people that are passionate about mule deer, different season structures and whatnot. We're going to move into this mule deer management plan and we don't even have anything on the table, just even if it's classified as an experiment. We didn't do anything. So it's going to be, your anecdotal thought against mine versus, it's all going to be hypotheticals. We're going to move into anyway, I can stop there, but
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment. I like this amendment and I think it does exactly what Commissioner Wargo is after, which is to recognize that we have an issue with our mule deer populations and reflecting on Commissioner Burrow's comment at the very beginning of this session. That's one thing we've all heard a lot about repeatedly. And I know some of these, I believe your first amendment is a concept that's been kicked around for a long time. I had a conversation with Randy Newberg yesterday and he said that he was talking about that with the state in 1998. So these aren't new topics. So anyway, I just want to tell you I support this amendment.
Okay, I think we're going to move on to, you are the next one. What did you say you're going to do with number 4?
Yeah. So the next one concerns Region 4, and it was a proposal that was floated to me by representatives from MOGA, some of whom are here today. And I thought it would be a good idea to put this proposal before the public for comment. And we did receive almost 120 comments. Almost uniformly negative about this proposal. And I got some additional feedback last night at our regional CACs. So with that, I'm going to drop this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Number 5, Commissioner Lane, you are up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll just start out by making the amendment. I move to amend the department proposal for Hunting District 704 and Hunting District 705 to eliminate the 798-20 as proposed, and rather increase the quota of the 799-20 license from 280 to 325, while maintaining the addition of a second antlerless elk B license available to any holder of an elk permit within the EMU Hunting District 702, 704, 705, which is subject to the same restrictions in time, open areas, and limitations associated with the permit.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Okay. Commissioner Lane and Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, question for Commissioner Lane.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just for clarification, Commissioner Lane, the proposal for HD 702 that the department put out to increase the tags there is not part of this amendment.
Correct. It would still be valid.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
if I may, I just want to make a few comments on why I brought this amendment forward. I'll admit I had some reservations with even the extra 150 permits in 702, but after visiting with some of the individuals in that area who own private land, they felt like this was more than, like it wasn't even enough. So at this point, in visiting with the regional staff, they felt like the increase for 702 was going to be okay. However, in 704 and 705, the extra 150 tags, they were concerned with our bull to cow ratio and felt like it could have some pretty dramatic effects in a very short period of time. And so therefore, that was my main reasoning for wanting to draw this back, but however, increase our quota, which would still be spread out over the 3 hunting districts. So even though it is increasing the quota, it's spreading it out a little bit more than having it just focused on 704 and 705.
Are there any questions? Okay, doesn't seem to be any questions on that one.
That just means I said it just perfect, right?
Yeah. We're getting tired, one of the two.
Yeah.
Okay, next is number 8, which was my original one, but I have another amendment that I want to replace this one with. So I guess I'm gonna ask legal, should I just wait to the end? I'd go in order of when they are received. So it's to replace this one. Do I do it now or do I wait till the end?
Madam Chair, if you haven't made that amendment, that your original one yet on the floor here, so
No, I'm just talking, just
if
the
you
way
wanna-
I go, okay.
it's totally your
Go.
prerogative to go either way.
I'm gonna,
You're the chair.
I know. I'm gonna drop number 8, but I am going to speak to the replacement for that one, which honestly is number 15. Yep. So originally I had that, and I'm just gonna call them orphan tags. The orphan tags would be the deer tags from the combination elk deer combo would be not released for sale. I'm sure everybody read it. It was pretty drastic, but honestly, the reason that I brought this forward was to start discussion. And something has to be done. We have a lot of overcrowding, and like Commissioner Burrows said, I guess I was a little bit surprised when we started reading all the comments of how across the state it was the same thing that was being said, the overcrowding of non-residents and the deer numbers. So my replacement motion is I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission direct the department to implement a sales cap for the non-resident general deer licenses separated from the non-resident big game combination when a non-resident applies for only the elk combination, leaving the detached general deer license unsold. The sales cap shall be 1/2 of the number of general deer licenses detached from the elk combination licenses. I further move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission direct the department to assess and develop enhanced drawing capacity such as these licenses could potentially be allocated by region for the 2027 license year, contingent upon completion of the department's successful efforts towards enhanced drawing capacity and additional commission actions specifically addressing regional allocation of these licenses. The reason for
I'll second.
okay, thank you. Okay, the reason that I added that bottom part is that I think that, I mean, being from Region 6, equally allocating them across the state would be super great. That probably wouldn't be how we went about it, but until we can kind of find out where the pressure is, I think that we can manage a lot better knowing where they're at. And right now we don't have that opportunity to do it. Another reason that I talked to Moga quite a bit. I talked to some different outfitters. Overwhelmingly, the general public was pretty supportive of this, but I had no intention of negatively affecting the outfitter business by this, but something has to be done to get back on track with the overcrowding. Two different people in the meeting in Malta from two different parts of the county said that when they were out, one of them was out taking their kid hunting and they glassed 360 and counted over 35 vehicles. So, and pretty much non-residents. And so this is why I brought this forward. This is probably the most passionate subject that I've had since I've been on the commission. And it's just a start. And once we have more of the studies in and get the deer numbers back up, and I have in another minute that's towards the end of, I think, the very last amendment that we'll talk about that talks a little bit about bee licenses too. But anyway, that's my spiel. And Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair, I applaud this. I sat with Chris Fortune and Jeff Dare, I think, probably 6 months ago, and we talked about a proposal to possibly eliminate orphan tags. So I think you nailed it. I think at first glance, I think when we talk about 5,000 orphan deer tags and the fact that 27% of those go to outfitters, right off the bat, you could assume, well, we're taking those right out of the outfitters, client list. I sat down with Quentin and Brian, and somehow they managed to explain, I think in an hour, to a dumb commissioner, the preference point system and non-resident outfitting and all these things. I don't think we have time for it today. They ran a great little spreadsheet that shows that even if you were to get rid of all 5,000 of those orphan deer tags, I think you could sell with a straight face that there is very, very, very minimal impact to the guides and outfitters. So I guess what I'm doing is if we have time to dive into this a little bit, but I think your passion is the same as ours, that we need to do something. We need to do it now, and it needs to be more than just a scalpel. Like, we need to take a hatchet to this thing. And when I saw the success rate of a person with 2 preference points, which you can get in your first year and applying with an outfitter at almost 95% draw odds, and anybody with 2.2 or more preference points has 100% success rate. I think we're there where we could get rid of all 5,000 of these, have a significant impact on the landscape, and these hunters, these residents that you're talking to that are looking 360 and seeing 30 vehicles. I think we can do it now, and I think the impact's very minimal. So I liked your original amendment. I don't think the impact is what it was originally thought after doing the analysis, and I would encourage us to go back to the orphan and the 5,000 at least right now and analyze the impacts. But I don't think it's as severe when you look at this sheet that I'm looking at as what was proposed.
I would be open to changing the percentage. Another thing we haven't talked about, which we get a lot of people saying that we make our decisions based on the money, how much money is being made. This is the first time that I can remember, and maybe it's not the first time we've seen it. This is the first time that I've seen what our decision, the economic impact. And so it's a pretty good economic impact. Well, good or bad, however you'd want to say it. Yeah, significant, yes. Yes, so 3.4 was for my 5,000 proposal. This one, you know, just doing the math, we're around 1.7. And these are all guesses that we're just going on average for the last several years. I would be open to a bigger percentage, I guess, but I have gone in and out on this thing several times. Commissioner Burrows.
What percentage would you consider 25%?
My calculator.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Siebel.
Yeah, question for Commissioner Burrows. Without the 1 hour long explanation on bonus points, the fact that 27% of these tags were going to outfitted non-resident clients outside of the non-resident license drawing tells me that there's people that would not get the tag if we eliminated 100% of these. So that's why I'm without the hour-long explanation. Can you explain that a little more to me?
In my legal expert, no, I'm not going to go there. Somebody else may be better suited to give the quick overview, but basically it has to do with preference points, which are a whole different point system than bonus points. And those preference points are like a tiered system where if you have more preference points, you automatically get it. If you're hunting with an outfitter, then you can actually purchase 2 preference points in the first year, basically one and then another one for being outfitted. And when you look at the sheet of the drawing stats for that, if you were to purchase, which cost you $200, it's $100 a preference point. If you were to purchase both those preference points, even if it was your first year hunting with an outfitter, you're at 95% odds of drawing that tag. If you're at 2.2, and this is all statistics, not guaranteed, but you're at 100% draw odds at just a little over 2 preference points. And that was eliminating all 5,000 tags. So again, I don't know with what I was advocating for of eliminating all 5,000 tags. I don't think we could say guides and outfitters come out 100% unscathed. But if you were going to use a percentage, I think you could use somewhere in that 10% scathing, which maybe we all need a little bit of skin in the game. So that's where I got that. And again, maybe Brian or Quentin could answer a little bit.
Go ahead.
Chair and Commissioner Burrows, with your permission, may I defer to Emily Cooper?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, you did a great job explaining that. You get an A+ today. I just want to go over a couple quick points here. The department does not track which non-resident hunters use an outfitter and which don't. That's an important distinction that, you know, it's hard to tell. It's anecdotal information when we get it. And then to go over the preference points, we have a drawing that is a true preference point system. So a non-resident hunter with 3 preference points will get a license before a non-resident hunter with 2 and so on. Another important distinction here is that pool is split. 75% is distributed via that preference point system, the 3-2-1, and then the remaining 25 is a randomized group of the folks with 0. So the folks that have 0 preference points also get an opportunity here. So the more we change with that monkey with that number, the more those odds will change to draw. This was a hypothetical for your first amendment, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel.
Question for Ms. Cooper, I guess. What's confusing me about what Commissioner Burrows said is that based on the 27% number that we heard, that's 1,350 of those 5,000 licenses. And I think this is a number that we got from MOGA, were actually used by clients or non-resident clients of outfitters to hunt deer. So these 5,000 are in addition to the regular non-resident, I'm just looking at the drawing stats here, deer combination license is, I guess that 1350 is coming from somewhere. If we eliminate all 5,000, that 1350 goes away, I guess is my point. At least it seems like math that way is simple.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, that's correct. If we eliminate those licenses, those hunters go away.
But Madam Chair, a clarification, maybe help you understand, Brian. Those where that goes away would most likely those one preference point, non-resident, non-outfitted clients, or that's where the impact's going to be, right? Is that fair to say that in this case, if we were to eliminate the orphan tags, that ability to buy those 2 preference points with an outfitter based on these stats, really who you're eliminating off the landscape are non-resident, non-outfitted hunters.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, that's a pretty fair concept, yes.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Lane.
I just, I support your amendment as it is. I just, when you're indicating possibly changing the percentage, I guess I would want to err more on the cautious side to see if we can't see what the consequences of this are and maybe hope there's no unintended consequences. I'm with you. We are overcrowded here, especially on the eastern half of the state. I know what over half of the orphan tags are going into region 6 and 7. And so I like the fact that where we're at is at 50%. And I would hate to see that I would hate to see that the needle get moved too far too fast, I guess is what I just wanted to comment on. Thank you.
Like I said before, I've spent hours and staff, thank you so much for all the time that we've put into this, because in the first place, I didn't know where to go, and we just kept, every road we went down, there was a roadblock because legislature just statutes didn't allow us to do what we thought we needed to do. And so this was our avenue. And honestly, I think I'd like to keep it at 50%. Just because, same thing Commissioner Lane said, we can look at it and hopefully we do have consequences, but they're positive consequences. So, but we don't know. And it's a pretty big, I know it's not as big as the original, really like shock value, original amendment, but it still is quite a few takes. So that's where I'd like to stay. Commissioner Burrows.
Just one more shot and then I'll shut it.
All right.
This isn't estimating lion populations through a IPOM and polling variables. This is, I would argue, is relatively predictable based on statistics and numbers that are sitting in front of us. It's not like we're pulling a lever that we have no idea. We can pretty well say, if we cut our tags down to 25% at right around 2 preference points, you have 100% chance of drawing this tag with a guided outfitter. I mean, this isn't something magical. We're using statistics. Can you rely on it 100%? No, but can you take it to the bank that we're pretty close? Yes. So I
have a question for Lee. So since I am going out separately, for comment on these, and then we will vote. I can amend this amendment after we hear comment without going out again, correct or not?
Madam Chair, what I would say is if that amendment isn't substantive in nature, that the public comment wasn't adequately addressing the concerns.
Another chance to talk. Okay.
Correct.
So I'd like to leave it at 50, listen to the comments, and then we will look at it. If that. Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
I wonder if I might have an opportunity to add additional context, if I may, at a core scale level. Another way to say what we understand the numbers to say, and I agree with Emily. Of course, I defer all things licensing to Emily and her command of the details. When she pointed to Commissioner Burrows' summary and said spot on, I don't mean to challenge that. In fact, I support that. I would just say another way of saying this, a very deliberate action by the Montana legislature, as we see it, to put some certainty into the business case it is outfitting in Montana, especially when there's a cap. And certainty of clientele is clearly something that that industry really, really depends on. And so another way to say the details that Commissioner Burrows is referencing here, and it's on that sheet of paper, is it is our understanding through a look like this that there's a strength to that preference point system in the context of providing security. Don't mean to speak for the outfitting industry here. There are some representatives of the outfitting industry here today. They happy to hear the details that perhaps we are missing, but I just wanted to put that there. It's a very deliberate process. The thing that is preference point, it's designed to put in place some certainty, and at least to the degree the examples and Commissioner Burrows' point, if you make these assumptions that the drawing looks like it looked last time, this is what you come to. Just wanted to again say all very deliberate and supported by the legislature. Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. One just last closing thing. I did not take this lightly. I put a lot of thought into this, and so we'll see where the comments go, and then we will see where we end up. Okay, next.
Chair,
Commissioner.
comment on this whole process. I guess I commend your efforts for going down this route. I guess I've said this a couple times to talking to folks along the way, kind of my approach to some of my other amendments and whatnot. This is the same issue that I'm trying to get at, but I don't want to be tripping over dollars to pick up dimes. And I'm not saying I support this amendment, but I also really want to put out there, we have 11,000 non-resident deer tags, close to 4,000 non-resident cow tags. The sum total of those is far in excess of what we're talking about here, and will probably come back at a lesser fiscal impact to the department. So
And it's statute. That's a lot of that statute. That's where I started. So,
well, I think there's opportunity to through some of the land ownership designation stuff and whatnot in some of the amendments that I have put forward. And, also I think there might be latitude in, other states are making some headway on this antlerless topic, using bylaw. Obviously we can't discriminate fully against a non-resident, but based on biological concerns and hunter overcrowding and hunter pressure, I just hope that we don't lose sight of those other I think it requires a very in-depth discussion on antlerless tags in Montana in conjunction with this overall discussion. So.
thank you. All right, next amendment, we're gonna, Commissioner Walsh.
I've got an easy one. This was recommended from the department, and basically it's to delay or defer or not adopt language that's currently in the proposed regs. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission amend the department proposal to modify the current language in the restricted area descriptions portion of the hunting regulations specific to the Teton Spring Creek Cooperative Hunting Area, TSCA, in hunting districts 404 and 450, and direct that the current language remain in the 2026 and 2027 regulations.
Second.
Okay. Was that Commissioner Lane?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Or do you want to kind of give an overview, or do you want the FWP to give?
I think the FWP can give the overview, but my understanding is that we're not ready to make this change.
Okay.
Quentin, do you want to add to that?
I'll take a quick stab, and then Alex will fill in some details. This, like so many things on the table today, has a long history. The original proposal from the department that this amendment would pull back and replace with status quo, over the course of the public comment period, have come to realize that I think we've heard the phrase half-baked. I don't know if that's quite right here. Maybe the better way to say it is, we think there's potential for more baking. That would make this an easier decision and better for all parties involved. And so essentially, in that context, just asking for some time, more time to work again and more on this topic. Alex, would you add anything? Thank you, Chair. Commissioner.
Chair, the only thing that I would add is this is also due to a case that was that occurred back in 2005, and there was a stipulation in order that was entered in the court that talks about a MIPA analysis along with just public participation and no requirements for us to conduct those if we are going to change the Teton Spring Creek Cooperative Hunting Area.
Any questions from the commission? Okay. All right, we'll move, I think mine is the last one that, we have more, the last one that's on your packet, I guess. I will just go ahead. I think I have the last, is this the most recent wording? Because you have that, Quentin. I think mine may have got picked up. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission reduce the total number of deer licenses a resident hunter may hold in one license year from 8 to 3. This total of 3 would include both species combined and could be represented by a general A license and 2 B licenses or 3 B licenses. Accordingly, no B license LPT would allow more than 3 per hunter. This cap would not include deer licenses made available outside the fall hunting seasons during game damage hunts.
Second.
Okay, was that Commissioner Siebel? Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. This came from actually a comment that we received. And I contacted the Helena and I said, is that under our purview? Is that under legislative? I had a heck of a time finding it even in the reg book. Page 15 if you have your book. But I don't think, and I statistically I'm not, and Emily, you could maybe speak to this, but I don't think there's a lot of people that actually harvest the full amount that's available. But I think optically, considering every comment that we received, that this is ridiculous that we have this number this high in our regs. So that is where this came from. I just kind of went with 3 and I am open to some discussion on that. So if anyone has any questions or comments. Nothing? Okay, all right.
Well done.
Okay. Commissioner Walsh, what do you got?
Thank you, Chair Robinson. I have another no change motion or amendment. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment for the proposed 2026-2027 deer and elk hunting regulations for Region 4. Retain the 447-21 either sex archery permit quota at 400 elk.
Second.
Thank you. The rationale for this is that we're over objective in the population and that based on lots of public comment, I have concerns about limiting opportunity at this time. And
Does Eric have this?
no, you can
Can
give it to him. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get it up on the screen.
Pretty straightforward.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Burrows.
Could you just give us a little back? So you said the 44721, that's like a either sex permit. Oh, it's archery?
Yeah, it's archery only.
Was there a proposal to reduce that then?
Yeah, the department had proposed reducing the permit quota from 400 to 300.
Okay.
And as I understand it, in the 2025 season, 320 resident permit holders or drew permits. And then the concern here was that there were then, the general topic we were talking about earlier today, that then we had a surplus of approximately 80 permits. And while the maximum permits for non-residents are supposed to be 40 at that 400 level, it actually turned out to be 80 or 82. And we went from 300 residents applying for this permit in 2024 to 320. My estimate is that it'll probably continue to increase. And the alternative at 300 would leave 20 resident hunters without permits, and then it would cap the non-resident at 30.
At 400.
No, at 300. At the proposed number.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel.
Yeah, just unless Commissioner Burrows, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Just to follow up on why I seconded and why I support this motion, I was going to make it as well. I believe the department, the rationalization for the reduction from 400 to 300 was to prevent overcrowding on public land, which in itself is a noble cause. It's something we heard from many people about lots of regions. However, 447 is also noted in that same department recommendation is 80% private land. And so including, I'm sure, a lot of the non-residents that get that archery tag probably are landowners. And I guess from my perspective, it didn't make sense that we would be, first of all, that the department's addressing social issues, and that's really a commission job to do that. And second, that you would take an area that's 80% private land and try to and worry about the 20%. Understanding, we want to have quality, but this 447 just is what it is. And it's a lot of private land, and that's where a lot of this hunting happens. So that's why I seconded and I support Commissioner Walsh's amendment.
Further comment?
Yeah, Chair. I'm on this topic. I feel like I'm probably going to get blasted by folks on this comment in general, but I think this discussion it's never gone. We don't have any amendments live on the table that really addresses this. Back to what the 704, 705 proposal was from the department, kind of entertaining a discussion about, taking land ownership into the equation when we go at setting these quotas. It's had resounding success with our antlerless management. If we had one set, if we didn't take land ownership into consideration with antlerless permits, we would be lost in this state. And I think while I think there could be a lot of unintended consequences and we'd have to proceed with a lot of caution, a district like 447, where you have 80% private land ownership, 20% public, I think the department should really look in the future at, how do we address this more adequately? Because when it goes out for a public draw, if there's 100 tags and, it goes out to the public, 80% of those tags go to the DIY resident hunter, and then they all dogpile on the 20% of land that's remaining. So, the landowner is unsatisfied with the amount of tags they get. The public land hunter says it's crowded. I mean, it is a recurring theme across Montana. I know it's a slippery slope, but I really commend the department for starting a conversation in 704 and 705 to take land ownership into consideration with bull tags. And I will get blasted by folks, from the public land crowd, because they're probably going to say, oh, you're, whatever, it's just a landowner kickback, privatization of wildlife, other stuff. But what we're doing currently is not working. We cannot solve the problem with a number of equations that we're given. So I know this is kind of a grandstanding thing and you can cut me off here, but I think we need to consider maybe setting up a test area, this, 417, 447, one of these areas to say, hey, what if what if we kind of bifurcated the amount of tags that were available on public versus private? Because it really sucks when we keep creeping up the amount of tags, and then you draw one of these limited entry tags and you show up and you're like, geez, this is more crowded than the general unit I hunt back home. So obviously this isn't going to turn into any amendment today, but I do think this is a discussion point worth coming back to. I had a lot of, constructive conversations throughout the scoping process with, people, throwing ideas at the wall on this. Do you try to weight the amount of, bull tags or buck tags in an area? Do you try to weight that based on the percent private versus percent public? Maybe that's a route that we look at. I know there could be unintended consequences, but I do know what we're doing right now. It's impossible to satisfy both the public land hunter and the landowner at the same time. So I don't know. I just felt like I had to get that statement out there.
Any other discussion on this motion? Don't I have a second? I don't have her second written down. Okay, Commissioner,
That was me.
okay. Sorry. Okay, thank you. I don't want to fall apart now. Any other discussion? Are there any further amendments? All right. Is there, I don't know how many of the amendments you can get on the screen, Eric? There's 1, 2, 3.
Madam Chair, I think the max I could probably get on the screen at one time would be 3 and still keep it readable.
There's 6 of them, so if you could maybe have 3 of them for a little bit and then just keep going back and forth, that would be great. Okay.
I will get right to work.
Okay, thank you. So, hopefully there's enough of these packets out there that you guys know what because they're numbered. And so you can speak to them however you want to, but we do have the numbers up here if you speak to the amendment number, instead of the, title of it. So we're going to go with a minute. And these are for all the amendments. So just whatever you want to talk about all of these amendments. And then we will come back and we will vote on those amendments to add it to the original motion. And then at that point, I'll come back with 2 minutes for comment on that. So technically you're getting like 3 minutes to talk about this. All right, is anybody ready to step up? Don't forget to state your name, please.
Madam Chair, Commission, you're remembering that I forget to state my name. My name is Gerald Martin, and I want to thank you. I know a minute's not long, so if you want to take down, I support amendment number 1, number 2, number 15, although, Madam Chair, I preferred number 8, your original amendment, but I support number 15 and I support number 16. And so in light of that, I would say as a public land hunter, 100% for deer and elk, this has been a huge breath of fresh air with seeing Commissioner Wargo's and Commissioner Robinson's amendments. So thank you for hearing our message from those of us who have been concerned about overharvest and overpressure on public lands and are finally bringing forth amendments for that. So I want to speak directly to Commissioner Wargo's amendment. That's the reason I took off work today to come up and support that. He's put it into practice. I know I saw a lot of confusion and blank looks on some of the commissioners' face about what this means, but he gets it, he understands. And so as someone who I am not concerned about where I shoot my 2nd and 3rd elk, I'm concerned about being able to shoot 1 elk on public land. And Commissioner Wargo's amendment, he protects my ability to do that. And he puts the burden of population reduction on private land, which is where the only problems we have with overpopulation currently exist in Montana. I don't know of any places on public land where we're over carrying capacity. We may be over herd objective potentially on some areas with public land, but carrying capacity is not a concern. And being over objective is primarily a private land problem. So please, please, please support and vote for Commissioner Wargo's amendment number 1 and also Commissioner Robinson amendment number 15. Thank you.
Thank you. There's 7 total. I forgot mine. So, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Will Israel, Montana Outfitters and Guides. Really appreciate the hard work and effort and everything that's gone into this subject. When it comes to mule deer, we all love this resource. This is something I grew up with as a young man, hunting here in this state with my family. And I appreciate the hard work and effort that goes into reducing some of this pressure. There is real pressure when it comes to hunters on the land, the number of hunter days. We do see that. So we do thank you so much for taking on this effort. We do want to share that when it does come to this specific subject, that there are consequences when it does come to these reductions. And so when we look at the amount of revenue that goes to the department, when we look at the lack of revenue funding that starts to go into the block management access program, and then we also look at the real economic damage on small businesses that support gas, food, lodging, hunting, so on and so forth. We just ask that that be weighed out when these decisions are being made. Mule deer, the wonderful thing about our wildlife and our habitat is they are renewable resources. When you go into places like Zortman, where they had a tremendous amount of mining, all those minerals are gone and those people are gone now. We can recover mule deer. We can recover our habitat. And so we thank you for your hard work and your effort.
Thank you. Minerals aren't gone. They're still there.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Chris Fortune, Fortune. I'm the Regional Director in Montana for the Mule Deer Foundation. And since we only have a minute right now, I'll hold a couple of my comments for come back up a little bit later. But I did want to lend my support to the amendments that are focusing on reducing the number of B tags. We've had discussions throughout the whole summer, Montana Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife, myself, Commissioner Burrows, MOGA, about having to give our mule deer a chance. They are resilient and they can bounce back, but we've got to do our part. And the fact that 95% of our hunting districts in Montana, the mule deer numbers are below 10-year averages is something that we really need to take into consideration. And almost 40% of those hunting districts are 30% or worse below 10-year averages. So, and let's not forget that we have half the mule deer that we had 20, 25 years ago, which is a huge drop. And it was just a matter of time before all the pieces came into play that the mule deer just had to finally succumb to all the different pressures. And we can change that. But we do applaud you for these amendments like amendment number 2 and 15. We think that will help our deer numbers. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Troy Sams. I live in Forsyth, Montana. I represent Region 7 for MOGA, and I ranch in that area as well. Very familiar with what's going on, and I applaud Madam Chairman in the struggles of making these decisions, and you, the commissioners, appreciate it wholeheartedly. I'd like to comment on 5. I happen to be the home that the ranchers came to me, and Christy Clark, who I applaud, who took time out of her schedule and came down to meet with the landowners. There was 54 of them representing 1.3 million acres. After that discussion, there's 111 landowners on board revolving around this Amendment 5 with Mr. Bill Lang, the commissioner. So again, Bill, thank you so much for bringing that up. To add comment to it is this, it's awesome, it's appreciated, it's needed. The elk numbers are through the roof down there. It's been, made the statement made in Region 7. They know it's over objective. They don't know how to handle it. Region 7 is a tough fit. It's not like the 1 through 6 of the other regions. Region 7 is different because it is a lot of private. With that being said, going forward is those bull tags are much appreciated. That's coming forward, that's being talked about.
Thank you. You will have time when we come back.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Jeff Dara, representing Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. I'll take you back to last year. I applaud you for cutting the mule deer B tag out of Region 6 and 7. I think that was a great move, and continuing to cut those kind of B tags are great. I support Amendment 5 or 2 and 15. You know, I think we're pulling some levers without really addressing the real problem. And the study bill that's out there now with Representative Sprunger that passed, I hope we get some results from that, because we really don't know where people are going and the impact that they're having. I see it. 300 people that sent in comments see it, but we don't have the data. So I hope we get some of that data and we can start to manage where non-residents go. It's kind of eye-opening when you find out that non-residents harvest more mule deer in Region 7 than residents do. And we hope to get that fixed with that study bill. But thank you for what you did today.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Commission and Director, Paul Ellis, it's ELLIS. I don't think Commissioner Welch's amendment had a number, so I'm going to deal with the 44721. I support that full, and I appreciate him bringing that forward. That hunting district is over objective. There's no reason to reduce the quota there. And if you do take those 100 hunters out of there, you're going to put them into somewhere else. So it's just kind of shifting the problem somewhere else. So I do support, I wish you'd support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Justin Duffy, I'm out of Livingston. I wanted to thank Commissioner Wargo for his proposals and really just the nature of what he was getting at is that I think, like it or not, we've kind of hit a point in this state where the seesaw has already started tipping, and we're going to have to make uncomfortable or unpleasant moves in the future, probably some of which should have happened already. But where I live, we've got a way overabundance of cow elk. I haven't shot a bull in 8 years, probably. And prior to that, I had no problem finding a mature bull. We have a problem with overhunting, overharvest. It's the opportunity is too easy to be had in this state. And we've had it that way for so long, we're all just used to it. I'm born and raised here, and at this point, I tell people I won't shoot a bull because I don't see enough to think there's one that should be taken.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairperson, my name is Eric Vilen, V-I-L-E-N, from here in Helena. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and specifically to Amendment 16 to reduce the number of tags. My son is 11. He has 7 deer tags. He's so far filled 5 of those. This is a kid who's passionate about hunting, like many of the youth that I see and interact with as a firearm safety instructor, bow hunting ed instructor. And I think to take that off the table in a broad stroke across the state would be a really disservice to the dedicated hunters of all ages that are out there, and a reconsideration of something more specific that the commission and FW has for targeted reduction would be more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present who would like to speak to it?
I'm Dave McNanny, representing landowners and from Region 702. And I got a couple of comments. The amendment that makes it so you can't shoot 2 elk, more than 1 elk on public land, that doesn't work in 702 because we need more elk killed. B tags, general license or whatnot. If they can kill 3 on public land, our public land in 702 is strictly state sections. It's not areas of forest. In Amendment 5, when we first proposed to the commission what we wanted 400 either sex for 704 and 705, and they lowered it to 150. And Bill Lane made his amendment I hear a lot of talk about overcrowding on public lands, and I think this amendment will make more overcrowding on public lands than the original 150 that you guys had proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Josh Gallagher. I currently reside in Region 5, so I'd like to discuss your Amendment 16. Specifically, I'd like to talk about the 3 deer tags. I like the idea. I also see a problem with the idea when we're talking about dense whitetail populations in CWD areas. I'd just like that to be brought back up to discussion, especially with commissioners in Region 5, Region 7, and you as well in Region 6. So if we could do that, thank you.
You. Anyone else present? Okay, is there anyone in the offices, the regional offices that would like to speak? Okay, looks like we have some people online that would like to speak.
Yes, Madam Chair, Samuel Koshal.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I realize I only have 60 seconds here, so I'm going to say I fully support Commissioner Wargo's amendment number 1. And here's why. We need less pressure on public land elk, specifically cow elk on public land. And the harvest needs to be focused on private land populations of cow elk that are actually the problem whenever we're talking about over objective elk populations. Let's reduce the hunter harvest on public land on cow elk. I think also Commissioner Wargo said it quite well. There's a difference between people who kill elk and people who hunt elk. Landowners that I know that allow cow elk hunting, particularly on B tags as they currently stand, they love that opportunity. They love when people, men and women, marksmen, can come out and kill elk on private. It's a win-win for both the landowner and the hunter. And this amendment would more fully capture the desire across Montana to take pressure off of our public land elk and focus more on private. And also there's plenty of landowners that outfit their farmer ranch specifically for cow elk that will further benefit from this position.
Okay, your time is up, but you can come back for
Okay,
the
thank you.
next one. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Don Wilkins.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Don Wilkins, Libby, Montana. I'd like to speak on Amendment 1. I appreciate. Pardon? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yes, please.
I appreciate Commissioner Wargo's opening up some discussion about controversial issues regarding public land versus private land. I also understand the hesitancy of the other commissioners in the other regions to support this amendment where they have hunting districts where elk are above their objectives. But Region 1 doesn't have that luxury. We don't have the resource, and I have never understood how the department started to allow hunters in Region 1 to harvest 2 elk when our resource is not there. And I support the Commissioner's Wargo concept of 1 hunter, 1 elk on public land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Stephanie Prater.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Prater. I'm in Lewistown, Montana. I'm a sportsman. I've also served on some FWP committees. I really appreciate, first off, Commissioner Walsh for dropping the archery bundle and Commissioner Wargo for his innovative ideas on reducing pressure. I'm going to quick speak though to Amendment 15. I am completely for it. I think those orphan tags, I think 100% of them, so all of them should go away. I think one thing that people are forgetting is there's also 1,120 landowner sponsored tags that are also orphaned and sold. So those tags are also on the table as well. So even if you eliminated all 5,000, there would still be 1,120 tags that are orphaned landowner sponsored tags that would be still sold. So I am very pro Amendment 15. I would love to see all of them go away though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Kevin Farron.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, Commissioners,
Go ahead.
Kevin Farron again, Montana Wildlife Federation. First, we fully support Chair Robinson's amendment to cap the orphan non-resident deer licenses, and especially want to applaud the idea of setting non-resident deer caps per region and having non-residents pick a region to more mindfully distribute that non-resident deer hunting pressure. We believe also that with the signaled revisiting of license prices during next legislative session, the time for this sort of change is now rather than after that conversation. This way, license prices can be adjusted in a way that accounts for this revenue change rather than hypothesizing future adjustments. As Commissioner Burrows alluded to, since they can enter the draw with 2 points right now, the non-resident outfitter draw odds in 2025 actually show 100% success for deer, 83.8% success for non-resident deer elk combo. That's incredibly high for out-of-state draw odds. Expectations for guarantee or near guarantee draw odds are outdated, perhaps inconsistent with current realities in terms of tag supply and hunting demand. After all, it's called outfitter preference, not outfitter guarantee. Next, regarding Commissioner Wargo's mule deer, doe, and cow elk amendments, we appreciate the well-intended approaches to mindfully distributing hunting pressure and reducing antlerless mule deer harvest in areas where mule deer are struggling.
Your time is up. So thank you. You can come back for the next go around.
Madam Chair, Nick Javok.
Okay, go ahead.
Chairwoman and members of the commission, my name's Nick Chivak. I'm an elk hunter in Butte, and I just want to speak to Amendment 1. While I disagree with Commissioner Wargo, I do appreciate him starting this discussion. The problem is this commission is not focusing on the real problem, and that is the purposeful hoarding of elk on private land. And that is why MOGA worked so hard in the 2021 session to get rid of the map that showed leased lands. We've been through this before in the late 90s and the early 2000s, and that is why FWP got rid of the old late seasons, because they saw what it was accommodating. Shoulder seasons were brought in to accommodate outfitted lands. And of course, we had learned 25 years ago that 6-month seasons were still failing us. We know what the next step they want is, which is culling elk, and we saw that in a bill this legislative session. And I would just suggest that you actually have the tool to address overpopulated elk herds, and that, of course, is to go to cow-only elk hunting in these districts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Your time is up.
Madam Chair, Kevin Koss.
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, I want to commend Chairman Robinson for Amendment 15. We've had low elk and mule deer numbers for some years now. We've had an ongoing drought since 2019, and that and other things have had an adverse effect on all our game populations. And so we're past time to do this. I believe Commissioner Lane said we don't want to move the needle too far, but in my opinion, the needle hasn't moved at all for too long. We're behind the 8 ball now, and it's time for the needle to move drastically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Andy.
Copy, you got me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to comment on Amendment 1, please. I've hunted as a resident hunter in Region 3 and other regions for about 50 years, and preface my comments with that. Making elk B licenses valid on private land only would severely limit and decrease hunting opportunity for the large majority of regular, not rich or landed working class public land hunters who aren't rich or own a hobby farm or similar elk refuges, who can or don't want to pay an outfitter to hunt on private land, and who don't want to pay a private landowner to go hunker behind some haystack and shoot an elk. There's some people, contrary to what you all say, who enjoy hunting, and it's not just about killing something. Furthermore, there's too little public land, private land open or block management to accommodate the majority of regular unentitled hunters. I strongly agree with Commissioner Brooks's comments and appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, someone registered by photo.
Hey, you are muted, so if you could unmute and comment. Probably don't realize that they have photo on there. There you go. Oh. You unmuted if you could speak now. Nope. Okay, let's go to the next person.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is John Mernan. I live in north of Shoto on the Teton Spring Creek, formerly preserve. I want to commend Commissioner Walsh for validating the safe, and successful and the cooperative agreement that involves a map on the Teton Spring Creek weapons restricted area, allows weapons that are appropriate to the circumstance and protects the public. It carried in your regulations for 20 years. I'm a former Fish, Wildlife, and Parks employee. I train and a wildlife veterinarian and a former federal livestock veterinarian. So I know what the decisions are to make that have consequences in human life and human risk to the public and risk to commerce. So I commend Commissioner Walsh and everybody who supports keeping these regulations as is. And thank you for the opportunity to share.
All right, thank you. Okay, we still have the person who it says photo on their online identification. So you are muted. I'm going to give you just a couple seconds to unmute and go ahead and comment. If not, we're going to move on. Okay. There, okay. All right, hands down. So doesn't look like there's anybody left.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to come back to these amendments. Oh gosh. Yeah, was there anybody in the region? Thank you. Anybody in the regional offices who want to speak? I did. I think I did, but I wouldn't know. Okay, thank you. Regional offices, and I know it's the end of the day, but it's so if you're pretty good about just turning your camera on, then that's a pretty good indication for me. All right, we're going to start voting on these amendments, and I'm going to go in order. And it's okay if you want to further discuss them. We're going to start with Commissioner Wargo's Amendment 1. Eric, if you could pull that up, please. Okay, any further discussion on this amendment before we vote? All right. All those in favor of amendment number 1 signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I think I'm going to have to do a roll call. So those in favor, I'm just going to go. Commissioner Burrows, what was your vote?
I'm a nay.
Okay. Commissioner Wargo.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Brooke.
Nay.
Okay. So Commissioner Walsh.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Siebel.
Nay.
Okay. Commissioner Lane.
Nay.
Okay, motion fails. I mean, just because it failed, Ian, I would continue on with what you're doing.
Yeah, I guess, for my clarification, I guess, maybe an amended amendment at the end here, or is it now the time to?
We'll go through these first and then go from there. I'll have to go back out for comment probably if I do that, but
Okay.
we'll deal with that when we get there. Okay. Amendment number 2. Any questions or comments on this amendment before we vote?
I guess I guess I was just gonna throw out quick, I guess, to some of the concerns and some of the other, districts. I mean, I have I mean, I would entertain something. I have the exception that does not pertain to HD 388 that's been identified as an urban deer problem. I mean, I guess I'd also entertain, I'd hate to throw the baby out with the bathwater and, sacrifice more mule deer in Montana just because of, some concerns about a district here or there. I mean, I would add another exception, that is, unless, some biologist proposal or whatnot, was brought forward, or, my brain's fried. I don't have the words right now, but to allow some department flexibility. But I think in general, we had a lot of success in 6 and 7, and I think that would be important to carry forward to the other regions.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel.
To that end, I support this amendment, but I did want to ask Region 5 if they could comment. We have a special roundup deer hunt. It's an urban deer hunt in Roundup, Montana, that we approve every year, and I want to understand how this might affect that ability to have that hunt.
Is it on public land?
No, it's mostly on private and city-owned land, I believe. I'm sorry, it's on city-owned land, so I guess it would be considered public.
Okay.
Maybe Region 5 could comment. Thank you.
Sure. But I have a quick question first, which reminded me. Could someone, Brian or someone, specify what is public land? Is it, because I saw some comments about it. The federal land, that seems pretty obvious, but honestly, I mean, what about state land and what about city or county land?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, when we discuss public land, most of our regulations are more specific. So we'll say not valid on Forest Service lands, or we'll say valid only on private lands. If we think about public lands, we would consider most state-owned lands to be public. However, most of the regulations that we've crafted are specific to not on Forest Service lands or valid only on private. As I read this amendment, it speaks only valid on private land, which means state land would not be open. It means DNRC, it would be Bureau of Reclamation. None of those would be open. And currently, when we think of places like some of our wildlife management areas, they certainly incorporate some of those as well.
Okay. What about city? Like,
I'll defer to legal, Kevin.
right.
Yeah, Madam Chair, in my opinion, I would consider city and county property to be public as well.
Region 5, would you like to speak to that, please?
Yeah, Chair Robinson, Commissioners, Commissioner Siebel, the Roundup hunt is, those accessible properties are both city and county lands, so they would be public land where people are hunting on those Roundup licenses.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
To Commissioner Wargo's question, can we exempt those types of special hunts from this amendment? I don't know the right wording for that, but I'd take a recommendation and see if Commissioner Wargo would go for that, to exempt things like the Roundup urban hunt versus exempting the entire hunting district.
Is that considered a management hunt? What would be the proper definition of that type of hunt?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, to some degree, the way we have envisioned or conceptualized some of these urban deer hunts, those are authorized underneath an urban deer plan that's been established with the commission's approval. The authorization for the licenses and are through the game damage hunts that were approved earlier. And to some degree may be considered separate from the deer and elk regulations themselves. They're under an urban hunt, under an urban wildlife plan. And so I would consider it a separate, although I have not had the chance to really digest that concept with legal.
So what would be a proper terminology that would encompass what they're talking about?
Probably something along the lines of accepting deer hunts that occur under the authorization in urban wildlife plan.
Commissioner Burrows.
Could an unintended consequence of this be because we consider block management private land?
We don't, it's not affected on 6 and 7. Block management land isn't.
But we have block management outside of 6 and 7.
No, but I know, but we have this on 6 and 7 already, and it does not affect block management. It affects the public land within the block management, but which is technically not entered in block management, but the private lands they can still hunt on within a block management. Because we had that conversation.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Siebel.
if I heard Brian Wakeland correctly, then the Roundup urban deer licenses, those are actually they're not actually like mule deer B licenses that this is specifically addressing, if I heard you correctly. So they may be outside of this anyway. I just want to, it's a concern. If we need to carve it out, let's carve it out. But if not, if it's, then we don't need to address it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, to be clear, I don't think they're exactly the same thing as what we have, although at times we use mule deer B licenses in those hunts, but they're a different authorization and they're a different, they're authorized underneath an urban deer plan. But to be clear, if it was specified in this motion that those were exempt, it would be crystal clear the commission's intent.
Okay.
And I'm going to let legal respond to that, Kevin.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel. So were you thinking of, a way to get at that would be to add the language of accept those deer B licenses as authorized underneath an urban deer plan, deer management plan. I think is what Brian's getting at. If you added that language to here, you would make sure, because I just checked with Emily, some of those are deer Bs. So
okay, that would satisfy me if Commissioner Wargo would accept that amendment, right? Put and then add that language that Kevin just suggested. That if Commissioner Wargo would accept that.
Yeah, I could see even taking it one step further, where it's just like does not apply to HD 388 or any HD or portions of any HD specifically identified by biologists for specific biological concerns. Like, obviously that you could do nothing then with this, but hey, I'm trying to send a clear message: quit blasting does on public land. And if there is a specific thing, 270, it's a limited entry deal, it's all public land. You come back, give you guys some flexibility, but try to just let's get 80% of the stuff cleaned up.
Okay, who has the language?
Does not apply to HD 388 or any HD or portion of an HD that has been identified by biologists with a specific biological concern.
Why don't you say the
Or-
department?
Or department, yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Madam,
that makes sense. I don't know.
Let's finish this and
I'm
then.
not a good wordsmith.
Madam Chair, and I would just offer that there's a great deal of gray within that and with that particular offering. And I'm not sure that we could adequately negotiate what the intent of that, we might misapply it.
Well, I'm not afraid to write amendments in the future.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just for Mr. Wakeling, does this language as broad as it is, does it cover the urban hunting rules that we just talked about? Would they be considered area of biological concern? Or should we add, for avoidance of doubt, this would include?
Go ahead, Quentin.
Chair, other commissioners, I think urban deer hunt is so specific and already have a title. I'd suggest saying simply urban deer hunts or hunts adopted under an urban deer management plan. And then a specific district like 388. I think in response to Brian, along with Brian, this may sound a little odd, but the department isn't keen on assigned discretion because we somewhere along the line ends up in missed expectations, scratched heads, and we don't mean to be negative about that. It's just we look for the guidance. And so that being said, I would just point to look at the amendment broadly. It's a 2-year cycle. I understand it to be something that mimics something that's in region 6 and 7. If it doesn't work, it can come back next year. Maybe you add CWD specific licenses so that we don't spend a year wanting CWD licenses when we think that's an acute need.
So
And let it run at that, Chair.
should that say urban then?
Yeah.
Urban.
Urban deer management plan.
Yep. So I have a question real quick, Brian. So CWD management, can that be a management hunt? Because the question was on another amendment too, if we need to have additional hunting due to management.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, adding a CWD hunt to this exception would probably would be clear and certainly would be something we could interpret adequately. To date, we haven't been doing much of that with mule deer, and this is specific to mule deer. But in the event that it was to do so, it would have to move forward with a commissioner approval. So I would advise that would be a good thing to include.
Just urban or CWD deer management plan. That'd be.
I think we could make that work if that passes.
Good.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry, Brian, I cut you off. Did you have Commissioner Siebel, did you have additional?
Oh, say Brian, I don't know which Brian you mean. No,
sorry.
I was going to suggest we add the CWD. This satisfies, I think this satisfies me. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Burrows?
That doesn't satisfy some of the concerns, I don't think, that were in region 2 or like biological data collection. And so what I was going to say, what we were looking at doing with the ungulate areas of concern, the proposal with that was to give until the February meeting for commissioners and the department and the local biologists to meet and say, here's an area we'd like to see, here's an area of ungulate concern. Could we just put something like that we approve a list in there? I think it's going to be very minimal. I think you're going to be able to like pick these out in about 5 minutes where it's like, we want 270, we want a few mule deer does here for the purposes of this, and we want this area. And so all I was wondering is if instead of trying to apply all this criteria, we just say, let's take the 5 areas, hunting districts we're actually talking about in regions 2 through 5, let the biologists identify them and just throw them as the let the description in the hunting regs say, 10 mule deer doe tags in the region 270. And the purpose is for biological data harvest and collection.
Chair.
Go ahead.
I wonder if there's room and appetite, if there's fit for a more general phrase and simply say, without speaking to a specific timeline or a specific endpoint, whether it be number of licenses or circumstances that the license would be issued in, and say, and add one more thing, or are other areas identified as exceptions by the commission?
Because we could have a special meeting if there was a special need.
Yeah.
Because it could come up in 6 and 7 too, because we don't have any of those exceptions.
And you could even do it, if I may, Chair, you could even do it, so Commissioner Burr, as you referenced February, you could do it something post-February, you could do it into the fall of the hunting season with a commission meeting that just took advantage of existing licenses and you just extended that validity to public lands, for example. Doesn't preclude your idea, it's just a wider stage to have those kind of conversations. Chair, Commissioner Burrows.
I think that makes sense because we could keep this list going till we went to sleep, but instead of specifying which ones, but just, what was your wording again, Quentin?
Or other exceptions identified by the commission. And by that, I mean a commission adoption.
Right.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lane?
could this just be simplified by saying that, or any other, I don't know how to word it, but hunt with the approval of that hunting district or the regional commissioner? I mean,
Like we do with game management hunts?
well,
I
that
mean-
just flexibility in there, like if it's an urban hunt, if, you know, we have to obviously stay as a commissioner within bounds, but
So
just,
So instead of after the HD 388, it would say, or additional hunts approved by the regional commissioner?
right, because we're already approving damage hunts. And if our region comes into us, says, yeah, we need the flexibility to go to have a CWD hunt. Or, you know, like in Region 2, have those surveys, you know, it just seems like that would simplify things.
Chair. If I may, instead of or other exceptions identified by commission adoption, to be consistent with what I understand Commissioner Lane to be saying, it would change perhaps to or other exceptions approved by the area commissioner.
Correct. That just avoids having to have.
Regional, yes, regional commissioner. I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Walsh.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Your second was Commissioner Brooke. Okay. Are we good legal with?
Madam,
Sorry, I'm
Black.
going to be overly technical. Commissioner Brooke, your mic was off. So if you're a second on that, could you just
I re-second.
excuse a second? So your mic was off. I just want to make sure it's on the record.
Sure. Yep. Great. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, it's unclear to me, and maybe it's just me, but if we move forward with this, other exceptions approved by the regional commissioner, is there a mechanism by which if there's another set of B licenses that are approved, is there a method by which we would award those B licenses? I'm just trying to make sure. I'm not sure whether or not that would be part of the regular draw, how people would know to be part of that draw, whether or not it would be a roster.
These wouldn't necessarily be additional licenses. It's just additional area that you can hunt.
Yeah, I think, Brian, if I may, Chair.
Okay.
Brian, you bring up a good point, and I was thinking the same thing. A little learn as we go here. And then, for example, if it was a B license in an adjacent district, it'd be the concept of extending the B license into another area. Or maybe it would be defining that, a general license, in this portion. So just taking advantage, again, a good question, but I think at least initially just try it on for size with those kind of opportunities in mind.
Not additional tags.
Yeah, not additional. And if you came to a situation where you couldn't get by without additional tags, then maybe that's where you put it on the next commission agenda and figure out the process to do that. Commissioner Burrows, Chair Ryan.
Any further comment? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Commissioner Lane, you are up next. So, any discussion on amendment number 5? Are you ready to go to a vote then? All those in favor of amendment number 5 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. The next one is you, Commissioner Walsh. I'm going to go in order of the number 14. Actually, I did number 15 and number 8 spot. So we'll do that. Okay, number 15. Figure out which. That is the, okay, hold on. Vote. That's my one that I replaced number 8 with it. Can't find it. Okay, with the 50% or half is what it says. For the, so further discussion. Commissioner Burrows.
Just want to throw a couple numbers out there.
Sure.
-46, -33, -62, -34, -57, -47, -49, -46. Those are mule deer populations below the 10-year average in region 6 and 7. We heard from, I think I confirmed with region 7. I've heard anecdotally in region 6, more mule deer buck harvest by non-residents than residents. If that's true, that's a staggering thing to hear in Montana, that we have more non-resident mule deer buck harvests in the eastern part of the state than we do residents. And you couple that staggering mule deer population with the fact that non-residents are harvesting more mule deer. I don't think this is a drastic enough step right now to address the concerns that we have, that we heard these 300 comments on. I don't think it's a drastic enough response to 10-year lows on our 10-year averages and our mule deer populations that show 30, 40, 50, 60%. And then you couple that with the information again that adds the predictability of your first year with an outfitter purchasing 2 preference points, you're damn near at 100% draw odds for it. So I don't think, I think there's predictability there. I don't think there's impact. And I think now's the time to make a drastic step towards.
What about 30%?
Well, again, I don't know that that's even helping anybody, because right now, well, I think the reason we're doing that again is because of the non-resident or the outfitter tag allocation, right? Making sure they stay whole.
So why is it not helping somebody when you're removing 70% of the almost 5,000 tags?
Well, I thought the concern was trying to keep some of these small outfitters whole and not take away from their, there's somebody is going to, their tag's going to be removed, but they're the non-resident DIY out on the landscape, out there hunting, driving around on the roads on the public land. That's who's going to see the reduction. The reduction is not going to come in the way of outfitters, which is where we had the concern. And I think this sheet shows that clearly, that the outfitters are going to remain relatively unscathed.
That's concern, and I have small local community, the effects on small local communities.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lane.
That is one of my biggest concerns you take out the outfitter side of things, you do not know what the effect's going to be on the local communities. And that's why it's not that I wouldn't like to see this go down to 0% where none of them are sold, but the hard part I have is not knowing what the effect is going to be on the local communities. And that's why like I said earlier, was erring on caution. And, but if we can eventually get to where none of them are sold again, I'm all in favor of that. But at this point, I want to see what can happen, and then we can adjust it in 2 years or however soon we think is deemed necessary.
Further comments?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Siebel.
I'd echo a little bit what Commissioner Lane said, and I support the motion as it stands here at 50% because of the consequences of the impacts on the local community. And the biggest problem that we have is we have no way to measure hunter satisfaction. Everything that we hear about overcrowding, satisfaction is all anecdotal. It's great that we get the comments, but it's not really a quantitative analysis. And so it's very anecdotal. And until we have a better way to really measure effectively hunter satisfaction and be able to see the impacts, it's going to be difficult. But I would agree that the approach that we're taking right here is a big step, taking that many tags out, deer tags out. And then, it's a very big step in the right direction. Thanks.
Steinbach, I would like to, I want something to pass. I don't want to make it so that it's going to fail. And I would like to keep it at 50% because it's still moving in the right direction without, I don't know what kind of impact it'll have on our teeny little communities that survive on hunting season. So. Any other comments before I go to a vote?
Madam Chair, just a quick comment on the subject. It didn't get brought up yet. I know it's a little bit off topic. I'll keep it brief. But another way to potentially skin this cat and something to look into in the future would be a length of stay cap for a non-resident in which maybe you draw your week that you come here. You could, if you came here with a preference point, maybe you could allow the flexibility of, getting to choose your week. So it didn't cause scheduling conflicts for outfitters. But I think it's important to also remember that there is a real possibility as draw odds for DIY folks go down, that if they just respond with feeling like it's more of a limited opportunity, they could just log more hunter days. We could have less tags, less revenue with the same amount of hunter days. I don't think that would happen instantly, but it is a real possibility without having a side discussion about a potential length of stay cap. So.
Okay. I think I'm going to go to a vote on this, but I'm hoping that study will give us a full picture of things, and then I would hope that we get different things that are within our ability, because I'm not going to say I wasted a lot of time because I learned a lot, but it took a lot of time to get to where we could all agree that we had the ability to do it. So there's so much unknown as to what we can do and what we can't do. This is what we can do. So I am going to go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, now Vice Chair Walsh.
Is this the Teton?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
No additional.
Wait, the number 14. Whatever.
Yeah, that's the Teton TSCA.
You have it?
Yeah, it's keep the status quo. I don't have it in front of me, but we've got it up here.
Okay.
Let's see.
Thank you. Okay, is there does anybody have any discussion on this one? All right. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next one is my amendment number 16. Any discussion on that one? I guess the question was brought up if there was like a CWD hunt that needed to be done. Do we have wiggle room within our management? We do.
I'm sorry, Chair, I may have got in front of you. I was thinking if you wanted to add like urban deer and CWD in the previous conversation, if you wanted to carve out some exception opportunities like CWD.
So we don't, without adding that, we don't have, I mean,
Yeah, I don't. As written, the only piece that's, what you could do is you could insert game damage or disease concerns. Make it very clear.
honestly, I think I want to leave it as is for now, and we will see if we need it, and we can revisit it if it becomes.
Yes, yes, and certainly as we've said several times before today, that doesn't necessarily mean depending on what the issue is, it doesn't mean waiting for the 2-year cycle to come around again. It doesn't need to mean that. It could mean the next commission meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I could offer one other, along the lines of what Quentin was discussing. One other consideration that we haven't brought up yet is some of the CWD hunts might be something to think about as well. So I just offer that.
That is a question that I had. But I think that I want to leave it as is. I don't want to open it up for, I mean, those are the areas that were being overrun. So I don't want to open it up until it's needed, I think, at this point. But, and I don't mean overrun by deer. So any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, Commissioner Walsh. Your last one.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just
Okay.
waiting for your. While doing that, this is the amendment to retain the quota at 400 in 447 dash.
Oh, you don't,
Vice Chair,
you don't have
your mic.
Here it is. This is the amendment to retain the quota at 447-21. This is archery, the archery permit for either sex elk at 400 as opposed to the proposed 300.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, I'm gonna go out now for the 2 minutes of public comment. Can talk about the motions, or you can talk about the original motion as a whole, whatever you choose to.
Chair, point of
Oh, go ahead.
clarification, if I was to go back to just take a bite out of this apple, just specifically region 1 on the antlerless elk, I mean, when would it be the appropriate time to make a motion?
Never.
Is this amendment?
Now,
This would be an amendment. Okay.
we start over.
Okay. So I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment to the proposed 2026-2027 deer and elk hunting regulations, season structures, and hunting district boundaries. Take all Region 1 elk B licenses and modify valid land use under opportunity-specific details and/or restrictions to read only valid on private land. And then expand the elimination of antlerless archery opportunity in HD 130 and 140 proposed by the department to all Region 1.
You're gonna have to take that to Eric. I will wait for a second till we actually get the language up there so we know what you're seconding. All right, we're just gonna take a quick break while they're getting that put together. If anybody needs to take a break. I can't see online. I just want to see if Commissioner Lane and Commissioner Siebel are back.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Commissioner Siebel.
thank you.
I'm here as well.
Great, thank you. I think we'll go ahead and get started again. So, Ian, if you want to go ahead and make that motion again, and I'll see if there's a second.
Okay. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment to the proposed 2026-2027 deer and elk hunting regulations. Take all Region 1 elk B licenses and modify valid land use under opportunity-specific details and or restrictions to read only valid on private land. And then also expand the elimination of antlerless archery opportunity in HDs 130 and 140 proposed by the department to all of Region 1.
So mainly just the first line of your first paragraph and then the last. Okay. Brian said that Region 1 would like to speak to this. So Region 1, are you on there?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Wargo, the commission. Yeah, I appreciate the.
Could you state your name, please? Because we can't see you.
Neil Anderson. Yep, sorry, this is Neil Anderson, and I'm the wildlife manager for Region 1. Appreciate the effort here and the consideration from Commissioner Wargo, but I do see this as being a potential issue for a lot of our area. So stuff primarily west of Kalispell is primarily private property, it's corporate timberland, so this would not apply there. And so it really wouldn't do much in terms of restricting harvest. Where it would restrict harvest is on the western side of our state, primarily in like districts 121, which we actually are at objective for that district in terms of our surveys or our spring surveys. And it also severely restrict opportunity in 100, which is pretty much all federal land. And we only have like 25 licenses that we offer there anyway at about less than a 40% harvest rate. So we're talking about 12 elk. So we do have some concerns. I mean, obviously it's brought up at the last minute, and I appreciate the thought that goes into it, but there are some concerns on our end and what this might mean for opportunity for hunters. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to
respond?
Yes.
Yeah, Neil, I appreciate that. We've battled out a bunch of different things over the past, so always appreciate you weighing in on things. I guess I have two comments. Right now, just so everybody's aware that the department's recommendation was to remove permission to hunt from a vehicle for folks. So I feel like a complete hypocrite saying on multiple counts, if I don't address this and just rip the Band-Aid off and deal with this issue, that we're going to take away opportunities from handicapped folks, and yet we can still offer second elk B licenses in Region 1 that are valid on public land. I just conceptually, I don't agree with it. So, and then also, I mean, in 2024, just to put things in context for people, if you divide out the number of elk harvested by the, our hunter days logged at our game check stations, and we had a pretty good year comparatively, we had a pretty good year in 2025. We only had to log 178 hunter days for every elk that was killed and brought through a game check station. In 2024, there was 216 hunter days for every elk that was brought through a Region 1 game check station. I mean, you look at that, like what Region 2 was, I think it was like 38 or whatever, and we're still saying Region 2 has issues. Also, I would also be a hypocrite because I'm saying things, things are dire in Region 1 to where we need to go harder on predators and whatnot. And if I don't first address the human component, I just feel like I'd be a complete hypocrite on this. It is bad in Region 1, and it needs to be addressed. So that's, I have to say.
Further comments?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke.
Commissioner Wargo. So has that trend of the 100 days, is that been constant or is it going like this?
Ever since wolf reintroduction occurred, that trend has pretty much been like this. I mean, it's just been like a steady downward trend until like we are in a predator pit. We're at a new equilibrium point. We don't manage timber in region 1. We don't have the habitat quality. So yeah, we're at a new low equilibrium point. So.
Questions or comments? We will go to a vote for this before we go out. Go ahead.
No.
Oh,
I'm ready to
okay.
vote.
All right. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Okay.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign? Okay, motion carries. Okay, now we're gonna go out.
We have to go out on the amendment. The new-
No, the new amendment, I am not going out for separate comment. You can comment as a whole with your 2 minutes on the amended original motion. So. Okay, come on up if you'd like to speak to this, please. Everyone will have 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Gerald Martin. I don't think I'll need 2 minutes to thank you for your attention to this. I think you've done some good work here. I'm disappointed. Commissioner Wargo's amendment number 1 did not pass, but thanks for your attention and for your support and your service.
Thank you. Okay,
Madam Chair.
Can I just clarify? So this was this was amendment number 1, just shrunk down what we just passed. So go ahead, sorry.
That's okay. Madam Chair and Commissioners, Chris Fortune, Mule Deer Foundation. Just wanted to wrap it up. On behalf of the Mule Deer Foundation, our members across the state, which are pretty close to 3,000, all the hunters and conservationists that are really compassionate about our mule deer and the status of what's going on with them. I just want to remind everybody that we've been talking for a few years now that in our opinion, one of the biggest obstacles we saw with mule deer in our state is the lack of control of how many guns are on the landscape. And if you think about that, when a non-resident hunter draws a deer tag to come into Montana, they basically have free reins of the whole state, other than maybe limited draw areas or possibly on reservation land. So they draw a deer tag, they basically go anywhere they want. And historically, most people want to come to Montana from out of state, go to region 6 and 7. And we've been seeing that. We've been seeing, we hear it from our members around the state. I've seen it firsthand. That pressure that they're talking about, all the non-resident plates on cars, it's really bad out there. And now we're hearing about maybe more deer being harvested in region 6 and 7 from non-residents than our resident hunters. The only thing that we can really see that's going to fix that is we've got to come up with a system, and it's a challenge for all of us. But we're going to have to come up with a system to where non-resident hunters are going to have to somehow draw for a tag and designate either a hunting district or a region, or maybe we look at a plan of dividing up our regions into maybe sub-regions like 6A, 6B. We've actually had conversations about that this year. Somehow get better at regulating how many hunters are out there in any particular part of the state. How can we manage the harvest of our deer if we can't manage how many hunters are out there chasing them? That's our challenge right now. Yeah, we made some big steps today with eliminating some of the B tags, which I think is going to help a lot. It helped tremendously in region 6 and 7 last year. So that's a challenge I want to throw out to everybody, and we're willing to help. I know we need to protect our guide industry as well.
Thank you for your
okay?
comments. Thanks.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Jeff Dara, Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. I'll first start off with saying I support Ian Wargo's amendment. I've known Ian for quite a while. He really thinks things through. I supported him in his bid for being a a commissioner. He's passionate about what he does because he's a hunter and he talks to people. So thank you for representing your region the way you did. And to follow up on some of what Chris said, I'm a hunter. I travel to eastern Montana with all my buddies and meet with my friends in Miles City but we haven't done it for the last 3 years because we self-imposed a restriction on ourselves. We weren't seeing the bucks that we wanted to shoot. So we didn't go, but the non-residents didn't stop coming. And we want to go back because we miss that camaraderie. So we've got to do something. We talk about, hurting the outfitters. We talk about lost revenue. I think this is something that's going to hurt everybody. Everybody's going to have to take some sort of equal bit of pain, whether it's you have to go to a permit or whatever. But frankly, we've been suffering the pain for the last 3 years anyway, because we're not going east. And we enjoy going east and we enjoy spending our money at the businesses and gas stations and the restaurants. So I applaud you guys for doing what you've done today. I think it's a great first step and I'm anxious to see what the study does and somehow be able to control the guns on the landscape and know where they're at, know how much pressure we have. And we don't want to send a lot of non-residents or residents to a district that's 60% below the 10-year population average. So thank you. Hope you look at all of that and we figure something out because in the end, it's the resource that needs the protection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Will Israel with MOGA. I just want to stand up and say thank you once again. This has been a multi-year process. I want to recognize the department. I really appreciate Director Clark, your leadership, Quentin, your support, Emily, yours as well. It's been wonderful. Thank you for the legal advice. It's been fantastic. I want to recognize Brian. I really appreciate what you've done in putting together this game management plan and this process. It's been a little bit challenging. I just want to share that there could be a way to improve the way that this is done procedurally. There is a lot of great work that's being done by our regional biologists. They're doing a fantastic effort in providing as much viable information as possible. It is a big challenge when it comes to these being introduced. Really what is kind of comes down to a last minute process. And so October 28th, we received these amendments and then there's a reactionary phase. And so that is a big challenge. I also recognize the challenge on the commission where you all have the inability to sit down and figure out how to hash these things out with each other. And that is a big challenge. And so I would just ask that we go back to the drawing board. These are big problems to solve. And there's a way that we can do this strategically to solve these problems a little bit better. And so I just want to say thank you up front and ask that be looked at in the future for there to be a better process here. I want to thank all the commissioners. Chair, you did a fantastic job. All the commissioners that I spoke with over the course of the buildup for this meeting. Thank you all. You all truly care about mule deer. You care about our wildlife. You care about our resources, and it shows. I also want to thank you for taking into consideration this industry. Outfitters and Guides is a legacy industry. We've been running for 200 years. So thank you. 100 years. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Hi, Troy Sams from Forsyth, representing Region 7 from OGA. Going back to the landowner and the cow elk there in Region 7, just going to say thank you again to everybody that came together with giving more tags, eliminating the pressure in that area. And going forward, I'd like to plant that seed. Hopefully it gets cultivated to get some more cow tags for that area for those landowners. Again, see it firsthand, 111 signatures you saw. There's a big concern over there with, excess of 1.3 million acres there. It will come in during shoulder season. So it isn't like it's going to be for outfitters. It's not that. Here's maybe a stone in here is elk are part of the problem of our mule deer coming back. We've got a lot of elk there and they don't coexist that tight as many as what we have there. Thanks again for everybody's time. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Eric Verleen, VILEN from here in Helena. Madam Chairperson, members of the committee. So I was listening at work today and I was really impressed with the nuanced discussions that I heard about bears and lions and various other species. And then when it came to reducing the the hunter opportunity for deer for our resident hunters, there was by more than 50%, there was no discussion. No nuanced discussion about what that meant for our hunters to take their opportunity from 7 tags down to 3. That affects landowners. They have to have more hunters that are using hunters on their landscape to manage, particularly white-tailed deer in Region 4. So now that landowner has to go out and look for competent, responsible, respectful hunters when they had the hunters on their land that could do that. That means that families like mine are not going to travel as much to your small towns and spend money across the state. And at the end of the day, for a lot of Montana families, you just took food off their table. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a pamphlet I'd like to have handed out. I don't know.
To Eric right there. Yep, thank you.
Yes, my name again is Dave McNanny. I'm representing landowners and like to talk to you about the elk situation in 702. We got an elk problem, but we also have a bull problem. And that landowners have been saying for years, we got more bulls than we got cows. And that got proven when we looked at the harvest reports for the last 20 years. For the last 20 years, there's been 1,104 more cows killed than bulls in 702, 704, and 705. In the last 5 years, there's been 511 more cows and bulls killed, and that counts 145 in 702, 214 in 704, and 152 in 705. We, as landowners, originally asked for 400 more permits for 702, and I did the math. I took the 700 plus the 90 that could come from the existing 280 that would hunt in 702, took that times the 55% success rate, which comes out of Region 7. That does not even cover the recruitment of incoming bull calves. We need more permits. We're in trouble. And I realize the main problem is you got to get rid of cows. In the last 4 years, with the shoulder season in place and with the draw B tags that the department had in place, the elk population in 702 tripled from 2020 to 2024. Went from 834 counted in 2020 to 2,630 counted in 2024. We need more B tags and we need them over the counter. We would like to see 2 over the counter good in Region 702. And I wish somebody would make an amendment to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak? Okay, is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak? Okay, how about online?
Madam Chair, Samuel Koschel.
Okay, go ahead, thank you.
Madam Chair and Commission members, I want to thank you for your attention to our mule deer population here in Montana. I moved to Montana 6 years ago, and I've only hunted mule deer once in the past 6 years. The work that's been done to date specifically on mule deer in the last portion of this meeting actually encourages me on what could possibly be in the future on a quality fun hunt that I believe other people have voiced their opinion on, that we want to hunt mule deer, but ethically and morally we limit ourselves to not doing that because we see the poor age class that's currently on the landscape, and we don't want to go out and shoot mule deer does just for the fun of it. So thank you for your attention to detail there. And I would also like to encourage Commissioner Wargo to keep up the good work on defining antlerless elk harvest on public lands. I think we can reach a really good solution there. We've been talking about it for 20 years, I think, as Randy Newberg talked about and other people did. So I think we should come to a solution. I think we can do more work there. But so thank you, Ward. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair Kevin Farron.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Kevin Farron again, Montana Wildlife Federation. Thank you for a long day of great conversations. Going back to Commissioner Wargo's mule deer doe amendment, we appreciate the well-intended approaches to mindfully distributing hunting pressure and reducing antlerless mule deer harvest in areas where mule deer are struggling, and generally agree with the goal. But the one-size-fits-all with some hasty cutouts approach seems to counter regional and district-by-district management flexibility that we prefer and that currently exists, and we therefore reluctantly oppose this amendment. Regarding Chair Robinson's proposal to reduce resident deer licenses from 8 to 3, at face value, this certainly seems reasonable. At some point, residents will need to acknowledge our part in all these hunter crowding conversations, though we'd like to hear more from FWP on how many resident hunters are harvesting more than 3 deer annually or buying more than 3 deer licenses for that matter, and if the department thinks this will lead to a measurable change of harvest or hunting pressure or license revenue, just so we all know. We'd also like to hear more from the department on how this might tie their hands when it comes to CWD management. We fear there could be some of those unintended consequences. For the rest of the package, we support the changes in HD 380. For reporting consistency, we support the proposals to return many hunting districts to the pre-2022 boundaries. And then finally, regarding the proposal to create new either sex elk permits in Region 7, the 79820 permits, I believe they were, this was actually pretty intriguing. But if I'm following correctly, I believe it's now been replaced by Lane's amendment to keep the permit applicability as is, but increase the permits from 280 to 325. You know, if that's the case, we can't but question what problem we're really trying to solve here. According to the department, elk populations in this area are actually within objectives, not above, not below, and as are bull to cow ratios. And to Commissioner Wargo's earlier point, may we be making hunter and elk distribution access issues worse by simply adding more and more permits to these areas? We'd encourage more conversations here. Anyway, thank you again for the opportunity to comment. Really appreciate all your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair Andy.
Howdy, I'm back. Thank you for all the dialogue and conversation. As we talk about this overcrowding issue, I'd like to ask the commission to look hard at limiting the out-of-state hunters before we start limiting opportunity for resident hunters. I've seen some pretty poor behavior from some of our out-of-state hunters who come in here and think they're in the Wild West and kind of anything goes. I'd also advise a little caution before we kind of like cite Randy Newberg and some of these podcast stars. These are pretty privileged hunters, and they're not the ones who are out there just grinding it out for a cow day after day. They get a lot of privilege, they get a lot of extra access, they get a lot of other advantages. So I don't really necessarily see them as authorities on the issue. But thank you again, and I'd like you to look at limiting out-of-state hunters before in-state hunters on the crowding issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, someone registered as photo.
We'll try this again. If you can unmute and comment, but I don't know. Okay, you're unmuted. Can you comment?
Should be able to, Madam Chair.
Okay. Give a few seconds.
Hello?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I guess I don't get to comment.
No, you're on. You can comment.
I don't know what.
No, go ahead. We can
Hello?
hear. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
No, none of them are commenting.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm going to lower my hand.
Okay. Maybe he can. Right. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised.
That is all, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to go to a vote on the amended motion. Is there any other comments before we go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Ken, if you wouldn't mind giving us a little bit of a update on harvest management or harvest reporting, I guess.
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I got about a 2-hour presentation, so we should be out time for dinner. So, no, I'll be quick. As you guys know, we typically monitor harvest. Our primary method is through our phone surveys of hunters, typically after the season ends. So that's just starting up. Over the course of the past year, we've heard some criticisms, both through the legislative process and just in our public meetings and things about the harvest, the phone survey methods, and some distrust of that process. Some of that comes from, if you didn't get called, you don't think that, you think we're missing information and stuff. And we feel comfortable with our process, but there's always room for improvement. So one of the things we're in the process of doing is looking at an online harvest reporting system where hunters could voluntarily go online for each license or permit type they have and report their harvest. If mandatory harvest became a requirement for us, then the system could easily then accommodate that as well. So some of the things we're looking at, so we're doing scoping right now to see what it would take to put this kind of a online harvest reporting process together. And some of the requirements that we've asked for are things like being able to, a hunter can go in online, report for every license permit type they have. It ideally would integrate with the e-tags. So if you validate if you have an electronic deer or elk tag and you validate that electronically, it would automatically feed into this system. It would have the ability to do follow-up. So one of the important metrics that we get right now through the call survey is effort. You don't get that when you e-tag, but we've asked for is if you validate your deer tag when you take a deer, then you get a follow-up survey either then or down the road with some follow-up questions. And those questions could include things like effort, but a lot of other types of things too, like the type of land you hunted on, public, private, block management, those kinds of things. How big of an animal did you get, those kinds of things. So anyway, we're in the process of scoping that with the idea probably in the next month we'll have kind of a definition of what that would look like. And then, we're working with our technology services division. They're actually doing the scoping and all the behind the scenes technical requirements, and then make a decision. Is that something we would do in-house? Is it something we would look at a outside vendor or a combination of the two? So we've heard what people have been saying. We've heard those concerns, and hopefully we'll be addressing it in the near future.
Is it only available through the people that use e-tags?
Madam Chair, no, this would be for anybody that buys a license. So if you have those three doe tags, we'd look for you to report on all three of those. And then be able to send you reminders. Oh, yeah, we heard about, your two, but you didn't tell us about the third one. The e-tag piece would just automatically feed that, which right now we don't have that ability for some technical reasons. So it's pretty exciting. And the idea, the bottom line is it wouldn't replace the phone surveys, but if we had 50% of the people reported online, that's 50% fewer calls we have to make. And the people that are concerned that, we didn't call them, they can enter their information and add to that database anytime they want.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, just make a quick comment to everybody for the record, just let them know I had an amendment for mandatory reporting that I brought forward and chose to pull that because I saw some positive steps being taken by the department. But yeah, so I'm excited to see this going forward. I think it's something that everybody's been asking for, but I am closing in on 40, so my biological clock is ticking away. So we don't want to see some progress here, and I got an amendment already typed to push this forward if not. So thanks. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I have a question for Emily. I was told that like block management, landowners get tags for being part of block management. I was told that those are not available through e-tags. Is there a reason why that can't be done through e-tags?
Madam Chair, it's currently, as it stands right now, it's an all or nothing deal. It's because of the particular license type that it is. But we got that request from you and I'm working on it right now to
Okay.
make that available, the option at least.
Okay,
Madam
right, okay. Thank you. Any other questions for the staff before I go out for items not on the agenda? I don't have my agenda anymore, the last page, so I think that's all I have left.
That is cool.
Okay.
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
yes, Commissioner Siebel.
very brief. Just also want to commend the department. That's a great step. Goes to address the issue that we have about not having any idea of the changes that we're making and how they're actually impacting hunters on the ground. So I think this is great. And if we can include hunter satisfaction to some extent, however we do that in those surveys, that would be fantastic. And then two other things. Super frustration, this whole process that you got more of than I did for sure, was that how many things the commission can't do and the legislature has to do. So I'm excited about the study and encourage the legislature to take some action to address a lot of the things that we talked about addressing with regards, especially non-residents, but can't. And then, other than that, I would also agree with previous commenters that this process is really, really compressed. And if we could make this process in the future on the biennial season setting longer and have more time to develop these amendments and get more public comment, I think it'd be a better process. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't know if part of that study or if any legislators received the comments that we received during this season setting. It'd be very helpful if they did, if they aren't. I think they're very eye-opening. Anything else?
Yeah, Madam Chair, one more. Regarding Commissioner Burrow's mountain lion amendment, ungulate hunting districts of concern, I think that's something that I'd really like to see that concept go forward to try to make a little bit more targeted approach to our predator management. Take care of problems where problems exist and don't blanket things, because it's just really bad look. And I'd really like to see that tied, to the performance of an ungulate population in an area. On that note, one of the things that has got brought up a number of times through this regarding sheep, especially in the breaks area, and there's applicability to I think mule deer over there as well. We have a real wrench kind of thrown in our way with an inability to hound hunt the CMR. So hopefully there could be some pressure, maybe either put on by the commission or the department or something, to talk to the federal lands managers over in the CMR to see if we could open up some hound hunting possibilities or options over there. So I will.
All right.
I'm done.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, last item on the agenda. I'll give anybody a chance to speak to items that are not on the agenda. So I am very stickler for that. If you try to start talking about what we already talked about, you're going to have to change your subject. So anything that is not on the agenda that you would like to address.
Madam Chair, Commission, my name is Gerald Martin. Thank you for this opportunity. Somewhat in line with what Commissioner Wargo was talking, one of my ideas earlier that was asked to reserve for now, when we were talking and having a discussion about mountain lion, it's a very contentious topic and it's very complex as compared to deer and elk, in my opinion. And something I would like the department to consider and the commission to consider is, rather than making a blanket approach to just reducing mountain lions across the landscape, that we look to increase target or harvest in areas where ungulates are below objective and are of special concern. Because in my opinion, a mountain lion is a trophy in its own right, and it is a game animal. So but I'm also sensitive when we have areas with high predator populations and low deer and elk numbers, that we may need a reduction in everything that is additive predation, both hunters, bears, lions, wolves, et cetera, and so on. So I'd like to see the commission and department look to target, say, 250, for example, or other areas where Ian and I were talking, or Commissioner Wargo and I were talking about in Region 1, where there are too many predators on the landscape in proportion to the amount of prey animals. So I appreciate that. I would also, as a comment for anyone from the legislature who may be listening to this, I know it's outside of your commission authority, but I would also, in light of seeing the message that Commissioner Robinson's amendment to reduce the orphan deer license sales, how well received that was and how good a support that had, I'd like to see us look at the half-price non-resident licenses that are in excess of the cap, to come home to hunt, the Montana Native, the Montana Youth licenses. I know the legislature has to set those, but there's about at least 3,500 additional non-resident hunters and about 7,000 either sex licenses that are being sold by the department in excess of the cap through those various licenses. So I'd love to see the legislature address that in the future. And I appreciate the movement towards mandatory reporting.
Thank you. Anyone else present who would like to speak? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to something that is not on the agenda? Okay, online. Anyone like to speak to something that is not on the agenda?
Madam Chair, Jess Wagner.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I watched the meeting all day today and had every intention to comment on some of the amendments, especially Commissioner Wargo and Commissioner Robinson's amendments. I really appreciate you guys bringing those forward, making some attempts to reduce crowding and improve hunter satisfaction on public lands. So I just felt like I need to get on here and thank you guys for that, because I had a toddler meltdown, so I couldn't comment when I was supposed to, but really appreciate that. But on the other hand, it seems like, we're taking a step forward, trying to address some of those areas, and taking a step back in some of the other areas when it comes to crowding, like with the antelope stuff and archery permits. So we talked about surplus when we were talking about antelope today. We were worried about having excess permits going on residents, and we've had that going with the 411 archery tag ever since 900 broke up. So
okay,
if we
thank
could try to
you.
address
Is
that,
there
that'd be
anything that wasn't on the agenda that you would like to talk about?
just 411. No, sorry about that. But thanks for letting me. Thank you guys. Sorry
Okay,
about
thank
not
you.
commenting earlier.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay. I would like to thank you, Antoinette, for the help today. It went very smoothly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No.
All right. Anything else from the commission? Okay. Thank you, everyone. A lot of people have left, but thanks again to the staff. We have gotten so much help to try to get through this. So I appreciate everything that you guys do, all the time you put in. I guess I'd like to ask the commission real quick what I want to have this start the meetings at 8. It just makes sense, I think, because we're usually here anyway. So I think we'll just, for all the meetings, I'd just like to start at 8, if that's not a problem. Okay. All right. Well, the meeting is adjourned. Have a great December, everyone, and travel safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey,